Good evening. Nice to be with you. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Those incredible habits of colonialism, that finger wagging, it's amazing. Joe Biden, Obama, Trump, I forgot, Bush, Clinton, and so on. They seem to go to school somewhere where they learn to wag their finger. They can't talk to us without wagging their finger, telling us how to behave. When I listen to them speak, including Emmanuel Macron and Liz Truss, good evening. Nice to be with you. Good evening. Good evening. Even the Queen of England met Liz Truss and died. Within hours of meeting her, she couldn't take it anymore. They seem to have this habit of speaking to us like that. And sometimes when I listen to them speak like that, I feel like that little boy in shorts, infantilized, old colonial habits. Anytime we stand up and say we're people, we're human beings as well, we have plans, we have projects, they say, sit down. Sit down, listen to us. Such a pleasure today to listen to our comrades, Comrade Carlos, Comrade Bruno, from the great revolutionary experiments and processes in Venezuela and Cuba. So great. So great to finally listen to world leaders who are adults. So great. So great. So great to listen to our comrades Claudia and Kristen. And you know what? Let me tell you something. When I say that they have this habit of wagging their fingers, I also want to say they're deeply mediocre people. You know, Joe Biden is a deeply mediocre man. There's something deeply unsettling about how mediocre the leaders of the United States are. I mean, look at Ted Cruz. What is this? Who are these people? And in a way, it's the people of the United States that's failing themselves. When you have the possibility of electing Claudia and Kristen to be your president and vice president, instead of amazing people like this, you send Joe Biden to what they call the White House. When they're the presidents, it'll be called the People's House. The House of White Supremacy. The White Supremacy House. Joe Biden wagging his fingers, telling everybody how to live, claiming the word democracy for themselves. Who gave them the right to claim the word democracy? Democracy is our word. Who gave them the right to destroy the word human with their propagandic phrase, human rights? Human rights is our word. That's our phrase. They shouldn't sully these words in their mouths. Democracy. What democracy? What democracy? The democracy of money. The democracy of money. Buying elections. Bribing politicians. That's this democracy. How can you claim to be a democracy when you have people who are hungry in your country? How can you claim to be a democracy when you have people who are hungry in your country? How is that a democracy? What kind of perversion makes you say democracy when you allow people to be hungry, when you allow them to have no houses, when you allow them to take refuge in cocaine, and then you go and bomb Colombia? What gives you the right to use the word democracy? Next year is the 200th anniversary 200 years. It's the 200th anniversary of the dreaded Monroe Doctrine. 200 years ago, the United States decided that it owns the Americas. And by the way, it was not just a speech made by James Monroe. Shortly thereafter, the United States conducted a war of aggression. Did you hear Biden say the United States never conducted a war of aggression? Mediocre. Mediocre. Lying about his own history. I know his history better than him. Mediocre. Unimpressive. Lying about his history. He says, just a few decades after the Monroe Doctrine, the United States, in an aggressive war against Mexico, seizes almost half the territory of Mexico. Then they call them California and so on. Occupied Mexico. When is Mexico going to claim that land back? When is that going to be back on the table? And then coup d'etat after coup d'etat after coup d'etat. From Guatemala to Brazil to Chile, Operation Condor. How many governments have you overthrown today, Joe? How many governments have you overthrown today, Joe? How many illegal, aggressive wars have you sanctioned, Joe? Did you vote to illegally bomb and destroy Iraq, Joe? Did you bomb illegally Libya and destroy that country, Joe? What are you doing today, Joe? Mediocre. Destroying the world and calling that democracy. That is not democracy. That is a perversion of the idea of democracy. The Monroe Doctrine, next year, 200 years. When is this country going to grow up? When is this country going to grow up? When is this country going to recognize that it actually is not a country on the hill? Give it up. You're just ordinary people. You're just people. You're just like the Mexicans. You're just like the Cubans. You're just like the Venezuelans. Relax. There's nothing special about the United States. Relax, guys. Relax. Relax. Take it easy. You'll have a lot less stress. Relax. You don't need a Monroe Doctrine. You don't need a global Monroe Doctrine. We don't need global NATO. We don't need US warships in the South China Sea. We don't need that. We don't need any of that. We don't want war. We want peace. Let me tell you something strange that I just learned recently, and I'm embarrassed to say I just learned it recently. I know that the United States spends almost $1 trillion every year on war making. Almost $1 trillion. But do you know what the budget of the United Nations is? Do you know what the budget of the United Nations? United Nations is supposed to be an institution, a global institution to build peace. The United Nations annual budget, my friends, is $3 billion. $3 billion to build peace, $1 trillion just by the United States to produce war. You can't eat in this country. You can't find a house to live in this country. You can't go to school and study without going to debt in this country. But you can bomb any country in the world. Well done. Well done, guys. Great. The greatest country in the world is the greatest country, not because there's no hunger in it, but because you can destroy any other country in the world. Well done. Those are your values. The values of a country are not to be measured by its constitution. The values of a country are to be measured by its budget. And the United States spends half its budget trying to destroy the world. It spends half its money trying to destroy the world, and then wags the finger and talks about democracy. Do you see how strange this looks from outside the United States? Do you see how weird this is? People look at this and think, who's this guy Biden? This is crazy. He's mediocre. He's wagging his finger. He's telling us about democracy. And right outside my window is a warship that's ready to destroy my family. Bizarre. It's bizarre and uncomfortable and painful. I'm speaking to you on behalf of another process. You see, we don't want to deal with humanity as a security problem, as a problem that requires war, as a problem that requires policing. There are real dilemmas of humanity. Those dilemmas of humanity need to be transcended with a politics of love. Socialism is a politics of love. Socialism is not about hate. It's not about fear. Socialism is about love. These mediocre imperialists fear love. They promote hate. They promote hatred. They don't understand love. They don't understand compassion. They don't know what it means to stay awake every night trying to make sure everybody's got something to eat. They don't understand that. I'm speaking to you from the process called the International People's Assembly. We are about 500 political, social organizations around the world. What we're committed to is expanding our ranks. We want to build our movements. You see, the point for us, and this is where we live by observing, accompanying, amplifying revolutionary developments in Venezuela and Cuba. We amplify, we accompany, we learn from, because we understand the point is not to criticize mediocrity alone. What's the point of being obsessed with them? The real question is, what are we doing? Are we going to the people and saying, look at them, they're so terrible? No, that's not going to lift anybody up. We go to the people and say, this is what we want to do. We want to build. We want to build with love. We want socialism. You see, my friends, many years ago, my great hero, Ho Chi Minh, he's a great hero of mine, and if you clap for him, I'll be really happy. To Comrade Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh, we will fight, we will win. Some Italian communists came to see Ho Chi Minh the year before he died. And as with many people, they came to offer their solidarity with the struggle of the Vietnamese against the imperialist war machine. I know you've experienced this kind of solidarity because people came to Ho Chi Minh and they said, what can we do to help the Vietnamese revolution? That's a sincere question coming from these Italian comrades. They met Ho Chi Minh in Hanoi, and if you know anything about Ho Chi Minh's life, he lived in a very humble hut right through his life. He met people there. He would take out from his pocket, I don't have one here, but he would twirl a cigarette around, you know. And he used to always say, my one concession to US imperialism is I like Lucky Strikes. So very sincerely, these Italian comrades said to him, how do we help the revolution in Vietnam? And Ho Chi Minh, smiling at them, said, go home and make a revolution. Ho Chi Minh said, go home and make a revolution. Comrades, friends, comrades, listen to me. It's one thing for us to come to our comrades from Venezuela and Cuba and say, we're with you, comrade. La lucha sigue. It's one thing for us to say, we're with you. Chavez vive, Fidel vive. But what are we going to do? It's one thing to say, we stand with you. And it's another thing for you to say, I'm going to get this mediocre shit out of my lives. I'm going to get this mediocre shit out of my lives. You have to build power. We want to win. We are not socialists in order to just criticize. We are socialists because we want to win. And you can win. You can win. You must win. You must win. My friends, socialism might be love. Socialism might be a process. Socialism might be wise, but it has to also be secured. It's not a choice that comes before us. Rosa Luxemburg said, it's either socialism or barbarism. You know, it's really interesting. Every time an American president takes office, you always think this is the worst it's ever going to be. You know, you remember when Reagan was there. Oh my God, it can't get worse than Reagan. And really, I mean, honestly, could it ever have? And then arrives, well, Bush 2. And people said, it can't get worse than Bush 2. Now, you're going to think in your heads that next comes Trump. It can't get worse than Bush 2. And then you get Obama. Wow. Every time there's a US president, it seems to get worse and worse. Every time there's a US president, it seems to get worse and worse. So when Rosa Luxemburg said many years ago, it's socialism or barbarism, when Trump was the president, I thought, this is it. This is barbarism. The choice has been made. There's no more choice between socialism and barbarism. This is barbarism. But friends, the choice is not made. Because humans are obstinate. And we have to fight. And we will fight. And we will fight because socialism isn't a choice, Rosa. Socialism is not a choice, Rosa. Socialism is a necessity. Thank you very much.
Welcome. You've got mail.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you, so let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Would you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please won't you be my neighbor? Neighbor, 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 neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? mine? Would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor?
Welcome.
This is the I, Dan Simpson Show.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. It me, I, Dan Simpson from the I, Dan Simpson Show with I, Dan Simpson. Today on the show, we're going to do, the same thing we do every day. That's try to take over the world. Are you pondering what I'm pondering? I hope so. Welcome in, live viewers and chatters, replay viewers. Great to see you all. Hello, especially to replay viewers. Hey, calm like a Tom. Thanks for the 22. Tier 3. Holy smokes. It love your face. Welcome in. Thanks again. Hello, replay viewers, especially CIA Steve, FBI Fred, NSA Ned, Department of Homeland Security, DHS Dave. There's like 18 intelligence agencies. I didn't know this until the other day. We should go through all of them. I think we should do that today. Yeah. I'll have to make a list. I'll have to make a list. Let's do that. Stoked to be with you all today. What's up? What's going on with you? Am I having a nice morning so far? I think so. I had quite the night. I took 2 days off. I just needed space, y'all. No big deal. Just needed some space, Partly was because I was out of weed. And I got really irritable. I don't like streaming when I don't have any weed, There is that. I'll throw that out there. I think that was possibly the main thing. But also, I just needed to, breathe and take some time for myself, personal time, whatever. Yesterday, me and my partner did like a small, bar crawl. We were going to go to a bunch of different places. It turned into just 2 places, and then, I got my hands on some shrooms. And holy shit. These ones were really strong. I've never had shrooms this strong. I did not have that much, but I was zooted. I was seeing some shit, man. I was seeing some shit. Yeah. Pick up the Cola hoodie here. At the Cola Corp. It's my friend Shep. I don't get a cut or nothing. I just like to share it with people. Yep. Pick it up there. Do we got background sounds? I can't hear shit. Yeah, it's just quiet. Okay. Well, what we're going to start doing here is making a list. This is the one I got. So it's not cheap, but it's extremely well made. It's a very nice hoodie. He's making a list. He's making a list. He's making a list. He's making a list. I, Dan Simpson's making a list. All right, here's what we're going to get up to today here. If you have something on your radar, there's a channel in my Discord. you might like to be made aware of so that you could share stuff with us on, I guess there's dashes, on your radar. On your radar. And there's other channels for other things too, but that's like the big thing. If you're like, hey, Dan, make sure you and your community see this link, you know, stuff like that. Otherwise, take a look. There's other spots for different links. We'll probably do a Ukraine update today. Have you heard of Ukraine? It's real. It's real as fuck, man. Yo, we gotta talk about the Dirlehanger. Dirlehanger, yeah? Dirlehanger. Yeah, this one. We gotta talk about this guy. Oh, we could do a little mini deep dive. What do you think about that? Eh? Maybe a deep dive? DD? Wait. That looks like something else. Maybe deep dive. It's a maybe. Yeah, let us know what else is on your radar. What's going on? I saw this wild post from Jacobin. About China. Dirlewanger, ja? Dirlewanger. Dankeschön. Ich habe ein Dirlewanger. Ich habe zwei Dirlewanger für dich. It's just German, you know, just... That's how they say good morning. All right. Yeah. He was one of the worst Nazis for real. Behind the Bastards recently did a few episodes on him. Awesome. Wait, weren't they like prisoners? I gotta check them out. I think I peeked at the Wikipedia, but yeah, I was like, okay, yeah, Nazi shit, pretty bad Nazi shit too. They're like notorious amongst the Nazis. Oh, and then I found this other thread about Nazis and their name, Nazis/Nacho. Wow, coming in with an F slur. I'm not even a liberal, homie. What the fuck? I'm not even a liberal. Yo, are you like a Republican or like what's your deal? Why do you think I'm a liberal? I'm so confused. Like, I make fun of liberals. I literally hate what they call liberal democracy. You know why? It's because it's undemocratic. You know why? Because it's just capitalism. What is your deal though? Why do you think I'm if I'm a liberal, what are you? I'm so confused. If I'm a liberal, what does that make you? Like, how do you identify? If you're going to be a troll, you got to try harder, okay? Otherwise I might have to bop you. My gosh. Yeah. I'm the one that makes fun of liberals. What? How are you going to get this wrong? That's me. That's my job. All right, so we're going to talk about the Nazis. He expected to get insta-bopped, wasn't prepared to defend his actions. Yeah. Well, that F slur is pretty awful. I think they know. I think they're going for the ban when they do that stuff. Okay. Wow. They're coming in hot today. Folks, they're coming in hot today. You just bring up the Nazis and they start getting weird. I'm anti-government, pro-real capitalism. You're pro-capitalism. Okay. Hey, guys. All right. I'm just going to say, like, literally no one here... Now that you've said that... now that you just said that, no one's going to take you seriously. Just at the end of the day, it's because capitalism relies on exploitation. It literally relies on poverty. So you're just a poverty simp. You just love poverty. You love when kids are homeless or something. I don't know, homie. So now I'm gonna let you stay around as long as you don't get abusive, okay? And don't annoy me, and don't be annoying. Yeah. Otherwise I will have to bop you. What's my solution? It's called communism. It's fucking based as fuck. Do you need help? Do I need to hold your hand through this? Marxist-Leninism. Let's go, homie. Put on your big boy pants. It's time to do the dialectic.
I love the dialectic.
Otherwise, you're just like making it up. Otherwise, you're just like, you literally don't have a frame to understand the world. You're just going by vibes, homie. Isn't it weird that like... Isn't it weird that like you simp for exploitation? Like, I don't know how to dumb this down for you. And now I'm scared if I keep engaging with you, you're just going to drag me down to your level and beat me with experience, you know? Which is the level of just not an understander of the world. It's the economy, stupid. Like, if you hate having people who are super wealthy all over the place and also have extreme poverty at the same time, people in the United States who are homeless. We got 500,000 homeless people. 1/5 of those are children. We got 100,000 homeless kids. And you're like, yay, capitalism. Like, how do you not piece this together, homie? These things are related. We need you to see this. It's the economy, stupid. Capitalism, which is, you know, the few owning property, owning wealth, exploiting the rest of the people, the vast majority of the people, that's just how the fucking thing works. So if you don't like how there are people in poverty while there are extremely wealthy people at the same time, you got to ask yourself, well, how does that actually happen? It doesn't just fucking happen, okay? There are systems in play here that we have to ask ourselves, what are the foundations of these problems? Do we really care about the people who are affected by these problems? If we do, then we have to really look, what are the foundations of these problems? How can we get at the root of these problems? You have to do a dialectical. You have to do the work. And literally liberal democracy, what you shill for while calling me a liberal, yo, piece it together. It ain't working, homie. This is not working. What about this? What about this makes you think it's working? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea what's going on in the world? How do you look around and be like, yeah, it's capitalism. It just needs to be tamed a little bit. Get the fuck out of here. You got a liberal heckler up in here.
We have basically a liberal heckler who snuck in here today.
Calling me a liberal. Get the fuck out of here. Baby brain.
Get the fuck out of here.
Go fuck yourself, you cunt.
We do it because it's right. Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too.
Mediocre. Mediocre.
The Holodomor was not real.
Of the Islamic Union of Mujahideen of Afghanistan and other members of his distinguished delegation.
Hang on a minute. It's not your country, Joe. You doddering old fool.
All right. So let me know what else is on your radar today, chat. I don't know what's wrong with people, man. I don't know. Oh yeah, the Black Panther Party. My paving the road to political persecution, yet call others Nazis. What? My paving the road to political persecution? Sorry? Is that a sentence, homie? Do you want to try again? Not doing well. All right. You're sort of lazy. Sort of a lazy troll. Yo, I've wiped the floor with you. How do you stay around? How does one get their ass whipped like that and just like stay around? My God, it's like you've got a fucking masochist. You're a fucking masochist. You got a kink for being owned. You call yourself a capitalist, but you love being publicly owned. Curious. What is wrong with you people? Y'all don't even have a fucking single, like, original argument. Nothing. It's like you've been saying the same things for 100 fucking years, y'all. Fascism is the same argument over and over and over again. These people think they're fucking clever. Are you going to talk about the Ukraine situation more broadly? Especially the fall of Kherson? Or just the one slice? The fall of Kherson. Look at that fucking framing. What do you mean the fall of Kherson? Yeah, we are going to talk about Kherson. We're going to talk about Russia clearly making a strong strategic move and pulling out of Kherson to what they call the left bank of the river. Yeah. They chose to evacuate. Retreat makes it sound like the Ukrainians were like making an offensive, and it's just like simply not exact. It's just not true, is that? Hello, Justin. Welcome in. All right, I got this thing. Can I copy this? Yeah. Yeah. Can I pasta? I can pasta. I can copy. I can pasta. Telefanger. We'll get into this. We'll get into it. Die Telefanger Brigade. Meinen Vater. Sorry. Yeah, we'll talk about it. Haven't really gone anywhere? What do you mean? Didn't they go back to the left bank? Either way, a newly Russian city is now in Ukraine's hands, which has to be the worst humiliation of the war so far for them. What is this framing? Do you think Putin's really mad about this? I don't see that. What is this framing? All this framing is about, ooh, I hope this makes Putin mad. It's just, what are we doing here? I just don't see that this being a dialectical argument. That's got to be really embarrassing for them. What? Who's embarrassed? What does this change materially, them being embarrassed? What are we doing? What is this argument? Shouldn't they be proud of, like, if they made a strategic decision, doesn't that mean they should be, like, patting themselves on the back for being correct? Like, I don't get this. Homies. All this framing is like, oh, I don't know what the framing is sometimes. It just doesn't cut it for me. The lock gates near the left side of the dam, this is in Kherson, were blown to disable the dam's ability to produce power or be used as a crossing. The water flow looks unchanged. Okay, so that is interesting. They blew the dam. God damn it. Damn. We'll talk about that. Maybe we can get Ross in here to hold our hands through this. What is it? Naval fleet of drones. Wow. This guy's a sicko, too. This Owen McDonald dude. Ugh. Imagine taking a photo of yourself, and it looks like that. And then you post it on the internet. I can't fathom this. All right, no. I want to dig in later. Bear with me, kids. I want to hold off here. It's Sunday as well, so there's no Democracy Now! Headlines. What is this? The fucking drone fleet? Do we got a Ross in the house? Because that's great news. You love to see it. Ross Publica. Everyone follow Ross Publica. Big shout out to my mods, all the people that keep this stream alive. We'll try that again. Kherson is in the Donbass region? Yeah? Maybe? I don't know. I think it's like maybe on the edge. It's like down. Okay. Like, and the live UA map will help too. It's like as far, what am I gonna say here, southeast as the Russians have gone, pretty much, you know, pretty much. It's as far southeast as they've gone. Now, is it Donbass? No, it's not. Donbass are these two areas right here, right? So it's part of this area. What do we call this area? Do we call it the Zaporizhia Oblast? I don't know. The Kherson and Zaporizhia Oblasts? At least part of them? Good question. Yeah, mouth of the Dnieper. The Dnieper. What's going on up in here? Is this Moldova? Is that Moldova? Got small brain sometimes here. Feel free to hold my hand through anything. All right. Yeah. So I think the answer is no. That's my understanding. Will it come up on the map? Yeah, this helps. How about that? Shit, good shit. All right. Dan, Kherson. Oh, I didn't look at your analogy. Let's say you and I are boxing, and you tell me you're about to uppercut me, almost certainly winning you the round and maybe the fight. So I, a skilled fighter, step back a bit. Have you scored a major victory? Right. Are you embarrassed? Right? Is it a major victory? I don't know. I don't know what you're asking here. It seems like a minor victory. It's like, yes, that's a good thing. If you're that fighter. Are you embarrassed? No. Are you... Is this a turning point of the war? No. Like, does this represent anything huge for Ukraine? No. Is Ukraine, I think... Are they losing the war? I believe yes. So the Kherson analogy, let's say, yeah, right. Have I scored a major victory? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but like, in a sense, yeah. If you're that fighter. Which fighter? Hold on. If you're the skilled fighter, yeah, that's a good thing for you. And it's not a good thing for the other side, but it's being painted as such, as the opposite. And that's the weird thing, right? Okay, that's what we're getting at here. I want to talk about this thread. What's on my radar? We're gonna get into all this later, homies. China, represented by Xi Jinping. This framing from this Guardian article. Let's talk about this. There's a couple China things. So China is going to be a topic today. I need to do a deep dive on China, homies. There's going to be a time when I've got to really study the revolution there. Okay. So we got Jacobin, China, nukes. I'll just say nukes. I'll say empires, lies about nukes. Okay? Good? Great. Y'all see that Jacobin article? Holy shit, dude. What a piece of shit. It's one of those things that made me realize I gotta learn more so I can push back against empire's lies more effectively. Okay. Let me see if I can find that one. And I'm also looking for the thread about Nazis and Nacho. I'm not exactly prepared today. You stop reading Jacobin? I'm sure there's good stuff every now and then. It just appears to be a lot of bad shit, too. Here it is. They're getting wrecked in the replies. Saying here, in the 1920s, Chinese Communist Party retreated from the cities to the countryside to wage a protracted guerrilla war. This long separation from the Chinese working class fostered an autocratic culture that went on to shape the party's rule over China. It's the, what do they call it? The compatible left over here, right? pretty awful shit, and they're just getting wrecked in the quote tweets and the replies. Who wrote this article? A socialist from South Korea. South Korean socialist. I don't know. I think they live an American South Korean socialist in no particular order. I don't know, but that's what I looked into. They found an anti-Chinese communist, Asian person, and that's just what they do. It's just the move that they do, right? Isn't that the move that they do, that the compatible left does? They find someone to make the uncomfortable argument for them, destroying solidarity with actual leftists with material analysis. How are you going to force people with material analysis out of your movement? God. I don't know what they call this move. Tokenism? I don't know. Is that too far? I don't think so. We could talk about it. Alright. We'll get back to it. I present everyone the Jacob and Hamsick. Alright, yeah, we're definitely going to get into this this argument here. I was reading through the quote tweets, just clicking all the buttons here. I feel like everyone else is talking about Twitter and Elon Musk. I don't have any big things to say, but this is funny. Getting fact checked by his own website in real time. I think that's great. I mean, if this SS is invading the city, I'd want to leave. Oh, that's one way to frame it. Lee Carter with an L here, posting an L. He says a rare anarchist W, reposting Popular Front, talking about this anarchist group Glaz Oktka. Apparently they bombed a Russian army recruiting station and did some other sabotage. But what he doesn't know about Popular Front is that they're sus as fuck. He helped raise money for the Azov Nazi kids summer camp, as did the serfs. You know that? And the Esha K chiming in, dude, it's owned by an NED funded outlet. Yeah. Someone fucked over Eli Lilly for $8. I just love this. Is that true? They lost like billions of dollars in market valuation or whatever I'm saying. I don't even know what I'm saying. Effectively, investors lost money. Assholes. Anyways, they do Contra-like acts in Myanmar, like bomb schools. I didn't know this. This group. Glaz Oktka. You can't look at one incident. You have to look at the whole ecosystem. You got a bit of info in this group, huh? You think they're a bit sus. Well, it seems to track. Do we do a deep dive? Or did you want to riff on it a little bit? Boke? Is it this group? Glaz Oktka? Is it the same as Boke? Is it the same or not? Taylor B, welcome in. Love the stash. It's nice. Thank you. My story about that is, I had a beard and then I got rid of it and played around with the facial hair in the meantime. It was fun, And I had a mustache for a little bit. And I think I was going back to the beard. And then I read a tweet. And it said, a mustache is the sluttiest thing a man can do. And I'm like, that's funny. I'm going to lean into that. And it started to grow on me, literally and, emotionally. It's okay. It's like sort of okay, It sort of fits there right on my face. It's okay. This group's associated with Boke. And those wire glasses are the sluttiest things men could do. That and those... yeah. I gotta get some wire frame glasses. Let's go. I mean, we could do a little deep dive on this. I'm fine with that. That sounds fun. We got a lot to get into today. All right, what else is going on? We'll come back to these things. We'll come back to these things. Just, things here. Oh, this is a great thread here. This is the Nacho Nazi thread. It's a good one. You're gonna like this. You're gonna like that a lot. Thanks, Ross. Yeah. Thank you, homie. Whoops. Oh. A wireframe glasses. That's... I want to ask my partner what she thinks about that. Okay. I think we got ourselves a pretty good list here of stuff to talk about, huh? Pretty good list. Yeah. I feel like there's something else I want to peek at here. How about this? Let's just go right here. On November 13th, 1943, Soviet communist Konstantin Alexandrovich Chekhovich independently planned and carried out an explosion in the Porkov cinema during a meeting of Nazi soldiers and officers. 760 German Nazis were killed, including 2 generals and over 40 officers. Wait. Have you heard about this? Hey, Left Justified. This sounds like... Right. This sounds like, fucking Inglorious Bastards, right? This sort of sounds like that, right? Buongiorno. What does he say his name is? Right? Thanks for the lurk. 760 German Nazis were killed. Is this I'm still like, I can't believe this, right? Is this true? Yeah, the end scene. Oh, it's so fucking memorable. Okay, so... Okay, let's see what we could find out about this real quick. Okay. I just, you know, we'll see. There's a bombing? Well, let's just go with a name. Explosion? Nazis? A couple links here. Not many links. I don't know. It's like, do I believe this or not? Oh my God. 500 to 600? Oh my God. Born in 1919. Is this real? I'm finding it hard to believe. Let me know if you find anything on this. Maybe I'll put a pin in this and come back later. 64 kilos of tar? What is going on? I need a source. Like, is this real? They mentioned Tarantino here in the movie. Oh. That is problematic.
Quentin Tarantino, in his film about Inglourious Bastards, defeating Hitler, actually stole Shahavich's feat, attributing it to heroes that did not exist in the West.
It's pretty fucked, right? Thanks, Duttmeister. It's up in here. Soviet Intelligence and Security Services 64 to 70 has selected big Soviet publications, some additional titles from other sources, 1972. Okay. Oh. Oh. Arranged for an explosion to occur at the theater of Porkov, 1943, November 13th. Hundreds of German officers and soldiers were killed. The authors claim it was the biggest sabotage action undertaken by Soviet intelligence during World War II, and that nothing has been revealed about it for 24 years. They state that all names given to the account except for one are true. Holy shit! You've gotta be kidding me. Got him. Wow, man. I'm sort of blown away, right? Get out of here. Still don't know if I believe this, you know? I'm like on the fence, right? Is this real? Pork. This says more than 700. Powerful explosion rocked a cinema in the town of Porkov in the Pskov region. More than 740 officers, 2 generals, organizer, perpetrator of this massive act of sabotage. The cinema manager. Okay. Homie. Inglourious Bastards is extremely problematic. I had no fucking idea, dude. They totally ripped. Okay, well, in the movie, I don't want to spoiler alert, you know? Spoiler alert. Oh my god. I guess this part's not so bad because they, in the movie, it was, you know, like a French lady. But this was an active fighter in the 7th Leningrad Partisan Brigade. So they sort of like, this is weird, right? No hard sources yet. Wow. But you sort of see how Inglourious Bastards stole this story and twisted it up. Oh my god. Spent 2 years blending in with the locals in the town, gaining the confidence of the Germans, became a family man, worked as a clock repairer, then electrician at the local power station, getting a job at the cinema as a mechanic, subsequently promoted to manager, Mr. Manager. The Porkov Cinema was chosen by the command of the Partisan Brigade as the main target of the operation, while the German servicemen would gather on the ground floor to watch films. A branch of the German security service, the SD, was located on the first floor, using his pockets and a small lunch bag. Chekovich gradually smuggled 65 kilograms of TNT, skillfully planning it around the perimeter of the building, installing a timer. His wife's sister, Evgenia Mikhailova, who worked as a cleaner there, assisted him greatly. The sabotage expert calculated everything well. The blast came at the appointed time, and the cinema building collapsed like a house of cards, burying under the debris the German servicemen who'd gathered for the last film show of their lives. It was a blockbuster. For carrying out his mission, Chekovich was put forward for the Hero of the Soviet Union title, never awarded. His 2-week period in German captivity was a factor. Only in 2013 was a commemorative plaque to him unveiled in the town of Porkov. Is this him? No. Wow. I still don't know, you know? This could easily turn out to be false. Like, why have I never heard this before? Why aren't there any good sources on this? I want an expert to tell me about this. Wow. All right. There you go. All right. Anything? Anyone got anything else? I can't read Brazilian. Oh yeah, my account was permanently suspended from Reddit. Don't ask. Don't ask. All right. That place sucks, dude. Every Reddit is run by a bootlicker. I did. I owned them too hard. And they got mad. Fucking Reddit mods, dude. They are the worst. Can you imagine being a Reddit mod? Oh my lord above. News article about the plaque. Thank you. A memorial plaque appeared in Porkov in memory of the feat of the lone saboteur. There it is. That's all you get. There's another picture. Okay. It's all right. So 2013, November. So the day it happened. However many years later, right? I can't. Why are you going to do this to me? This was reported to the Pskov Information Agency by the press service of the regional parliament. God damn it, dude. What the fuck? This is a significant day, not only to the Porkoviches, but also for our entire history. The main reward for a hero is the memory of our generations. Hold on. Get out of there. They're saying, for several years, the deputies of the Porkov District Assembly have been collecting, summarizing archival materials and other evidence of this historical fact. Today, it's been reliably established it was Konstantin Chekovich who blew up the cinema with the Nazis. You serious? According to historical version, the historical version, which does not yet have documentary evidence, after the explosion, Hitler declared Konstantin Chekovich his personal enemy. Oh, he made Hitler so mad, dude. Is this true? I don't know what to believe. Communist Party of India tweeting about it. This guy goes, remind me, how many Russian men, women, and children were killed under the orders of Joey Stalin? How many Nazis did the Russians kill versus any other army? And how many Russians died fighting them? No reply. Sit down. Sit down. All right. Well, while we're on the topic of Nazis, decided to compile these in a single image in case someone's alarm bells haven't gone off yet. Yeah, right? All right. So, yeah. the Dirlewanger Brigade. This patch just showed up in a video, I believe, of the Ukrainians liberating Kherson after the Russians pulled out. But Dan, we know the pullout method doesn't work. Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen this patch yet either, or I haven't recognized it. We know about the Galician patch with the yellow lion and the blue background. We know about the red and black UPA flag. Chester with 21 months, homie, love your face. It's on Russian Wikipedia, huh? Yeah, hold on, back to this then. Thank you. It's true. It's starting to get more and more reliable, right? This is starting to feel more and more reliable. Look at all these sources, homies. Thanks, Benjamin. Reuters casually posting Ukrainian soldiers doing the Roman salute again. Hey, Furl. New chatter. Coming in hot. With a helpful link. Thank you so much, homie. Look at this website. Let me turn off. Okay, there. Okay. Whoop. Holy shit. I mean, that could be just like any building destroyed during World War II, right? I'm trying to be skeptical, but like reasonable at the same time. I got the plaque. That looks like him. Let's see if I could translate it. Is this translate a webpage? What's happening? That didn't work. Oh, I just got the... Where did the button go? It was like going to let me translate it. Is that it? Translate this page. English. This fucking website. Oh my god. At the premiere of the film Truxa, or Circus Artists. They died doing what they loved. Get out of here. Yo. Is this it? Holy shit, we're down the rabbit hole. This is archived, so I got a feeling it's not going to load, you know? If it's a video. Fuck. Oh my god. This is it. You're there to watch this famous tightrope artist. Hans Seltzer and La Jana in Truxa. Ich habe ein Truxa für dich. Ich habe zwei Truxa. Oh. They wanted to see the pretty lady. Oh my god, right? Yo. This is so fascinating. Fucking... Dude. I really did like Inglourious Bastards. Now that I know more about it, it's like sort of hurting it. It's hurting my ability to enjoy it. You should have just made the right story. The true story. Like, why would you do an A... What is the fucking... That's such a weird thing to do. Now you know how they got the fucking military-industrial complex to sign off on that fucking movie, don't we? Alright, I'm starting to believe more and more and more that it's actually true. 700. Including 2 generals. This is incredible. Oh my god. The next day, the German commandant of Porkov made an order for carpenters for 360 coffins. That means they were sitting 2 to 3 corpses in a coffin. Whoops. Yo. This is incredible. I'm still, you know, none of us were there, so none of us can be like 100% confident this is true, but this is an incredible story. I feel like I'm past the 50% confidence level, you know? I'm like more apt to believe it is true. But of course, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, oh no, this is just destroyed in some other bombing. And this whole story was made up. You know, I'm just being honest here. It's an incredible story, man. All right, do we want to dip out of this? Got some other Nazi stuff to talk about? Oh my god, dude. I took too many shrooms last night, I guess, and I closed my eyes and there was just so much Nazi stuff because I've been, you know, it's just every time you dig into history, you keep finding Nazis. I've been really focusing on this time period. Saw some real dark stuff, you guys. The fucking trip started out really nice, and then it took like a really dark turn at night. And I was like, I want it to be over. When can I go to sleep? Scary Nazi stuff. Do you see the picture of, fuck, man, more Nazi stuff. Do you see the picture of the PM, I believe, of Sweden standing at Ataturk's tomb? Yo, you guys, what is going on out there? Oh my god, Dave Rubin. How many Nazis? All the way down. We gotta talk about this Nazi. Too many Nazis, you guys. That's the funniest thing. Talk about these Nazis. But I'll talk about this Nazi. So many Nazis, you guys. Too many Nazis. Here. What? Where'd it go? Come on. We were having such a good time. All right, so Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of Sweden, staying at Mustafa Kemal Ataturk's tomb. I'm reading a book about how Germany was very much interested in the Turkish Revolution, the Turkish nationalist revolution that, you know, they sort of began in 1908 and would continue for the next, I don't know, 10, 15 years. Is that accurate? So the nationalists in Germany were very interested in what Ataturk and Enver Pasha were up to. They named a bridge in Germany after Enver Pasha. Hitler had a favorite bust of Ataturk that he had, and he called him his shining star. And here's the Prime Minister of Sweden standing at Ataturk's tomb. I couldn't believe it when I saw this because I just learned about, I just saw, for the first time like a week ago, I saw a picture of Ataturk's tomb. And so it somehow registered immediately. I was like, wait, I've seen that. I've seen that. You just remembered what? Send me a TikTok on Discord? I suppose so. They were responsible for the... Yeah. The Young Turks were responsible for the Armenian genocide. We're talking up to 1.5 million Armenians. I think at least 50,000 Assyrians. They were fighting the Greeks as well. They burned the fuck out of the city of what is now Izium, I believe. Smyrna is what it was called then. Ataturk literally pretty much said 2 days before the burning of Smyrna, where I believe 100,000 died. 2 days before, he like warned, I think, the Entente powers, you know, the Turkish nationalists are pretty mad. I can't promise that there won't be any war crimes or some shit like that. That's a paraphrase, but pretty fucking psycho shit. Not a good guy. Okay? Not a good guy. Not a lot of people know about this. 15 quote tweets. Nothing. What? That's mostly a couple Swedish people, I think. This guy's saying. Hint, hint. What, Ross? You were responsible? Yeah, sorry. All right. All right. Let's talk about this video here. More Nazis here. The village of Kiselivka. Damn it, man. The village of Kiselivka is under Ukrainian control. The village is located less than 15 kilometers from Kherson. They posted this video next to the largest European media, European media, to let the world know. What? Who's this guy? What's that patch? Show us the tattoos. Oh yeah. Yeah, Russ. What is that patch? Who would wear that patch?
28 бригада, Кисельовка, Северада.
Didn't we watch this the other day and I was like, what's that patch? And I didn't know what it was. Or is that a different video? I can't remember. You look at so much stuff I can't keep track, I'll be honest.
Huh?
What's that patch? Show us the patches, show us the tattoos. There he is. It looks like he's got like another Totenkopf patch. Sort of hard to tell. Beneath his radio or whatever. Dude. Every time Western media posts a Ukrainian Nazi, a liberal gets their wings. It just literally can't stop.
Херсонская область, Херсонский район, Чорнобайська рада.
Seriously cannot stop.
Слава Україні. І два паренька притісались до нас 58.
See the other
Як вони
flags.
сюди попали, ми взагалі...
Let's see the other flags, guys.
Ми по дорозі їхали.
Alright, that's that. So this is happening outside of Kherson. Alright, so what is this? The Dirlevanger Brigade. Symbol of the division here. Looks like 2 grenades, right? Like Nazi-ass grenades. It's because they're Nazis. The Dirlevanger Brigade, also known as the SS Sturmbrigade Dirlevanger, from 1924, or the 36th Waffen-Grenadier Division of the SS, or the Black Hunters, Die Schwarzen Jäger, was a unit of the Waffen-SS during World War II. The unit named after its commander, Oskar Dirlevanger. What does that mean? Like, a lot of German names will translate. Okay. So let's do... It looks like a compound word. Dirle. Tell her Teller Wanger. What? All right. All right. Forget it. Maybe it doesn't translate. Oscar Teller Wanger consisted of convicted criminals who were not expected by Nazi Germany to survive their service with the unit. Originally formed in 1940, first deployed for counterinsurgency duties against the Polish resistance movement. The brigade saw service in anti-partisan actions in German-occupied Eastern Europe. During its operations, the unit participated in, wait for it, the mass murder of civilians and in other war crimes. That's right, war crimes. No, what does this one do? War crimes! War crimes in German-occupied Eastern Europe. It gained a reputation among Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS officers for its brutality. It was known amongst Nazis for being especially brutal. By the way, the name Nazi is fascinating. We're going to talk about that later. We got some history. Maverick, welcome in. Oh, I know, Ross, right? All right, so several members, such as Hans von Kullen, were put to death post-war by ad hoc tribunals. Several commanders attempted to remove Dirlewanger from command and to dissolve the unit, but powerful patrons within the Nazi apparatus protected Dirlewanger and intervened on his behalf. Amongst other actions, the unit took part in the destruction of Warsaw in late 1944 and in the massacre of around 100,000 of Warsaw's inhabitants in August 1944 during the Warsaw Uprising, as well as the brutal suppression of the Slovak National Uprising of August in October 1944. And I'm going to go ahead and tie this back into my pet project that I'm working on currently, which is talking about the rise of Turkish nationalism. Again, the Nazis were looking at the Turkish fight, on their side during World War I, so there was that relationship. They were noticing that after World War I had ended, the Turkish nationalists were still fighting. Everyone else in Europe was fucking sick of war, They're depleted of stuff. But the Turkish are still fighting. And the proto-Nazis in Germany, the nationalists in Germany that had not yet taken power after World War I, they were fixated, absolutely fixated on what was happening in Turkey. The papers could not stop writing about what was happening in Turkey because they were seeing, I believe, the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Armenians happening in Turkey so that Turkey could establish its ethno-state, its pan-Turkic ethno-state, whatever. And the Germans saw this as a model. So after World War I, the Entente powers, they're like, all right, we're going to give you the Treaty of Sèvres. This chopped up the Ottoman Empire and left Turkey to be very, very small. The Turkish nationalists were furious. They kept fighting. They kept negotiating. They sent a guy to negotiate, and he turned off his earpiece while the Entente powers were trying to negotiate with him, and he turned it back on and act like he didn't hear anything when it was his turn to talk, because he didn't hear anything. That pissed him off, dude. He walked out in negotiations, but yet he was working with a strong hand because the Turkish were still fighting. So what I'm saying is, perhaps some of these convicted criminals, not expected by Nazi Germany to survive their service with the unit originally formed in 1940, blah, blah, blah. Perhaps some of these soldiers were reading those German papers that I've been reading about, talking about pretty much how Turkey was their model. They got away with it because after the Treaty of Sèvres, they pushed and pushed, and they got the Treaty of Lausanne signed, establishing what is pretty much modern-day Turkey, much bigger than what the Treaty of Sèvres would have allowed. It was a huge win for the Turkish nationalists, and sets us up for today for what we're a lot of things that we're looking at today. The The Nazis were inspired by the Turkish. They saw them get away with the burning of Smyrna, the ethnic cleansing of Assyrians, of Armenians. And they're like, oh, I guess we can do it too. If they can do it, why can't we? Scary shit. Nazis all the way down, homies. This is sweet. The new citizens of Kherson. Here's this. This is actually the video that got me banned. I think this is what led to me getting banned on Reddit. I got permanently suspended. Because this video was posted in a subreddit. It's a video of Ukrainian soldiers with like a Russian soldier. And he's their prisoner of war, right? All right, now, I don't think Twitter or TikTok or YouTube or Reddit should be sharing these videos. It's a war crime. It's a Geneva Convention, homies. Why are they allowing this? Why are they allowing this? Again, I'm not going to show it. Even the Washington Post is saying you should think twice before sharing it. All right. The latest in a string of such Russian POW videos that have been disseminated far and wide in recent days as most of the world unites behind Ukraine. Its kibble for the social media crowd confirms that their prior beliefs and indeed confirms much of what we know objectively about Russian misinformation. Blah, blah, blah. All right. It's also something you should be extremely cautious about because human rights groups say it violates international law. There are extensive rules for prisoners of war. The Geneva Conventions establish that. Among them is a prohibition on turning them into subjects of public curiosity. Now, is anyone going to tell me that you believe that this video is not doing exactly that? That's exactly what's happening, right? They're becoming a subject of public curiosity. Does anyone disagree with this? It seems like a given. So then, what the fuck is this? That makes this a war crime. So look at us being desensitized to war crimes. You're looking at a war crime. I'm not going to play the video because I don't think we should. And they're just gladly posting their war crimes. Do you think they're going to be tried afterwards? How about that? We got all these videos of Ukrainians and Russians. I don't care which side's doing it. It's easy to oppose war crimes on both sides. We got all these videos of Ukrainians, and I'm sure some Russians too. I've just been seeing way more Ukrainians. I don't know. I think I'm following the worst subreddits. All right? And they're like turning their prisoners into objects of public curiosity. Full stop. I mean, if you disagree, I don't know even how to begin the conversation. But like full stop. That's what's happening there. And we're becoming desensitized to it. Now, what's going to happen to these people? We got all these videos of they're like turning they're like, we know who they are. We probably got their faces and names. Are they going to be tried? Are there going to be tribunals after this? Aren't you fucking curious about how this is all going to play out, right? So here are the new citizens of Kherson. Sadistic terrorists funded by the West, since they have traditions of doing that.
There were other unintended consequences, as we know.
Same West who sponsored, trained, and equipped ISIS, the Mujahideen. Mexican cartels approach is required so they can't behave like that. What? So I guess they're pointing out this guy, Daniel Lyashuk. Sort of hard to tell in the picture, I guess, but this is him. Show us the tattoos. Show us the patches. Every time, dudes. Show us the tattoos. Show us the patches. Show us your little salutes. It steps like a goose. Show us the patches. Show us the Nazi symbols. Look at you. Fucking freaks. What? The West mainstream media is preparing the public for Bucha 3. Bucha? Bucha. The same West mainstream media that in Yugoslavia demonized and dehumanized the Serbs, meanwhile supporting radical terrorists decades ago, now acting by the same predictable scenario. Garden Cat. Garden Variety Cat Lady, thanks for the 6, homie. War Crimes Prosecution, Kherson. Why do I feel like the West is just going to do what it does, which is act like it never does anything wrong, and everyone else is doing everything wrong? All this is fully funded and supported by the West's civilized society political elites. These are the people where they're like, oh, well, at least in the West we have democracy, we have civilized society. We let... When we protest, they don't put down the protests. Yes, they do. It's so fucking dumb. Hey, guys. Yeah, welcome in. It's a banger. All right, more Nazis. I don't think they're even doing it slowly. Expect a slew of stories this week about Russian crimes in Kherson. Meanwhile, Ukrainians hunt down collaborators. Yeah, they showed us videos of the Ukrainians in Kherson like welcoming the Ukrainian soldiers. Did you notice they didn't show us video of you know, people leaving Kherson before the Ukrainian military showed up? You know, because they were going to be killed by him. I got blocked. Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan. Let's talk Mehdi Hassan. Let's talk about how people are framing this whole thing. So, this is back in October, about a month ago. There were videos, protesters in Germany berating Ukrainian refugees. I think they were calling them Nazis and shit. Well, show us the tattoo. Show us the flags. Give us a close-up of what they had. What is that flag, homies? You see that Iron Cross? Is that a Nazi Iron Cross there? Or no? Show us the tattoos. Show us the flags. Come on. Don't be scared to show us the flags. Getting a real small slice there, huh? Yo, when have you seen a Ukrainian rally without Nazi symbols? Feels like we're not getting the whole story there. Right? It's like it doesn't take too long to find something. Unless they're not letting you see it. So, and then Mehdi Hassan's replying to this. This is what happens when some on the far left and far right decide to blame all Ukrainians for the actions of the neo-Nazi Azov battalion. Yo, you're minimizing the problem of Nazis in Ukraine, Mehdi Hassan. By doing that, you're doing a form of Nazi apology. You're saying, oh, the Nazis aren't as big a problem as you think they are, Dan. The Nazis aren't just in Azov. Smells like Hitler particles. You can't even do a Women's Day puff piece without Nazi imagery. Yo, wasn't it like the UN? Who posted that tweet? Dragged in the replies there. So the Reichskommissar of Ukraine literally hunted Ukrainians for sport, and you want to bleed about the Nazis being the lesser evil in Ukraine? All right, so here this reads, Hitler would have none of such plans, however, and placed most of Ukraine under the direction of East Prussian Gautelier, Erich Koch, who publicly emphasized his contempt for Ukrainians as racial inferiors, forbade his subordinates in any social contact with them. As in other areas of occupied Eastern Europe, these subordinates were often former SA men with no training in administration, who saw their new posts as opportunities for self-enrichment. One letter the Nazis confiscated lamented a situation, quote, 100 times worse, end quote, than under the Bolsheviks. Yet such sentiments did not concern Koch, who vowed to pump every last thing out of this country. Considering the local inhabitants no better than animals, he literally hunted them in special reserves. Whoa! Yeah. Also, it's 2022. World War II's over. Hitler, Stalin, both long dead. Why are you even bothering with the emotional support Nazism for Azov? Statistically speaking, their great-grandfathers would have fought in the Red Army. Worthless great-grandchildren of glorious great-grandfathers, etc., etc. Mehdi's posted about that shit too in the past. He's talked about Nazis. I just don't get the take is mind-boggling to me. Where is it? Fuck. I just closed it. Check this out. Why was it? All right, weird quote from Reuters. Moscow, this is Mehdi Hassan back in May. Moscow calls the Azov regiment Nazis. He goes, pretty sure most Western governments and commentators called them Nazis too, until just the other day. And he's getting onto something right there, isn't he? Blue Dorkfish, welcome in, new chatter. Look, You could support Ukraine without normalizing or downplaying the clear neo-Nazi origins and members of Azov. Pick a lane, bro. What? Pretty sure defending the neo-Nazi Azov battalion is what's playing into Russian propaganda, and certain Ukrainian officials like this ambassador should probably stop doing it. Just a suggestion. Plenty of brave non-Nazi Ukrainians fighting to defend their country right now. The Ukrainian ambassador to Germany says, stop demonizing the Azov battalion as they are courageous fighters protecting their homeland. This is playing into Russian propaganda. I think we should be less worried about how it's playing into Russian propaganda and how we should be more worried about how we're giving the Azov battalions and other far-right Nazis, and there are tons of them, not just the Azov, far-right fascists, some neo-Nazis, some Nazi-adjacent. You know, maybe we should be worried about what could happen when we give these people, you know, weapons. What could go wrong? Instead, they're like worried about the optics. Fuck the optics. Fuck you. What? All right. Let's take a short break. And then we'll continue the show. I'm going to run the ad. You're not going to miss anything, though. Maybe Americans should learn about the OU1. How America recognized them as the legitimate government of Ukraine until the end of the Soviet Union. I think I've made that explicit connection before, but I guess that makes sense. The OUNB. And, World Ukrainian Congress, right? Or am I thinking World Uyghur Congress? And I'm mixing them up. Oh yeah, they're anti-communists. Between 2014 and 2021, every story about Ukraine in the media was about the far-right neo-Nazi takeover, or about how Ukraine is super fucking corrupt, etc., etc. Now the media doesn't see any Nazis. It doesn't see corruption. Very weird. Yeah. Very weird stuff. Weird indeed. Yep, let's take a short break. I'm going to run the ad. You're not going to miss anything. Don't go anywhere. This is a great time to grab a beverage. Maybe even a snack. I'll be right back.
And for me, Henry, you remember you're going to go work for Tricky Dick, but you remember who you belong to. And that's what hungering for power is. It's climbing like the political climbers and careers have done in every country in the world. And we on the left don't do that. We stand out in the rain. We stand out on the picket line. We put our jobs on the line. We risk our careers. In many cases, we even risk our physical safety and our lives in all sorts of countries. If it's power we want, why do we take such a circuitous route? If it's power Senator Garland wants, why is he standing back there? And 70 years standing like a legion. Well, these communists do all these reform things, yes. And liberal columnist Richard Cohen in the Washington Post says, and I think I've heard it about 800 times from different people, we ought to copy what the communists do. Why are we always on the wrong side? Why do we go into these countries and find ourselves on the side of the big landowners, the sweatshop owners, the big corrupt generals who run little prostitution rackets on the side and all that stuff? And why are we with that element? Why don't we capture the hearts and minds of the people the way the communists do? Why don't we copy their techniques? What are their techniques? Well, communist techniques are very well known. Just the things we just said. They go into the village. They do land reform. They try to bring clean drinking water. They pay for the food they take. They try to help the people organize themselves. That's what they do. But if we did those things, we not only would have stolen their program, we would have become them. Because that's what they were doing. That's the thing we're fighting to prevent. Not we. That's what our government and our ruling class is fighting to prevent. That's why we always go in on the wrong side, because the wrong side is the right side for the class interests of this administration and every other administration that's occupied the White House. So it is the heart of U.S. policy, ladies and gentlemen, to use fascism to preserve capitalism while claiming to be saving democracy from communism. Now, the Soviet Union is a serious problem for world capitalism. First, it's the strongest socialist country. As the strongest socialist country, it is a major target. Second, it has assisted other revolutionary movements, mostly just diplomatically, politically, morally, but also sometimes with material aid. Not much, but rather substantial aid in the case of Vietnam. So, one goal is to try to contain the Soviet Union. The dream is finally to roll back the events of 1917, to undo history, to bring back that time when all the world belonged to us and there were no problems like this. And there became an encirclement of the Soviet Union. The most targeted socialist country in the world today is not Nicaragua, nor even Libya, if you want to call Libya socialist. I wouldn't quite call it that. It's got an erratic leader. He does immature things. He says immature things, but he's also dangerous from a class interest, but I still wouldn't call him socialist. The most encircled and threatened country is the USSR. It is the one that is targeted with all these missiles. There is, ladies and gentlemen, those missiles are not the result of an arms race. I maintain that there is no arms race, and there never has been. A race, as you know, the model of a race is the two proponents moving, each more furiously ahead of the other, trying to make put as much space to get to some goal. That model doesn't explain arms escalation. What we have had, rather, has been an arms chase, with one side, the U.S., unilaterally escalating each time, and the other side, the Soviet Union, playing catch-up, often with a 2 to 7 year lag in the particular weapon system. That was true of the A-bomb, the hydrogen bomb, the long-range bomber, submarine-launched missiles, the MIRVs, the multiple warheads, the ICBMs, tactical nuclear weapons, solid fuel rockets, and now even today with the MX, the cruise, the Pershing, and the neutron bomb. The race model doesn't explain it. It's a chase. As the Soviets said just several years ago, don't build a neutron bomb. If you build it, then we will have to build it. Don't build the MX. If you do that, we will escalate on our ICBMs. That's hardly a race. That's more of a chase. The other side asking that this escalation not take place, and then when the escalation does, it reluctantly moves on.
Right.
And
Sarah King, thanks for the 22, homie. Jeremiah, good morning. Welcome in. All right. Wall Street Journal. Are you stressed out? Grab a shovel and dig a hole. This is real. Not even joking. It's just relaxing. Digging a hole. I can't do this. People around the world have discovered the joy of digging holes. It's a random thing that anyone can do. I just can't believe this. What? This is simply too much for me. what happened here, you know? No, this is real. Wall Street Journal. Wait. I blocked them. Because I don't want to see their shit on my timeline. But this is real. It's verified. It's not one of those fake blue check marks. This is real. It's just hard to believe. I don't know what to say about that. Can you dig it? Welcome in. How you doing, new chatter? Dig a hole, new chatter. Newest fad. Dig your own grave. You fucking peasants. Get digging. It's just relaxing. In Chicago, we don't just vote. We vote early and we vote often. When you go to school in Chicago, you learn the ABVs. Always be voting. Welcome in, new chatter. Sorry that you feel like you deserve my energy. It seems like you're confused about things. All right. You worked construction most of your life, dug a lot of holes. Never did I find it relaxing. Yeah, right? It's hard as fuck. You're tired afterwards. Relaxed? What? Man. Digging's hard. This guy works on supercomputers and would work on a tunnel under his home whenever he hit a stumbling block. What in the fuck? The compulsion to dig. Deeply ingrained in the human psyche. What? Come on, man. We're just diggers. I don't know what to tell you, man. We just dig. Everywhere we go, we're just digging. Just stop fighting it, man. Just let your inner nature be. Just be yourself, man. You're a digger. Start digging. Imagine what you could find, you know? Man, later you could like dig a little hole off the side of the hole and store something there. You could put little treats and trinkets in there. Can you respond, please? What an annoying loser. I demand your attention. I deserve your energy. That's what they're saying. The innate urge to be a dwarf. I don't think this is... Folks, they will do anything to keep you from doing a revolution. They will tell you to do anything. They don't give a shit if you get involved in cults or like harmful religions. They don't give a shit, dude. As long as you don't do a revolution. Not here. If you're willing to do a revolution overseas in a place that the West would like to change, now that's another story. They would pay you to do it. They'd give you all the guns. Like, oh, you want to help me do a revolution in China? Hell yeah. This guy's our new Rambo. Give him the guns. Let's be digging. All right, so who's going to be digging? Have we inspired anyone to dig? What the fuck, bro? 7 feet deep, this guy? No way. No way. This guy digs. He's just digging, huh? What the fuck? So what's the deal? They just go to the beach and they dig? You gotta be kidding me here. And then what? Does he fill it back in? He's about to fall through the water table. What is he looking for? My God, dude. Yeah, digging holes is free. It's one of the last free things to do in the world. Yeah, go dig a hole, kid. It's free. Doesn't cost you a cent. You don't even need a shovel. Use your hands. Yeah. Hey, guys. It's been a hard day's night. You're gonna find some dinosaur shit down there. Labor's not free. That's true. I don't think there's a big market for holes out there. Yeah. Free to dig, you need a shovel. Use your hands, I said. You're not even listening to my show. Alright, digging. You dig potholes? That's weird. Alright, so this is one of the best parody accounts. One of these fake Twitter accounts. It's not a real verified account, but it's still up. I think it's because it's clearly labeled as a parody account. This one made me spit out my coffee yesterday. The difference between gender and sex, says Ben Shapiro, parody account, is I've never wanted to have gender with my sister. Oh my God, dude. I was in a really bad mood yesterday, and then I read this and it just broke me. Is that bad? Is this a problematic joke? We lost a dump truck in the quicksand. Luckily, the driver was able to get out. Yikes. Quicksand's real. Quicksand is real. Let me know when you're ready for the next tweet. Got a bunch of stuff. And we got to go down our list. Oh, I dipped out of Ukraine. Got to get back into that. Talk about the drone or the dam. China. Jacobin. Nazis, Nacho. Did we talk about the Nazis? No. Let's go back to Nazis. We're not done with Nazis yet today. You're very sick, Amber. Welcome in. I'm sorry, homie. Next slide, please. You got it, Ferret King. Next. So, back to the Nazis. And this guy, Nacho. And they sort of come from the same source. You ready? There are no Nazis. We must protect the noble Azov division. Are you serious over here? Are you kidding me? I'm not going to have Nazi apology on my channel unless I know you're doing it seriously. You mentioned the OUN? I'm sorry. I just can't track who says what, you know? I thought you were going to talk about Ukraine. That's like talking about Nazis. We'll get back to Ukraine. This is only tangentially related to Ukraine right now. All right, you're memeing. Okay, good. Nice moronic tirade on Reddit last night. Happy to see your account got suspended. Just waiting on Twitch to pull through too. Globality. You're like into the cancel culture? You're happy to see I'm suspended from Reddit because you disagree with me? And then you came from there to tell me? Like, imagine how small of a person you are. And so you also reported me to Twitch, though? Oh my god. This is what you think is power. I'm gonna get people banned. Not hanging around. Good luck. Have fun. Okay, homie. You got really small person energy. Imagine going from like one platform to the other and like, I got you banned. Whoa. This is what I do with my time. I tell people, I get people banned, and then I go to their channel, and then I tell them how I'm happy.
Damn these electric.
Oh man.
I'm not staying around. I just wanted to tell you.
$20 says they're still here. All right. Yeah, I pissed off some like literal war crime apologizing, you know, Nazi apologists up in this subreddit. I really pissed them off, and I woke up today and I was banned. I was suspended. I'm like, all right. Because I got into it with one of the mods. But the mods was like giving me shit too. And then I got banned for harassing mods. I'm like, well, what the fuck? Why don't you ban that mod too? Dan, don't tell people not to celebrate war crimes. They don't like it. Yo, it literally pisses them off. I got them all worked up in this subreddit. It's so funny. And then the fucking mods could not defend themselves. I mean, Nazis are not known for being smart people. People who defend war crimes are not known for being very bright. I wasn't expecting anything else, but I wasn't expecting to get banned. So that was a little surprising. The hardest part is I'm going to have to go back in my new account and start refollowing all those subreddits that I was following before. Probably not that one. Yo, Reddit is a hell zone. I'm only a little bit surprised I got banned. Yeah. They were just like super mad that I was calling them out for war crimes. And then they're like, well, what about the Russians that do war crimes? I'm like, I oppose that too. So if you oppose those, can you also oppose the war crimes that the Ukrainians are doing? And they're like, no! So I'm like, homies, you've lost the intellectual battle. You've lost the moral battle. And clearly, you're losing the war. Ukraine is not going to get Donbass back. It's not going to get the Kherson Oblast back. It's not getting the Zaporizhia Oblast back. And it's not getting Odessa back. I think this is a very reasonable take, and it makes their minds explode, which is one of my favorite things to do, is take, you know, facts or what's likely to be most reliably to be true and just piss people off with it. If I'm pissing people off with facts, I'm doing a good thing. And like how they can think that they're not empowering me by letting them know, by letting me know how worked up they are about it is just incredible.
Well, I came to your channel just to let you know how happy I was that you got banned.
Okay. Like how don't you realize you're owning yourself right now? God. These fucking Nazi apologists. Russia did pull their troops from Kherson, yeah. Not supposed to knock on the glass. The greatest statesman on the planet, Mr. Joe Biden. The greatest statesman.
Mediocre. Mediocre.
He's supporting Ukraine. How can they lose? They're losing. What? Look at his excellent leadership in America. He drove the Russians from Fallujah. Oh, Jesus. That is quite rich, knowing that that was the person who got me banned from Reddit. So funny. How do they not realize that they're proving me right? It's just beyond me. They got such baby brains. Terminally online losers. Like, literally Reddit mods. Literally Reddit mods. Too funny.
Bruh.
All right. All right. Who's ready for my next topic? All right, M12. Thank you, homie. This is more Nazi stuff. Nazis. I should have a button. Nazis. A topic scene button. I always get into these Nazis. I need a Nazi button. All right. This thread's about how the word nacho and the word Nazi come from the same source. What it's got to do with this guy. And one of my biggest historical accuracy pet peeves, says Rebecca McKay. I don't know who this is. Check it out. Okay. First of all, the guy in the picture is St. Ignatius of Loyola. Helped popularize the name Ignatius and its various forms. Ignaz, Ignash, and eventually Iggy around Europe. But since he was Spanish, his name was Inigo. I am Inigo Montoya. All right. One of the reasons he's a saint is that he had visions when he was in the hospital. Homie, I did shrooms last night and I had visions. Holy shit, did I have visions. He saw something that seemed to have the shape of a serpent and had many things that shone like eyes, but were not eyes. When the object vanished, he became disconsolate. Okay, hold on. Disconsolate. Unhappy, without consolation. Okay. It's just, what the fuck? So good enough for me. Make that man a saint and name a bunch of colleges after him. Right? Why don't they name places after me? I tripped last night. Anyways. That was jackass. The name remained popular. Also as a last name. My Hungarian grandmother's last name was Ignash. Or something like that. So I've got a horse in this race. Or like a snake in this hospital. Ancient stoners named saints. They'd probably find some shrooms. Okay, so nachos first. And I think more people know this part of the story. This lovely man, Ignacio Anaya Garcia, went by the logical nickname Nacho. I don't know where this guy is. He's in Texas. Working at a Texas restaurant near the border, 1943, a bunch of hungry army wives came in, but the chef was out. Nacho threw a bunch of stuff together. They loved it, and there were nachos throughout the land. Hallelujah. Is this story true? That's good enough for me. Meanwhile, in Germany... yeah, we're hoping that dam doesn't break, but it doesn't appear as though the water's been affected yet. Hey guys. They hit the dam so they can't cross it, I believe, and they can't produce power. Killeen, welcome in. The name, Ignaz, pronounced Ignatz, had somehow become a pejorative nickname connoting an uneducated peasant. Basically, it was the Cletus of the early 20th century Germany. Or rather, sorry, I'm tired, I wrote that wrong. I won't pay for Elno for the edit option. Ignaz as a name was commonly used, but his common nickname, Nazi, was the Cletus equivalent. There it is. You can only edit the first tweet, by the way, if you've already sent it. So there was and still is a left-wing German political party called the Social Democratic Party of Germany. We were talking about these guys the other day. They had the 3 arrows. They had the 3 arrows, right? What's the 3rd arrow? It's anti-Marxist Leninist. They're reactionaries. As an abbreviation of Sozialdemokrat, members were called Sozis. Did you know this? I did not. I did not know this until today. Pronounced Sotsis. Sotsis. Reactionaries are based? Oh my god. Okay, take care. Either the Nationalsozialisten or the National Socialist Party. Enter them, yeah. In Germany, that would be pronounced National. You might know them from such members as the very short Joseph Goebbels and the one-nutted Adolf Hitler. Okay. Is this true? He had one nut? Is this true? Love your face. Did he really have one nut? How many alts does this Reddit mod have? Can you imagine being that small of a person? I just simply cannot. You don't believe the one nut meme? Okay, so it's a meme. It's funny. The one nutted. People quickly realized that a great way to mock them was to abbreviate their name to parallel Sotsi, which made them Nazis, aka Cletuses. This is very important. Pick up on that right there. I'm gonna have my reader read it.
People quickly realized that a great way to mock them was to abbreviate their name to parallel Sozi, which made them Nazis, aka Cletuses.
All right? In the early days of the party, few members embraced it, kind of like Trumpers calling themselves deplorables on Twitter. Yeah? But, you know who had absolutely no sense of humor about this stuff? Mr. One Nut. Can you tell by the picture? You cannot. There's a contemporary British military song. Hitler has only got one ball. I need to hear it. Is this it?
Eine Minute, bitte. Dankeschön.
The Guardian says yes.
Ich brauche einen Fernsprecher, bitte.
Audio functionality test initialized.
Is the audio okay?
Okay. Listen very carefully.
Second guess myself here.
I haven't got much time. God, man.
Are they going to sing or what?
If Hannibal has a... If Hannibal had many balls up in the air... Hannibal isn't going to work! If you're a only one. It's no use! No use! Has only got one ball going, has two but very small.
So they take a folk song and they do the words.
And poor old Goebbels has no balls at all.
Goebbels has no balls at all. I'm known as the River Quaimars. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da. Goering has two but very small. Himmler is rather similar, but poor old Goebbels has no balls at all. All right. Wow. That's funny. Alright, I did not know that. Where am I? Mr. One Nut. Alright, after he came to power, Austrian anti-Nazis continued to use the term because they got the Cletus joke. But then it spread to the US and elsewhere. Using it in Germany would be asking to get shot. Because of Hitler's feelings. When referring to themselves, Nazis would use the term Parteigenosse or Parteigenossen, meaning party member. The party itself, they would have called the Nationalsozialiste Deutsche Arbeiterparty, or the National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDAP. Brings to my huge historical pet peeve, which I want to put out there for anyone writing historical fiction or a screenplay or whatever. Nazis did not call themselves Nazis. Now that you know, if you don't know, now you know, buddy. Now that you know, see how many times you're watching a movie and some Nazi official's like, we are proud Nazis, or here in Nazi Germany, yeah. But I also fucking love that neo-Nazis who call themselves that are unwittingly insulting themselves. Got 'em. Kind of perfect. They're such fucking idiots, dude. I'm normally call people what they ask to be called person, but in this case, it's pretty great that those guys will forever be remembered with their pejorative nickname. It's like if in 100 years everyone thought Trump's real name was Mango Mussolini. Isn't that incredible? Here's a fun graphic that I did not make. I like it, but it leaves off the nickname for Ignatz part, yeah. Alright, so let's put a moral on the story. When you find yourself living through the 40s, you can either be such a dick that the world will forget your real name, or you can melt some cheese, be a nice guy, and make the world better. Oh, that's cute. Anything else in the thread? Get a better mustache, too. Oh, here's another thread. Fascism and fajitas come from the same root. The root in question being the Latin fascis, or bundle of sticks. That's the symbol of fascism. Primarily, but not exclusively, the one that served as a Roman symbol of authority. From this comes Spanish faja, for strip, and thence the diminutive fajita. Yeah. Kind of amazing. There are no less than 2 instances in which horrible dictatorships and delicious Tex-Mex cuisine are entomologically related. Yeah. Whoa. All right. What's this? Why, I asked Hitler, do you call yourself a National Socialist, since your party program is the very antithesis of that commonly credited to socialism? Socialism, he retorted, putting down his cup of tea, is the science of dealing with a common weal, or health, or well-being. Communism is not socialism. Marxism is not socialism. The Marxians have stolen the term and confused its meaning. I shall take socialism away from the socialists. Yeah, so let's just say he was making it up. You see the Chiquita tweet about Brazil, yeah? Very funny stuff. What's up, Bandito? All right. Interesting thread there, huh? I think I retweeted it at some point today. So you can catch it on my Twitter page. Got a Twitter button? There. There's all my stuff. Yeah. Cool. How about this German basketball team? The Chemnitz 99ers. And their mascot's Karl Marx. You serious? This is so sick. Socialism is an ancient Aryan, Germanic institution. Our German ancestors held certain lands in common. Dang, man. They cultivated the idea of the common weal. Marxism has no right to disguise itself as socialism. Socialism, unlike Marxism, does not repudiate private property. See, yeah. There it is. Wow. There it is. That's just typical liberal shit right there. They're like, well, I don't know about private property. It's pretty good, right? Isn't it working out for us? I don't want to have to share a toothbrush. Right? Unlike Marxism, it involves no negation of personality. And unlike Marxism, it's patriotic. Oh. Big yikes.
Not today, Satan. Not today.
Not today. I am just... Wow. I hate Illinois Nazis. Hey guys. Midwest Manitoba. I'll share the toothbrush. Thank you. It's very thoughtful of you. That's nice. It's nice. Yes, hours. I think it's time I read Black Shirts and Reds. I need to read some Perenni. How do I get that? Our teeth. How about Dave Rubin? You ever hear of Dave Rubin? Classical liberal. Exactly. Tricked so many liberals with even less analysis than him into like watching him for a while at least. Only good gay. My God, dude. Why I Left the Left. He's got a video on PragerU. 14 million views. Why I Left the Left. And here he is. First time on a private jet. Can't find the Grey Poupon. This fucking guy. The full grift is complete. First time on a private plane. This guy did. I think it's more why libs are on your radar. I think it's why more libs are not on the left. Audiobook on my radar. What you got, Black? Yeah? Oh, sick. Is it a good voice?
Michael Parenti. Black Shirts and Reds, Rational Fascism and the Overthrow of Communism.
I don't know.
Saw, the Brown...
I can't do it. I won't be able to focus. Did I just, like, read it? There's already a guy that does a series of videos where he reads books. I don't want to bite on their content. I'd love my thought that personal property, yeah. Now, we're not talking about okay. Are we confusing, and Bandito, maybe I'm misreading this. Are we confusing personal with private property? You're shitting on isms. Okay. All right, let me read this then. I'd love my thought that personal property can exist, but the social construct develops a need for space and mental safety. But does the social construct mean that we need to socialize our governments to create stability? But somehow Marxism versus socialism fights over the shit. I'm not following, homie. That's okay, though. I'm not going to make you explain or anything. What is book called? It's called Black Shirts and Reds. All right, actually, I got to use the bathroom. I'm going to take a short break. Going to hit the 3-minute ad so you don't miss anything while I'm gone. You got that book on your shelf? It's about time I read it. There's a bunch of stuff I need to read. I need to read more. I get distracted. I do a big long stream because I think I'm trying to grind out subbies or some shit. But I need to save time for more reading. I should just read on stream. Whenever I do that, I lose viewers, though. Well, who cares? I'll save that shit for the afternoon when I normally lose viewers. All right. Isms. Let me take a break, and I'll be back in a few minutes, y'all. 160 pages? I could read that. That's like a night or two, right? All right, be back, folks. Enjoy the break. Don't go anywhere, though. I'll be right back. Yeah, thanks, Duck and Phone.
If you build it, then we will have to build it. Don't build the MX. If you do that, we will escalate on our ICBMs. That's hardly a race. That's more of a chase. The other side, asking that this escalation not take place, and then when the escalation does, it reluctantly moves on and enters it also. Reluctantly, I say, because the arms race has had a tremendous damaging effect on the Soviet economy. Every time they have to build another tank, that's one less subway car for their subways. In the USSR, any city that reaches 1 million people gets a new subway built in it. Every new missile means that much less quality consumer goods. It's also, by the way, has the same drain on our country, but it's not as evident given the kind of country it is. The arms race here, the defense spending is, of course, an enormous shot in the arm to the owning class in terms of profits, guaranteed cost overruns, fat contracts, so forth. The Soviet Union has a capital shortage, unlike the U.S., which has a capital surplus. And so, therefore, this deprivation. The Soviet Union has a labor shortage, unlike the U.S., where there are 20 million people underemployed. It has a smaller industrial base, so to match us, that's a greater drain on it. It has scientists who would prefer working in the civilian sector because their work in the military sector remains anonymous. Managers who would have management jobs in the civilian sector. In short, it has a number of rational reasons why it would like to diminish the arms race. As Gorbachev has said again and again, we have a lot of building in our own country. We have never had a normal year in our history. We have had foreign invasion, revolution, invasion again, forced collectivization, et cetera, armaments race, and we would like to have some normal years. Again, not necessarily love, but something much stronger, which is self-interest. So I would argue that Soviet escalations have been mostly reactive and defensive to U.S. escalations. This is true also if you look at the Soviet Navy. It has, until very recently, no aircraft carriers for attack and amphibian actions. It now has one. It's had a few mini carriers. The Soviet fleet is built almost entirely to tracking the U.S. fleet, to see where it's going. Soviet interest in disarmament is reflected in the proposals that they have made. You could say, well, words are cheap, I want to see actions. First of all, words aren't cheap. Words count too. What a nation says is reflective of what it's doing. But actual moves also have been taken. For instance, one, the Soviets proposed the eventual disbanding of NATO and Warsaw Pact armies. A proposal, gradual, mutual de-escalation, step by step on each side. One, two, that, now like that. The U.S. turned down that proposal, would not even study it. The Soviets proposed, in the last 4 years, nuclear-free Europe, reducing their medium-range SS-20s and all those to match the 162 which France and Great Britain had. That was a proposal made 3 years ago. It's a proposal which Gorbachev has brought forth again. It's one which Reagan has ignored, but simply to quote for zero sum, and without the two reasonable stipulations which Moscow has asked for, namely that if we get rid of all our missiles both sides,
Cool. We're gonna get into today. I got a bunch of more stuff to get into here. Talk about the dam. Hey, Yoshi. To the war in Ukraine. Hey, Oshi. Russians blow the dam at Nova Kakhovka. Environmental terrorism and destruction of civilian infrastructure. Potential war crime. Whoa, this guy's got a good take here. Here it is. This thing goes boom. Yoshi. Intense. Yeah. Oh. I didn't realize they hit it twice, or are they hitting that tower over there? They just hit it again, or is that exploding? How long will it take to repair? I don't know. Ian. Bugs? Yeah. Alright. Looks like they hit the far end of that bridge. Not passable anymore. Yeah? Russia did it? I think we can assume they did. I think we can assume they did. You know, to a certain degree of confidence. They pull out of Kherson, they blow the bridge, making it harder for a Ukrainian counteroffensive, right? Pretty fucked. How long will it take to repair if it's under constant attack? Small discharge of water. What will happen to the dam further after such an explosion, I think only experts on the spot can say. Probably destroyed locks for draining water, and the base of the dam itself is a little lower. But everyone's so easily sure that everything is super there and nothing was hurt. I'm not following. Hi. How many people without power? I don't know. Hey, it's 11 a.m. I'm going to shill for myself. Please help me keep this support, this content going. Love your face. Help me keep this independent, leftist, communist, revolutionary community alive. I can only do so with your support. I appreciate y'all very much. Yoshi. It's time to go. Love you. Good morning, Allie. Welcome in. Hey, guys. I beat the bot. Left justified, gift and one. Thank you, homie. Wow. Look at this. This person's baying for war crimes. Ukraine must now turn the water permanently off to Crimea. These people are sickos, dude. They're trying to manufacture consent for sicko shit. It's just literally what the West does. What the fuck is this? That is sicko shit. Dude. They're like, I hate it when Russians do war crimes. Now we gotta do war crimes. What? Was that one of the dams restricting the water supply to Crimea? I don't know. I think these are unrelated. Am I mistaken? I don't know. I don't know. Let me know, chat. Especially during war, I'm not going to take info of one side or the other doing war crimes as justification. I know, right? Maybe just let's not justify war crimes. Yeah. That seems... makes the most sense to me. Yeah. All right. Let me know what you think about that. But are they really war crimes of America's chosen? If America's chosen side commits them? Yeah, that's the thing. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. I think, you know, after the war, if we're not seeing tribunals, you know, being held, you know, explaining the shit that we've been seeing throughout the war and what we're going to learn about more after the dust settles, I think that'll help us to understand that, you know, no. War crimes don't usually apply to America's allies. This is linked to the nuclear power plant, right? Yeah, it's damming up the water and then up the river, up the reservoir, I think. It's that water's being used to cool Zaporizhia. That's our what I want to say, like our functioning understanding, which could be wrong, you know. That's what we think is going on with that. We're not experts. We're trying to keep track here. All right. Let's talk about the naval fleet of drones. U24.gov.ua. These are the same people using fucking Luke Skywalker to help raise money for their the other drones. Look at this. This is sick. A crowdfunding war, man. Donate to the fleet. Fuck your cookies. Let's protect civil sites. What? These little fuckers. First vibes right off the bat. These vibes. Yeah, Ross. Banderas Trident. About 6 meters long, 1,000 kilos. You can go 400 kilometers. No. A range of 800? I don't know. 60 hours it can run. You can carry a combat load, aka a bomb of 200 kilos. Max speed 80 kilometers. Get the fuck out of here, man. One naval drone is $250,000. Get the fuck out of here, man. Jesus H. Christ, dude. How many loads? I don't know. But how much cocaine can you put in it? Yeah. Yeah. Seems like a dumb idea for a weapon against warships, but what do I know? Isn't it more about hitting their grain ships and stuff? Yo, this is just truly fucked up. To attack Russian boats in Sevastopol. This reminds me of the Turkish entrance into World War I. They're German ships in Turkish waters. They put fezzes on the German soldiers and have them attack Russian ports, including, I believe, Sevastopol. Can I click the link? What did you do in the war, Granddad? I contributed to a Ukrainian crowdfunder to build the killer sea drones that sank the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Link to donate, please. Grandpa Dylan? Link to donate? Yeah, they're taking it out of your taxes. Presumably the drone closely shadows a grain ship until it's as close as possible to the Russian ships, then it diverts and attacks? Oh. Wow. It's pretty fucked. Why Russia's wary to renew the grain deal? Why leave their fleet of Sevastopol open to attack from another drone shadowing a grain ship? I get you now. Oh, I didn't catch this one. That's not a gray wolf sign.
Guys, I want to introduce you now to
The gray wolf sign's got like a little face to it.
Daniel. His unit is Ocean's 12 unit, right? Your special forces, yeah?
Yep. Hey.
Tell me about liberating the city.
I think that was like a rock and roll sign.
Our unit was the first unit yesterday to come in. I think at 11. We've been already here, and my commander put the flag on the top of the building.
They're not showing you the videos of the civilians who fled Kherson, scared of the Ukrainian retaliation.
So it was a real blast for us. finally, because it was before that day, before 11th, yesterday, it was 5 days of hard work, real hard work.
Heavy fighting.
Yep. And Ukrainian soldiers, as always, just confirmed again, like, that they are stronger than the Russian.
Hey, guys.
I don't know if I can call them army.
And how does it feel? And how does it feel for you to come in? I've seen people coming. I've seen you signing flags for people. I've seen people coming and giving you hugs. They want their pictures taken with you. How does it feel for you to be a liberator of this city?
I don't think I'm the I'm the liberator of the city.
One of the liberators.
Honestly, they are the superheroes because they've been here for 9 months. They've been
great
here
news,
for
Reed?
9 months. Men were taken.
One of your Ukrainian refugee friends is in Kherson. They lived through fucking hell from the Russians. Okay, yeah, but what about again the civilians in Kherson that had to flee because they're scared of the retaliation of the Ukrainian soldiers, including the far-right fascists, including the people with hidden Nazi tattoos. We've heard about this in other towns. Reed, have you heard about this happening in these other towns? Was this truly a good thing? Is this truly great news, homie? Who's it great for? It's great for your friend. Okay. Do you think your anecdote supersedes reality or not? Is it really great news? Or are you playing sides? Are you like living in a Marvel universe? I'm happy my friend got his home back. Is it really great news, though? That answers the question whether or not your friend got his home back and whether or not you're happy about that. What about people who had to flee their homes? Is that great news for them, Reed? Are you a shill for the West, homie? Well, dude, you're surrounded by Nazis there in America. That answers a different question, homie. You're not prepared for this, homie. If you're going to come at you better not miss. His uncle is there. He did flee. That was great news for him. When the Ukrainian... When they came back into Kherson, he had to flee, and it's great news? What are you talking about, man? Who's this great news for? Do you know what's been going on in Donbass for the last 8 years? Do you want that? Like, what is the deal, bro? He fled the Russians, bro. All right, that answers the question about people fleeing the Russians. Are you able to admit that people are fleeing Ukrainians? Yes or no? I think you're a baby brain, bro. Got MCU universe brain. Sorry, that's repetitive. Are you going to admit whether or not people are fleeing Ukrainians? Dude, can you answer my question, or do I have to ban you? If you don't want to have a conversation with me, you're talking like past me right now. I'm asking you a direct question. Can you meet me in the middle and answer my question? Dude, you literally can't admit it. You're like firing back at me, homie. You're not being comradely right now. So do I have to ban you or what? Can you answer the question or what? Jesus Christ! You're not aware that when places are being annexed or whatever by Russia, and then when they leave and then Ukrainians come back, what are they going to do to the people that they suspect of being pro-Russian, homie? I already said they were people fleeing in Donbass and Donetsk. That answers the question whether people are fleeing in Donbass and Donetsk. I'm asking you whether or not people are fleeing the incoming Ukrainians. You can't answer the question, bro. Are you like literally able to like have this conversation or not? If not, I'm just going to dismiss you. You're not adding to this. You're like just whining in my chat. So answer the question. Are they fleeing the Ukrainians? Is this really great news, bruh? You're asking where and how many people. I don't have to answer your dumb fucking questions. So is this really great news for everybody in Kherson? You say this is great news. And clearly it's all about your friend. So is this really great news or not? It's the last time I'm going to ask you this question. Clearly, there's a correct answer to this. If you can't answer correctly, you'll be removed. Can't wait for the mental gymnastics incoming. Here we go. Great news. Sicko confirmed. Here we go. Last chance, Reed. I doubt you're going to answer the question. You've shown me so many times who you are and how you engage in bad faith. I'm not expecting anything else. Went mask off, Reed. That it? You're done? Give you a chance here. Can't answer the question. All right, take care, Reed. Bro, you got a baby brain. You picked a side in a war. You've gone mask off. You don't give a shit about people in Ukraine and in Donbass and in Kherson, do you? You only care about your friend. You're like a fucking cop bootlicker, bro. Oh, well, my uncle's a cop, so I don't think they're all bad. Fuck you. MCU brain. Well, clearly the superheroes are the good guys. So I'm going to cheer for them. This is great news. I love war. These are the sickos that are all over the place, folks. This is why we can't have nice things. These people are just, they just love it. They love war. These fucking sickos, they should just go sign up. You love it so goddamn much. If this is such great news, why don't you join the Nazis? You fucking idiot.
In hostages.
Great news. Mask off. Go take it to fucking Dylan Burns' chat. I'm sure he's gonna love to hear this story. Him and all his non-dialectical community. A bunch of dumb fucking idiots just like you, Reed.
They were kicked. They were tortured. Women didn't know where their husbands are.
Thanks for watching.
Where their children are. So I think they are the heroes. And thanks to them, when they tell me thank you, I tell them thank you. Because they lasted so long. And it's really hard. And for the last
people like Reed cheering for every death in Donbass the last 8 years. Cheering for the 14,000 killed in Donbass. Yay, war. This is great. Because my friend. Shut the fuck up. Baby brain. Go watch Fausch, homie. Go watch Dylan Burns. They love your kind of bullshit. They fucking love it. Baby brains love baby brains. You want to blame every person fleeing this war in Ukraine right now, but you're not willing to look at what the West has done. Everything's Russians. Everything's Russia bad, Russia bad, Russia bad. Motherfucker, you're a fucking empire apologist. Suck my dick. Baby brain shit, dude. You can't identify the worst actor in the room. So you end up supporting literal Nazis in Ukraine. Oh, but my friend told me it was good. You're a dumbass. You think your anecdote just dismisses everything that we've been doing here on this channel for the last 8 months. Get the fuck out of here. Liberal heckler.
we have basically a liberal heckler who snuck in here today.
From debate pervs to war dogs. That's all they got, dude. All they got is debate pervert shit. They can't even engage in a good faith way, but they demand that you debate them and their bad faith arguments. Well, my friend. Shut the fuck up with your friend. I don't believe you for one fucking second. CNN told me they're the good guys, okay? Yeah. And CNN said they're the most trusted name in the news. They have a blue check mark. Credible. Yeah, I really wonder what sources Reed finds to be credible when talking about this war. I love CNN. It's such great news. These guys are heroes. My friend said that this guy's a hero. I don't care what else he's done in the war. Maybe he's a Nazi. Maybe he's got a Nazi tattoo. I don't care. It's great news. You fucking idiot. God, dude. Well, you're surrounded by Nazis too. Okay, I don't support them here either, you dumb fuck. Why are you people so dumb? Why is every Ukrainian defender the dumbest person? Truly baby brains. Hitler particles, homie. He's got Banderite friends. Yeah, show us the tattoos. Show us the patches. It's sus how most debate pervs like Dylan Vush became war dogs engaged in creating consent. Dylan Vush, punished asshole mother, sexual mutual aid punished mother. These people are fucking feds. They never belonged in leftist spaces. All right. Great news. You fucking idiot. I bet you love war. Let's raise money so the Ukrainians can use sea drones. Great news. It's good to raise money for Ukraine. Because my friend prefers Ukraine to Russia. That's why it's great. I don't care about anything else happening, but my friend says it's great. Shut the fuck up. With your baby brain shit. Literal empire apologia. Empire apologists get wrecked. Anything else on Ukraine? Hit the mediocre button.
Mediocre. Mediocre.
This motherfucker's got more in common with Joe Biden than they do with any leftist or revolutionary person. What's up, Custom Stash? Libs always looking for that next good war. Yeah, so that like 20 years from now they can be like, oh yeah, I guess that was a bad idea. Yeah, you know, when they lied to us about, you know, every war that they've gotten into ever in my entire life, I thought maybe they were telling you the truth about this one. I don't know, I guess I was fooled again. Sorry about that. Just people like Sam Cedar. Well, I thought that the UN invasion of Libya was a legitimate exercise. These fucking people. They don't have the fucking guts to stand against it while it's happening. Baby brains. Sickos. Acting like this is a fucking game, dude. Absolute sickos. I'm a leftist. I just think we should give the Nazis in Ukraine guns because the Nazis from Russia are bigger Nazis. Shut the fuck up. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Okay. Read. My friend. My friend. They literally go, my friend. Whenever someone comes in chat and says they're Ukrainian, I don't believe them. Whenever someone says they got a friend in Ukraine, I just don't believe them. It's like, does that make them any better at understanding geopolitics? No. And it's just like, they're like, you should talk to someone in Ukraine. And then you see the types of conversations that they're having, and they're just saying the same shit that all the other empire apologists say. Come on. CIA agents have so many friends. You gotta talk to a friend. My friend in Ukraine. Okay. Do they hate Russians? Do they call them orcs? Do they defend Nazis? Just because they're Ukrainian, that makes their defense of Nazis that much better or something? What the fuck is this? Get the fuck out of here. See what else is on your radar. Again, I don't think that's a... Ross, I don't think this is him doing a sign. Where'd it go? I don't know. I don't think that's him doing a Grey Wolf's sign. I think it's a rock and roll sign. Yeah, I don't know. Cademan, welcome in. I have a friend moved from Odessa 25 years ago. Apart from his uncle getting torched in the Odessa Trade Union building, he's not said much. He hates Zelensky, though. Okay, I think that's everything on your radar, chat. Nope. John Fetterman doubling down on Israel, his support for Israel. My opinion about the World Cup, I have none. I'm pro soccer. I'm pro football, but I'm anti FIFA, right? Yeah, I love watching the game. I just truly love it. I grew up playing it. I enjoy watching it. It is a joy to watch it. It's just truly a beautiful game. I love every moment of action. The whole thing. Even when people are bored with it, I'm like, yeah, let's go. Even when it's not a great team. But, yeah, FIFA sucks, right? Anyways. Let's talk Fetterman real quick. He says he's going to lean in on U.S.-Israel relationship as senator. They're imperialists. They're progressives at home, whatever the fuck that means. And then they're imperialists for the rest of the world. That means they're right-wingers, homies. Neoliberalism and neoconservatism and playing into those people's hands is a right-wing ideology. Oh, but he's pro-weed, Dan. Whatever. It'd be the most expensive World Cup in history. They built entire cities for this. They're in deserts 10 years ago. I heard they're not paying the workers. I don't know much about this. All right. Whenever I'm in a situation to be called on to take up the cause of strengthening and enhancing the security of Israel or deepening our relationship between the U.S. and Israel, I'm going to lean in. Ugh. Zionism is such a pain in the ass, dude. What the fuck? What is the understanding here? Is that he wouldn't have been elected in the first place if he didn't go pro-Israel? And now he's got to keep this going so he keeps that support? Is he truly pro-Israel? His anarchist wife has to say to him about that? Is she a reactionary anarchist? So Zionism is why a lot of black people get into... I'm sorry, I'm lost on that. Don't know if he means it. Hard to say. I sort of think he's just probably a true believer. That's most reasonable to believe in. Most progressives haven't really come around on the whole apartheid thing. They're imperialists. They want to preserve that Israel relationship so they can continue to do dirty work in the Middle East and Northern Africa region. The relationship's a special one, needs to be safeguarded, protected, supported, and matured through legislation and all available diplomatic efforts in the region. Maybe it's because they've got nukes. Fetterman 52 established himself as an outspoken progressive voice on such domestic issues as universal health care, income inequality, and criminal justice reform, and the legalization of recreational marijuana. Whoop-de-fucking-do, homie. Because you're empowering the worst people in the world while pushing for, like, you know, important things here. And he's not going to do universal health care. He's not going to be able to do that. He's not going to be able to tackle income inequality. These things are just things for him to run on. Hopefully we get weed. I could see that maybe happening. I don't know. With this fucking Supreme Court. Recent election cycles, as well as a litmus test for sorts of far-left activists who have grown increasingly critical of American support for Jewish state. They're doing apartheid! They're making us seem like gatekeepers or something. Fuck this, man. That framing's off the charts. He's never come out and said that he's not a supporter of Israel, but the perception is he aligns with the squad more than anything else. They're pro-Israel too, pretty much. I mean, with a few exceptions. Let's just put it this way. They're not really explicitly anti-Israel. We'll get crumbs. Legal weed is basically that at this point. Crumbs. I'm really stoked to live in a legal state and to get to grow. Let me check out my grow. Warm. Okay. He did seem to get a lot of trouble when he supported Trump. Fetterman? And what are you saying? I feel like we need to listen to black men who have their voices shut down by the media. What happened to Black Lives Matter? What do we mean? Kanye West? Oh. What? Homie, what? Are you joking? I'm not doing this Kanye discourse. What are you doing? AIPAC. Pro-Israel groups spend big. Key U.S. midterms, wins and losses. All right. Why are you sending this to me? Does this have something to do with Fetterman? Bird, are you seriously defending Kanye West right now? I'd like to get past this part of our relationship sooner than later. I'm pointing out how fast the narrative flipped when Kanye supported Trump. In the middle of BLM, he got silenced. Seems hypocritical. What? Homie. Black Lives Matter doesn't mean agree with black people all the time. What the fuck, homie? Are you insane? The media said listen to all and then shut them. Okay. Next time you bring a dumb fucking argument like that to my chat, you're gonna be banned. Homie, shut the fuck up. You're the dumb. You gotta be the dumbest person in my chat. Go away. Go to a stream where they take that seriously. What the fuck? They say Black Lives Matter because police are brutalizing black and brown lives and murdering them. And you're like, well, a black guy said something and people didn't listen to him. Isn't that hypocritical? Shut the fuck up. Go back to your kids' table. What a baby brain. Jesus Christ, go away. What the fuck, dude? Candace Owens. Are you seriously that stupid? How old are you? You've got a baby brain. Incredible. Oh my god. I cannot believe how small of a brain take that was. Okay. I'm telling you, we get all the dumbest fucks in my chat sometimes. I just can't believe it. All right. Hold on. AIPAC. Did he get money from AIPAC or what? Influx of cash from a variety of pro-Israel groups in favor of both opposing candidates. Fetterman backed by J Street PAC and the Jewish Democratic Council of America's PAC, which spent more than $500,000 in the support of the lieutenant governor. $500,000. Imagine what I could do with like a tiny chunk of that change. Weird chatters these days. I know. I'm trying to just get rid of them more and more and more. You know what? That was such a dumb fucking take. You're banned. Just get the fuck out of my life. What? More Grotents? What do you mean? Kanye the billionaire is far from his roots. Seem like when you become a billionaire, you turn ultra-right. You cannot be a billionaire without being a right-winger. Let's be clear about this. Like as though the world is after your billions and you must protect your money. It's crazy. I wonder what the fuck's going on over there. It's just fucked up. Fetterman, I hear, wants the two-state solution. All right. On Oz's side, the Republican Jewish Coalition's Victory Fund spent $1.5 million. Wow. Despite Fetterman being pretty pro-Israel, this is what they're doing. Isn't that wild? That's a ton of money. The single largest amount spent by the fund on a Senate campaign. What a waste of fucking money. I could have used that money. Instead, they're like paying like Republican operatives. And they're like, and their media arms. Motherfuckers. All right. Thank you for the link. I don't know if we're going to have time to go through the 18 intelligence agencies today. We're covering a lot of ground and doing it quickly, though. That's good. Let's check out the Jacobin article on China. All right. I'm going to lead with my ignorance here and say that I would like to do deep dives on Chinese history because I'm not what I would call a history understander. I'm like a history amateur. And I have a very incomplete view of most periods of history. I'm trying to get better, but it takes work. So, I need to do the work on this. However, I'm hoping that we can still have a meaningful conversation about this piece by Jacobin. They're getting dragged in the replies and the quote tweets. And let's have my reader read, because I don't want people to think that I believe this.
In the 1920s, China's Communist Party retreated from the cities to the countryside to wage a protracted guerrilla war. This long separation from the Chinese working class fostered an autocratic culture that went on to shape the party's rule over China.
All right, so clearly there's... It doesn't make sense. Are they saying that the countryside is filled with the bourgeois? Because they were long separated from the working class after they went to the countryside? That's pretty fucking dumb, right? This covers the Jewish-Israel Pact.
This is Democracy Now!
We want to go back to this? I think we get the idea. Thank you for the link. I'm going to move along, though, unless people want me to go back to that. No! All right. So here we go. And this is a piece by Jacobin by a writer, Cap Seol, who is, I believe, an American South Korean socialist. And what I don't think I'm going to do is read the entire thing. Because if you understand and have been tracking Jacobin, you'll see that this is pretty fucked. They're not good. I think it's fair to say they carry water for empire. At least sometimes. If you think the CPC is disconnected from the working class, what does that make DSA? They're a frequent contributor to labor notes. This is the one with Bernie. For an understanding of where this piece may be coming from ideologically, one could consult
At its 2022 conference, Labor Notes promotes Democratic Party, trade union apparatus.
I almost went to this. Jacobin allows a lot of BS articles. Who the fuck is editing that? And the answer is like 3 dozen people. How does this get through? I don't even understand how that works.
The motivations of the conference organizers, however, were entirely different. Labor Notes exists as a mechanism for promoting the Democratic Party and the trade union apparatus. Also featured were the presidents of several major unions and local functionaries. Many of the bureaucrats at Labor Notes were at the AFL-CIO convention 1 week before, where they warmly received President Biden and reaffirmed the commitment of the bureaucracy to the NATO proxy war in Ukraine. Labor Notes sought deliberately to whitewash the record of union officials who appeared at its conference, which included Stacey Davis Gates of the Chicago Teachers Union, Sarah Nelson of the Association of Flight Attendants, and Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters. They were all falsely presented to the audience as militant working-class leaders. In reality, the CTU, which Labor Notes editor Alexandra Bradbury called one of our favorite unions, is widely hated by teachers for its betrayals to force the reopening of schools during the pandemic. Nelson was a leading candidate last year for AFL-CIO president, a post which eventually went to Liz Schuler. O'Brien is a former acolyte of the notorious corrupt ex-Teamsters president James Hoffa Jr., son of the more famous Hoffa who led the union in the 1960s. He was elected president amid the lowest turnout since the union moved to direct elections of the national leadership in the 1990s, as a result of a federal takeover of the union under anti-racketeering statutes. Indeed, O'Brien threatened violence against Labor Notes-backed candidates from Teamsters for a Democratic Union in 2014. Now, however, they have buried the hatchet and appeared as friends on the platform in Chicago, while Labor Notes presented them in the best possible light. There was no discussion, except in the most perfunctory and dishonest way, of any significant political issues facing workers throughout the world. There was no discussion of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has killed more than 1 million people in the US, or the role of the unions in enforcing the back-to-work policy of the ruling class. There was no discussion of the US-NATO war against Russia, which threatens to develop into a nuclear world war. Most presentations focused on personal anecdotes and practical organizing tips, and a significant portion of the conference was taken up by singing and chanting. Panelists responded with extreme defensiveness when audience members went off message and asked inconvenient questions. One significant episode took place in an early workshop Friday morning, Strike. Reviving Labor's most powerful weapon, chaired by Nelson of the AFA, who has never called a meaningful strike of flight attendants.
Wow.
In the course of the 90-minute discussion, the panelists singled out for praise local Democrats who made occasional appearances at the picket line or passed toothless local bills requiring 5 days' notice for forced overtime. One audience member, unimpressed, rose and said both parties serve the rich. Why not a new workers' party, she asked. The question was also repeated by audience members at other workshops throughout the weekend. The 3 panelists, clearly embarrassed by the question, hemmed and hawed. Nelson then took the mic. We can't divide ourselves with politics, she said, because that only serves the owner class. If we start seeing ourselves as a working class, then we don't need a party. The party, Democrats, as well as Republicans, will come to us. Incredibly, she cited as proof of this as the multi-billion-dollar COVID bailout of the airline industry, which the AFA helped get passed. The airline industry held workers' jobs for ransom if Congress did not give them their cut of the trillion-dollar bailout package. We had a working relationship with the airlines in lobbying for it, she said. They handled the Republicans, and we handled the Democrats.
All right. I'm going to dip out of the rest of this. I think we're getting the gist here. Yeah? No? We're getting the gist of what goes down at the conference. And this person, Cap Seol, is a frequent contributor to Labor Notes. And that sort of helps understand the ideology, helps you to put yourself in... helps you to sort of be a fly on the wall in this sense. So they're getting dragged in the comments. Post here from... Fuck, man. Aaron. Post from Aaron here. The pure socialists see socialism as an ideal that was tarnished by communist venality, duplicity, and power cravings. The pure socialists oppose the Soviet model, but offer little evidence to demonstrate that other paths could have been taken, that other models of socialism, not created from one's imagination but developed through actual historical experience, could have taken hold and worked better. Is there another quote? Give another one here. Yeah. Yeah. Never mind. All right. There's another relevant quote. Why don't y'all give me a minute to find it here? I was liking a ton of tweets about this.
In the 1920s, China's Communist Party averted defeat by shifting focus from a numerically small urban working class and a strategy hinged on subordination to the bourgeois. Reliance on the peasantry allowed the Chinese proletariat to build red power in the countryside.
All right. What's this?
It's giving I hate peasants and have never studied the agrarian question.
What does that mean, the agrarian question? As in it was like, it was an agrarian society and they needed to industrialize it, or what? What is that? Oh. And the landlords were holding the land? The Agrarian Question by Stalin, 1906. Okay.
The old order is breaking up, the countryside is in upheaval. The peasantry, who only yesterday were crushed and downtrodden, are today rising to their feet and straightening their backs. The peasant movement, which only yesterday was helpless, is today sweeping like a turbulent flood against the old order. Get out of the way, or I'll sweep you away. The peasants want the landlord's land. The peasants want to abolish the remnants of serfdom. Such are the voices now heard in the rebellious villages and hamlets of Russia.
All right. Land reform movement. But that helps make sense, though, right? Kulaks. Fuck. Read it.
The land reform movement, also known by the Chinese abbreviation Tugai, was a mass movement led by the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, leader Mao Zedong during the late phase of the Chinese Civil War in the early People's Republic of China, which achieved land redistribution to the peasantry. Landlords had their land confiscated and they were subjected...
That's a good thing, right? Right? All landlords are bastards? Is that right? Am I confused about something else, or is that right? The agrarian question of Marx usually is the fact that you need an industrial nation before you go socialist. All right, so I was basically on the right path. Ironically, Marx said Russia was a country not ready for socialism due to its heavy reliance on agriculture for the majority of its profits and livelihood. All right, that makes sense. All right, so this is a good thing. I keep reading.
Did mass killing by the CCP and former tenants, with the estimated death toll ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions.
I don't know about
that. The
that.
campaign resulted in hundreds of millions of peasants receiving a plot of land for the first time.
All right. Ups and downs there, I guess. That fucking sucks. Why some Russians thought that they were supposed to wait until Germany went first. Oh. Oh. They were like, hey, we'll do a revolution here, but over in Germany they got industrialization. Why don't they have themselves a revolution? And I guess it wasn't happening. All right, so then what? Marx and Lenin read the room. They're like, all right, y'all are fucking this up. Kautskyites. Is that right? And then they supported the revolution in the Russian Revolution, 1917. Is that about it? I'm trying to wrap my head around this, so feel free to correct me. No. No. Homie, the Holodomor's not
The
real.
Holodomor was not real.
It's literally a Nazi myth. Please don't do this. Every fucking day I gotta push against Nazi myths in my chat. You put the fucking quotes around the wrong word, homie. Every day with this Nazi shit, dude. Every day. All right, do we feel like we got an idea of here what's going on? The agrarian question. Yeah, working class people famous for not living in the countryside. Yeah, imagine claiming they were not working class. Western, I like this framing here. The Western boutique left. Yet again revealing its inch-deep understanding of the working class, other countries, and revolutionary struggle. I think that tweet goes hard. Yeah, just out of curiosity, why did they retreat to the countryside? Yeah, how about that? Jacobin, the official magazine of the anti-communist left, would like you to know the very successful government in China is bad, bad, bad. Only bad people would lift 800 million people out of poverty. That's right. Over the last few decades, China has lifted 800 to 900 million people out of extreme poverty. The United States can only dream of that. Could only dream of dropping bombs on the entire country. This is an interesting take here. Wang Fengxi, previously best known to English language readers for his books Memoirs of a Chinese Revolutionary, a vivid account of 3 decades of political activism between 1919 and 1949. It's not a myth. Okay, you're doing Nazi apologia. Get the fuck out of my chat. You don't deserve my energy. I've already told you you're doing Nazi apologia. You're just going to double down on my chat just by saying it's not a myth? Yo, repeating yourself does not make something true. Go fucking push your Nazi apologia in Dylan Burns' chat. I'm sure Vaush is going to love it, homie. I'm sure you got a great fucking podcast. Fucking empire cuck. British colonial authorities soon deported him to Macau, where, as he wrote in 1957, Wang had more than a little time to think about recent Chinese history. His memoir and Mao Zedong thought were the result of his enforced period of reflection. Hey, Rights and Wrongs podcast. Yo, like... Fuck it, dude. Go fuck yourself. Most of Wang's comrades in the Chinese Trotskyist movement were arrested by Mao's secret police in the early 1950s. Yo, when we talk about the compatible left, we're talking about people like you, homie. You just are so happy to buy into Empire's lies about Soviet Russia. You're such a fucking cuck, dude. If no one's paying you to carry war for Empire, you should be embarrassed to do it for free, homie. Go get wrecked. Go read Jacobin, loser. It's perfect for you. I bet you're gonna love listening to Keffels. Reactionary trash. Yo, reactionaries can just literally get the fuck wrecked. And I don't know why they think they can come into my chat and then like literally ignore all the research we've done on my channel. Well, no, it's not a myth. Fuck you. My God. Bet you love your DSA meetings. Western leftist, I haven't started shit to overthrow capitalism, but Russia and China did it wrong. Exactly. Exactly. You don't understand what it's like to stand up to hegemony and what it's like to actually do good things for your people at the same time. And then they swallow every myth about Russia. They swallow every myth about China that's thrown their way. They bite for it every fucking time. How are you going to fall for Empire's lies every fucking time? I bet you believe there's a genocide in China too, you piece of shit. You believe anything they tell you. Anything. You have no sense of skepticism for Empire's lies. You don't even know. The part of it is like you don't know how to track their narratives. So you don't know when they're lying to you because they're just trying to fit shit into their narrative. You're such a dumb fuck, man. That's what no theory and no fucking material analysis, no Marxism does to a motherfucker. Yeah, this is it.
Love taking criticisms from a publication whose big idea is to try to take over the most advanced capitalist party to try to push for social democracy.
Yo, if you believe the Holodomor lie, you believe anything Empire tells you. I bet you believe there were weapons of mass destruction in 2002 or whatever. You'll believe anything, you dumb shit. I bet you believe that there was a genocide going on in Libya. You would have totally been like, yay, can we please have UN warships bomb the shit out of Libya? I hate that Gaddafi guy. I'll believe anything the West tells me. I'm such a dumbass. You'll fall for anything. These people who fall for anything want to browbeat you for being like, no, that's not true. The fuck out of here. Go back to your baby table. You can sit in your little baby chair with your little bib and the fucking plate because you throw your food all over the place because you're a baby. You don't know how to handle yourself. But fucking spaghetti all over your face like a baby. Go back to your fucking baby streams. I don't know why you think I'm into your fucking dumbass Empire's takes. I'm just gonna push Empire's narrative in Dan's chat and hopefully he doesn't call me out for it. Get the fuck out of here. I fucking subsist on demolishing Empire's narratives. It is a true joy. The imperialist compatible left. We're talking about you, Rights and Wrongs podcast. You're the imperialist compatible left. You're laughed at in actual communist spaces. You're a reactionary. Reactionaryism is a right-wing ideology. Get the fuck out of here. What other Nazi fucking myths do you believe? Is that the only one?
Mask off moment for Jacobin. Ignore the fact that the peasants were 90% of the population in China. Jacobins, DSA, are Nazis who despise the countryside and the majority of the people who are not part of their leftist hipsterism in America, China, and everywhere else.
Yeah, that's about you, homie. It's about your dumb fucking podcast. Is that a real podcast? Hey guys. Holy shit. Look at this fash. On today's show, we'll examine the selfish mentality that fuels the transgender movement. What a piece of shit. This is literal fash. Literal fash, bro. You fucking Nazi. Just literal fash shit. What a dumb fuck. Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. They're not sending their best. They're not sending their best. Fucking baby brains, y'all. They're like, hey, Dan, I know you were in the middle of pushing back against Empire's narratives, but did you know that there's this other Empire narrative? The Holodomor? God, you people are such fucking idiots. You literally are pushing a Nazi conspiracy, and then we realize that you're just literally pretty similar to the Nazis. Did you know that, you probably know that Nazis burned libraries? Maybe you do, and maybe you don't know that Nazis burned a library on gender research, aka destroying the biggest collection of transgender research at that time. So did you know that you share a lot with Nazis? Rights and Wrong podcast? And when you come into my chat, pushing these Nazi-ass myths, you prove me right. You've just empowered me. You're so fucking dumb, dude. Nazis are literally the dumbest people on the planet. Oh, Dan, I'm not a Nazi. Fuck yeah. You're Nazi adjacent, bro, at best. You probably show me the tattoos, show me the patches. Show me the tattoos, show me the patches. I bet you got a thin blue line flag at home. And you're going to come in here and prove me right. I get to show my entire chat that literal right-wingers are coming into my chat disagreeing with my takes about the Holodomor, proving me right. The fuck out of here. Easy, GG, RIP, bozo. Fash trash. Oh, they couldn't stick around. Holodomor. Don't believe any Western lie. Don't believe any Western lie about Stalin, about anybody. All right. And my package is out here. Bro, you're going to come into my chat and you're going to be like, you're going to be like this guy with all these patches. You're going to be like Blake Masterson. School shooter energy. Trying to bring it into my chat. Be like, hey, Dan, did you know about this Nazi myth? No, Dan, it's not a myth. Stop saying it's not a myth. Yeah, there's a lot. I got a lot of questions about this here. Just fash shit, dude. It's just typical fash shit. Hold up, what? Stop. That's a cop car ride-along? So he's in a cop car right there, and it's a ride-along? Oh my god, dude. There's at least 3 thin blue line flags. It's just fash, you guys. So this is a cop ride-along or what? I guess I don't understand what's going on there. Lenny, welcome in, homie, from the south of Boston. Let's go. Yep, RCMP police. That's a Canadian Mounties, right? Am I wrong about that? What is this one? Mythic Dawn? New York State National Guard. Did you see his video? Alright, I'm going to take a short break. And maybe we'll come back and show the video. I just got to take a break. Be right back.
Which France and Great Britain had. That was a proposal made 3 years ago. It's a proposal which Gorbachev has brought forth again. It's one which Reagan has ignored, but simply to quote for zero sum and without the 2 reasonable stipulations which Moscow has asked for, namely that if we get rid of all our missiles both sides, we also guarantee that you don't transfer any of your existing missiles in Europe to the French or British, and the French and British begin to get rid of their missiles. Or at least at this stage, they freeze them. And in fact, the French and British now are increasing their number of intermediate-range missiles. And remember, intermediate-range missiles in the West, cruise and Pershing missiles in Western Europe, are not intermediate range. They can reach Soviet soil, so they are strategic. They can hit Soviet ICBMs. Soviet SS-20s are nasty weapons indeed, but they cannot reach the United States. They cannot knock out any MXs or ICBMs. They are not first strike potentials. Another thing to remember, cruise and Pershing missiles that are now in Europe have a 7-minute strike time. That's the end of deterrence. And this is why Gorbachev and the Russians are beside themselves about the cruise and Pershing. This is why they walked out of Geneva in 1983, because Reagan refused to negotiate on the cruise and Pershing. This allows Reagan to turn around and say, we went to Geneva, but they walked out, as he's going to do now with this latest cancellation. So what you do is you shove a person away, you act hostile toward them, they get up and they say, well, you obviously don't want to negotiate, they walk out, and then you turn to people and say, you see, they don't want to reach an agreement. If it takes me a half hour to get my missiles over and kill you, and you a half hour to kill me, then in that half hour after I let mine go, you know they're coming. And you let yours go at me. That is a deterrence to me. However, if I can reduce the striking time to 7 minutes, and they're so low and fast, and your radar can only pick them up in the last 2 minutes, I now have a first strike capacity on you. You no longer have deterrence. I no longer can fear your missiles, because my missiles are targeting yours. And I'll knock out all of your missiles, and then I'll have a second strike capacity to hit you. You'll have a feeble retaliatory strike. Your feeble retaliatory strike, however, will be blocked out by my Star Wars. Ah, is that what Star Wars is all about? Yes. You see, the criticisms about Star Wars are largely irrelevant in that area. People have said, scientists have said, it's a ridiculous project. It's going to have to work the first time and work perfectly. Only if the Soviets launch their 10,000 missiles at us in a fit of peeve one day, they say, let's destroy the world, and they send the missiles at us, only then will Star Wars have to work perfectly. But if the function of Star Wars is to be a shield against a feeble retaliatory strike of the Soviets after a first strike by the U.S., then Star Wars becomes much more effective. And Ronald Reagan himself let the cat out of the bag last year when he said, it doesn't have to work perfectly in speaks and all. They got him away from the platform and all that. Because they explained it to him just that morning at breakfast. And it is if I can only block out 90% of 10,000 missiles, I'll be destroyed by 1,000 missiles. But if all the Ruskies have left are 60 or 70 missiles, and I can block out 90% of those, then only 7 or 8 will hit us. And that is called acceptable collateral damage. How do you like that? For 1984, 20 million, anywhere from, they estimate, from 4 to 20 million. Acceptable collateral damage. But we would have won one for the Kipper, eh? There are nuts in the Pentagon who think like this, ladies and gentlemen. They get big fat military pensions too, and they get big fat salaries, and they got big boards all lit up. They think like that all the time. But short of starting a nuclear war, the grand design is to have a first strike capacity that so puts the Soviets under the gun again that we'll be back to 1947, when we could brandish that weapon around, and they would have to retreat. They would have to concede. They would have to pull back in fear. We'd be back to 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis, when Kennedy sat there and thought of a strike against the Soviet Union. And they realized that Khrushchev really had only one, possibly two ICBMs that could reach the U.S., and it would only reach the northeast corner of the U.S. But they estimated that this might cause 1 million, 2 million casualties, and that would be politically unacceptable. And so they discarded any idea of a nuclear strike against the Soviets. That one missile may have saved our lives. So it's not true that the missiles just build up blindly on both sides. They're caught in this irrational race. That it's just something in man's nature for war. I loved those songs, but there was something about the politics in one of them that didn't ring right with me. That it's just people caught up in this meanness and killing for killing, and when are we going to reach our senses? That's not true. That's not the way it works. It's not something that comes in here. If it was something in our nature, why would they have to draft us? Why would they have to use press gangs and drag us in? The Nazi leader, Hermann Göring, said, nobody, no poor Slav wants a war, not even a German, not even a German. What does he want to sit in a stinking trench with the smell of blood, listening to the screams of his buddies lying there, quivering with cold and terror? Where does he want to be? He wants to be in his home. He wants to be on his farm. He wants to be with his family. No poor Slav wants a war. You got to drag him out and dress him up and beat the drums and wave the flag. Within the last 4 years, the Soviets called for the banning of weapons in outer space before the United Nations, a resolution that was voted 124 to 1. Who was the one? Not the U.S., Ronald Reagan. It wasn't the American people, right? It was that coterie that is misrepresenting us. All the opinion polls show that the American people didn't want weapons into outer space, at least back in those days before the Star Wars promo. 124 to 1 was one abstention. Do you know who the abstention was? No, it wasn't Israel. It was Margaret Thatcher, who, as we all know, is Ronald Reagan in drag. The Soviets have signed a no first use.
Awesome. Thank you for giving me some time there. Let's get back to it. Leveled out a little bit here. New Carlos Maza. Okay, welcome in, new chatter with the link. Try to be part of the community before you just drop links on me, okay? It's sort of demanding, right? Don't be demanding. Got a lot of stuff I want to check out too, okay? And if it's an off-topic link, I'm going to ask that you drop it in the Discord. I appreciate that. That helps me a lot. I can keep things straight that way. Okay. Folks, I'm just sort of like noticing that these compatible leftists, these the imperial compatible left, they just fail to see often Russian people and Chinese people as people that deserve, quality of life, etc. So they're just easy to go, oh, well, it's great news. For instance, I know, Dr. Jones, it's a bit of a joke. It's Holodomor. Yeah. Oh, this is Holodomor? I don't know about this one.
Holodomor.
Holodomor? How do the Ukrainians say it? We do a joke where we joke about
the Holodomor was not real.
The Holodomor. That's a that's a Keffel's bit of audio. I always thought it was Holodomor. So if it's Holodomor, I guess I'd be a little bit surprised, but I don't know. That doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound right to me. I could be wrong. I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't. You want to get out? Good girl. Oh, did she just put you in here? She put you in here. You have to stay. Oh no, you were in here. Okay. Sad stuff. Yeah. There was a famine. There was a blight, I believe, right? At the same time in the United States, there was the Dust Bowl. A lot of people don't know this. And also, like, these things happen. And then we as humans are supposed to learn from them. I don't know what to say. Let's continue down some of these rabbit holes.
Well, you little commie.
Commies causing the Dust Bowl with their communist particles, yeah. The incompatible left reads this and they don't know how to read it. So they get taken by these lies. Because they have such little context for understanding what they're reading and knowing when Western media outlets are lying to them. That's what no material analysis does to a motherfucker. So here's The Guardian. Already sus. Red flags, if you know what you're looking at. Yeah, exactly, Suit. The Guardian reporting on geopolitics here. Come on. It's over. Saying China and Germany condemn Russian threat to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. So, what's actually going on here?
If one isn't well versed in global affairs, such a headline will distort one's understanding of a critical event. China, represented by Xi Jinping, wasn't targeting Russia. It was addressing the risky possibility of a false flag nuclear operation by some Western rogue elements.
Yeah. Sounds like revisionism. Sounds like they're just making it up. They're taking some facts that are like out there in the discourse and just rearranging them to make it suit their narrative, to fill their audience's brains. And, their audience, when people who read The Guardian for geopolitics information, when their audience thinks about China or Russia, it reaches out to a part of their brain where there's fucking nothing, okay? They have no idea what's going on. And so because of that void of information, it's very easily filled by propagandists like at The Guardian, who are just sort of like playing into perhaps the vague notion in that parts of their brain that they think China bad or Russia bad. They're just playing into that, confirming their suspicions, which none of them are driven by material analysis. None of them are driven by a Marxist analysis. None of them are driven by a dialectical understanding of things. They're driven by reactionaryism, which is easily exploited by the West when people don't know shit. That's the backbone of U.S.'s empire.
That's the backbone of the U.S. empire's propaganda, making headlines, claims that paint a certain picture and support their preferred narrative. And quite often in the article there turns out to be buried contradictory facts to the headline. But the headline made its job already.
Yeah, there it is. The headline did its job already. And again, it comes from this analysis, or lack of analysis, to, number one, identify empire as the biggest evil in the room, in the world, whatever, to recognize that they just lie all the time to us. They've never stopped lying. And to think that they're not lying to us now, that would be fucking insane. Is to expect a different outcome, but keep doing the same thing. So I don't know what to do here. I honestly think that there's so few people that have an understanding of this. I'm scared that y'all in my chat that I'm just, preaching to the choir here. So we got to spread the word, folks. If I tell you something and if you're like, okay, yeah, that sounds right, you got to tell someone. Okay, spread the word. Get this shit out there. It's going to be uncomfortable. But that's what it's like when you learn new things. It's a little uncomfortable, right? It can be. Especially if it flies in the face of everything you've been propagandized to believe. So I think part of this analysis that's missing from the imperialist compatible left is that, I was just about to say something. Yeah, I don't know. I forgot. You found a zip of weed? A whole zip? It's just been curing. It's nice. All I talk about at this point, thank God my friends are used to me hyperfixating. It's not hyperfixating. They make you feel like you're hyperfixating because they're not at all fixating on some of the most important shit in the world. And this is me saying this knowing that there's so much about the world I don't know. But I'd like to think I'm working towards having a better understanding. I'd like to think I'm open to new material analyses of the world, even if it means I have to convince myself I'm wrong about something. That's how you know you're learning, when you realize you're wrong. You should be obsessed with learning here. You should be obsessed with learning, knowing that Empire lies to us about everything, and we are... the analysis that's missing is that we are the most propagandized people in the history of the world. As in, we have no fucking idea. We don't even know how propagandized we are. Like, we sort of cannot comprehend it. We get an idea, but, to be honest, you just don't really know. It's... let's just say very much so, but still hard to quantify, right? So I think that's analysis that's missing. People don't realize that. And it's hard to get through to them if people aren't willing to realize that. Otherwise, they're just going to stay libs. Shit libs. At best. The Opium War? You think of threads in here? All right, maybe. Yeah. 20 minutes. Let me think. Yeah. All right. Buckle up, buttercups. How Opium Wars founded Hong Kong. Is it Hong Kong or Hong Kong?
In the year
On what syllable do you...
1841, the Union Jack was raised proudly over a barren little rock off the coast of Guangzhou. To many Chinese, this moment embodied their greatest shame. Their celestial kingdom had been cursed by a little poppy flower, whose ambrosial resin spread rot and decay throughout every level of their society. China was helpless to stop the Westerners from flooding their nation with this opium and claiming Chinese land for their own. As dawn rose over the British Crown colony of Hong Kong, one man stood responsible for all this. He was William Jardine, one of the biggest drug lords of all time and the Opium King of China. We live in the information age, which means that the protection of our personal data and information is of the utmost.
Shut up the fuck.
And get 25% off premium with the code KINGS. In the late 18th century, China, ruled by the Imperial Qing dynasty, was the wealthiest nation on earth, controlling 65% of global GDP, and its luxury products were considered second to none. For as long as Europeans had known about the Celestial Kingdom, they had craved its treasures, namely porcelain, silk, and most of all, tea. However, China had been closed off since the 15th century, allowing only incredibly limited interactions with the outside world. In 1757, the Qianlong Emperor decreed that any Westerners seeking trade with China had to do it at the southern port of Canton, isolating the potentially troublesome foreigners to one area. Furthermore, a conglomerate of wealthy Chinese merchant houses, collectively known as the Kohong, was given a government monopoly over foreign trade, allowing them to tax, tariff, and regulate European traders. Out of all the colonial powers, it was the British whose desire for Chinese products was the greatest. Their national megacorporation, the Honourable East India Company, had founded a factory in Canton in 1771, but business was far from harmonious. By 1800, the company was importing more than £20 million of dried tea leaf per year. Before long, some 10% of the average British household income was being spent on imported tea alone.
Wait. Did I just catch that? He said the Honorable East India Company? What the fuck? Yo, what? What?
Britain had no real products that China was interested in, and thus had to sink piles upon
What's EIC? Empire Industrial? What is EIC?
piles of silver to get Chinese goods. The empire's coffers were being drained dry by Chinese trade. It is here that we must begin the story of our main character.
Okay.
William Jardine was born in 1784 on a small farm near Lochmaben, Scotland, under the shadow of the old castle of Robert the Bruce. His family was poor and struggled, but the boy was clever.
Yeah, this poor kid can't even move his knees.
So in the year 1800, his family saved up enough money to send him to the prestigious University of Edinburgh, where he would study to become a surgeon. Upon graduation, Jardine was hired as an employee of the East India Company, enlisting as a surgeon's mate aboard the RCS Brunswick. Thus, this 18-year-old Scotsman set off for China for the first time. After a long journey, the Brunswick arrived at Whampoa, a town some 12 miles downriver of Canton. It was a whole new world, and Jardine was immersed in the bustle of clanging gongs, crackling fireworks, and the Chinese river peoples plying the water lanes in their sampans.
Oh. Also known as the Honorable East India Company. Why are you going to go with that name? Why can't... That was so sussy.
Over the next decade, Jardine made many journeys to China aboard company vessels. He quickly found that life as a company man was perilous. In 1805, Jardine's ship was captured by a Napoleonic warship and wrecked off the coast of South Africa. He managed to find passage back to England, but in 1809, his new vessel narrowly evaded a fleet of Chinese pirates led by Chang Pao. Nevertheless, where there is danger, there is always opportunity. During the first year of Jardine's tenure as a surgeon, the East India Company had found a dubious way to erase their trade deficit. It was, of course, opium. The product that grew in the British territory of Bengal was the highest quality in the world and incredibly addictive. It was this addiction that would generate Chinese demand for the product. Opium was illegal in China, and the East India Company did not want to jeopardize their foothold in Canton by engaging openly in forbidden trade. So, instead of importing the drug into China themselves, they produced it en masse in their factories in Bengal and sold it to private Indian agencies, who then passed the product to unscrupulous smugglers who would sneak it into China and return with the profits. This was a big deal, as formerly the East India Company had held a government-mandated monopoly on all British trade going to China. By allowing private traders to do business for them, they put their own fate in jeopardy. The temptation to strike out as a legally mandated drug trafficker was all too tempting to many company employees who were willing to sacrifice moral integrity to get rich quick. In 1817, he left the East India Company. Entering into a business partnership with some old acquaintances, he managed to purchase his first ship, the Sarah. In 1819, the Scotsman sailed for Bombay, where he was reunited with an old friend, Jamsetji Jejeebhoy, an Indian merchant of Zoroastrian Parsi extraction. Jejeebhoy had been aboard the Brunswick with Jardine when it was boarded by the French back in 1805. Now he was the head of one of Bombay's largest opium agencies, and Jardine's main supplier of opium for many years to come. Jardine and his associates became one of the more well-known opium cliques in the East. With each successful smuggling run, more partners joined, bringing with them ships, men and assets. But among all of them, only one, a fellow Scotsman, would truly be Jardine's equal. James Matheson was an aspiring businessman in the employ of a wealthy Portuguese merchant, to whom he was something of an adopted son. When the latter died, Matheson inherited his ships and joined Jardine's growing fleet of smugglers. Matheson was every bit as cunning, ambitious and wholly amoral as his new partner, and soon the two Scotsmen became the most dynamic duo on the South China Sea. In 1832, they restructured their business and co-founded the company known as Jardine Mathesons & Co. A year later, the British Parliament finally revoked the East India Company's trade monopoly, allowing Jardine and Matheson to fill the power vacuum. Smuggling illegal drugs onto the coast of a highly isolationist nation was a dangerous affair, and required intelligence, skill, and a great deal of luck. For Jardine Mathesons, the process usually began in India, where the Scotsmen acquired massive amounts of opium from their Parsi suppliers. The product was transported back to China aboard clippers. These cutting-edge modern sailing ships were capable of outpacing even steam-powered vessels. The Chinese demand for opium meant that there were always native buyers, and prominent smuggling hubs soon developed in the ports of Whampoa, Macau and Linton. To get around Chinese laws, British drug lords anchored large cargo ships offshore, which served as floating depots where they stored the opium. This allowed them to technically argue that they weren't selling opium on Chinese soil. Pretty much everyone saw this farce for what it was, but centuries of isolation meant that the Qing government had no real navy to speak of, and was powerless to deal with the superior firepower of the British clippers. Additionally, the drug trade had corrupted every level of Chinese society, and there were more than enough officials willing to turn a blind eye in exchange for bribes. Ironically, the Cohong, which was specifically tasked to contain European influence, had become the key accomplice in the drug trade. From the floating depots, Chinese smugglers would buy opium in bulk in exchange for bullion of silver, then store the drug in speedy crafts known as fast crabs and scrambling dragons, and sail them up the shallow riverways of China, disseminating the addictive product throughout the nation. Meanwhile, the British traders would take their silver and use it to purchase precious tea from the Cohong in Canton, which they then shipped back home. Jardine never questioned the ethics of his business. Before long, the illegal smuggling of him and his competitors had created a nationwide health epidemic. The productivity of Chinese society tanked, as everyone from the lowest of peasants to the emperor's own palace guards could be found wasting away in hidden drug dens. The addiction was so dire that poor villages that had no rice to feed their people still ran opium stores to feed their morbid addiction. Between 1834 to 1841, Jardine Matheson's fleet grew into 19 great clippers and hundreds of smaller lorcha boats, more than any other private trading company in China. The pair had become impossibly wealthy, but now they were at the top, the challenge was to stay there, and Jardine was careful to cultivate an aura of authority around himself so that none would challenge him. He operated his drug empire out of an office in Canton, known as the Creek Hung. In it there was only one chair, his own. Visitors were not allowed to sit in the presence of Jardine, stressing the importance of his time. One anecdote tells a story that once while Jardine was on a business trip at the gates of Canton, a local Chinese, contemptuous of the foreign devils, struck him hard over the head with a piece of timber. Jardine did not even flinch at the blow and continued on his way as if nothing had happened. For this incident, he was nicknamed by the locals as the Iron-Headed Old Rat. At this point, every other trader in Canton referred to Jardine as the Taipan, a Chinese term roughly translating to Supreme Leader or the Big Shot. By 1838, the number of Chinese addicts was estimated to be anywhere from 4 to 12 million, largely a legacy of his influence. It seemed as if there was no one in China capable of stopping the illegal drug empire. That is, until the arrival of Lin Zexu. Lin Zexu was a special imperial commissioner acting on behalf of the Daoguang Emperor, who had ordered him to put an end to China's opium crisis by any means necessary. An incredibly well-respected figure, he was known to his people as Blue Sky, who considered him as pure and incorruptible as the heavens. One of Lin's first tactics was to appeal directly to the top. In 1838, he wrote an imploring letter to Queen Victoria, appealing to her sense of morality by highlighting the damage her citizens had done to China. The commissioner hoped that his words would move the young monarch into putting a stop to the opium trade, but she never received the letter. Getting no response, Lin decided it was time to lay down an iron fist. Within only a few months, he had arrested 1,700 Chinese opium dealers and confiscated 70,000 opium pipes. Terrified of the imperial commissioner, the Hong merchants pleaded with the British traders in Canton to give up their product, but they refused to do so. Lin responded to this by effectively laying siege to the foreign quarter of Canton, surrounding it with troops and isolating it from the outside world. He went so far as to cut off their food and water supply, and have his men endlessly bang huge gongs so as to keep the merchants deprived of sleep. Present at this showdown was Matheson, who insisted that his fellow drug lords should refuse to capitulate, convinced that Lin was bluffing. Fortunately, a new arrival would calm the rising tensions. The British Chief Superintendent of Trade, Charles Elliot, regarded the opium trade with disdain, and wished to prevent all-out war from brewing over the drug. To that end, he confiscated all the opium in Canton from the British traders, while promising the merchants that they would be compensated for their loss. The opium was then turned over to Lin Zexu, who had it all destroyed in bonfires. For their compliance, the Honourable Mandarin supplied 250 cattle to the starving merchants. Elliot and Lin's negotiations came very close to preventing a crisis, but the former hadn't the authority to promise that the British government would compensate the traders for their now incinerated product, and back in England, Parliament refused to pony up, insisting instead that the Chinese government had to compensate the traders. After all, it had been them who torched the goods. Every opium runner in China had just lost incalculable amounts, and they weren't getting it back. They wanted compensation, and they wanted war. To accomplish this, they turned to the greatest among them, the Taipan, Jardine. Jardine was incensed at the destruction of his property. For several years he had entertained the idea of provoking a war between Britain and China. Now he considered it a necessity. In September of 1839, Jardine arrived in London, where he started lobbying with the Secretary of British Foreign Affairs, Henry John Temple, Viscount of Palmerston. The Scottish drug lord impressed upon Palmerston the necessity of war. He knew the coastlines of China better than any Briton, and in a missive known as the Jardine Paper, he laid out a detailed plan for victory. This included a detailed battle strategy and how many men and ships would be required to carry it out. Jardine wished to force the Daoguang Emperor to make 3 concessions. Firstly, the financial value of all the opium Lin Zexu had burned would be compensated in full. Secondly, the Canton system and the Kohong would be abolished, and 4 additional Chinese ports, Fuzhou, Ningbo, Shanghai and Xiamen, would be open to British trade. Thirdly, and most importantly, an island off the coast of China had to be ceded to the British Crown, a permanent base where British companies could operate under British law rather than suffer under stringent Chinese commissioners like Lin Zexu. Jardine had a few suggestions on where this new colony should be, but he had his heart set on one in particular, a barren little rock just off the Kowloon Peninsula in Guangzhou. Jardine Mathesons and Co. had used the island to smuggle opium in the past, and the Taipan knew that it had a naturally protected harbour. It was the perfect trading hub. Known to the fishermen who lived there as the Fragrant Harbour, this island was, of course, Hong Kong. Soon, Lord Palmerston caved under Jardine's pressure, and the British Empire finally declared war on China. It was a quick and one-sided affair. Chinese spears, bows and matchlock muskets were no match for the cutting-edge British firepower, while the Imperial Qing armies were losing manpower, with many of its soldiers frail from opium, the very drug that had led them into the war in the first place. Relying largely upon the war plans drawn out by Jardine, the British had all but won the First Opium War by 1841. The iron-headed old rat had come out on top, and all of his war goals were achieved. Meanwhile, Lin Zexu was scapegoated for China's loss. Considered responsible for the Celestial Kingdom's great humiliation, he was exiled to remote Xinjiang. For Jardine, Hong Kong was the ultimate prize, a culmination of his many years of hard labour. Once it had been officially ceded to Britain, he and Matheson quickly set to work turning the bleak rock into the great colonial entrepot of the East. It was not a smooth transition, as typhoons and fires sabotaged early construction, malaria ravaged its settlers, and seaborne piracy was rampant. Nevertheless, the Scottish partners pushed on, continuing to be major promoters of the struggling island. Matheson established their company's new head office on the island's east point in 1842, while warehouses, wharves and houses were built to accommodate the firm's business operations and employees. Hong Kong quickly turned into a boom town, doubling in population from 7,000 to 15,000 within its first year. While it would be untrue to say that Jardine Mathesons and Co. were the sole driving force behind Hong Kong's success, it is unlikely that the tiny colony would have become the booming city it is today without the investment of the Scottish drug lords. At some point in 1842, William Jardine became afflicted with cancer. He continued to run his trading empire through his sickness, but on February 27, 1843, the great Taipan passed away at the age of 59. The Crown Colony of Hong Kong continued to flourish, especially as a centre for a newly resurgent opium trade, which the Chinese were now doubly helpless to stop. Following Jardine's death, the business was helmed at first by James Matheson and later by their descendants. As the Fragrant Harbour evolved from a colonial frontier into one of the world's most bustling trade cities, the descendants of William Jardine were always there at the centre of it all, each of them bearing the title of Taipan as their ancestor had. Today, Jardine Matheson Holdings Limited is Hong Kong's largest private employer, second only to the government. A worldwide corporation, it has subsidiaries in cars, insurance, real estate, hygiene products and hotels, among others. From these lofty peaks, we must not forget the humble origins and troubled history of Jardine Mathesons, which ultimately is the story of a peasant boy in the Scottish lowlands whose endless ambition saw him slowly become one of the most infamous drug lords of all time, and in doing so, forever changing the face of the Chinese world. We always have more stories to tell, so make sure you are subscribed to our channel and have pressed the bell button. We would like to express our gratitude to our Patreon supporters and channel members who make the creation of our videos possible. Now you can also support us.
Great. Okay. Some drugs. TLDR drugs. All right, we got a lot of stuff going on here. What is this? Yep. Cool. Ooh. Look out. Okay. Let's go, Dimitri.
You've got mail.
Thanks for the 200.
Let's go.
Friend coin. Love your face. Get in here. All right. Am I going to read this right now, or is this homework? I think this is homework, right? Thank you. Someone posted that in the Discord. Live stream discussion. Homework. Yeah. Let's see what else is going on in the Discord. Random. Democratic senator says government can combat gun violence the same way they tackled the opioid crisis. Holy fucking shit, boys. The CIA is about to give poor people free machine guns. Fucking Dick Durbin. What a dickhead. Pet channel. I think this is Bingus. Who's this? Yeah, maybe that's Bingus. I don't know who's who. You good? Alright. Doesn't look like there's much going on in here. DMing me. Oh. Where? Okay. I think we've tackled... Okay, Black Panther Party. Black Panther Party. They got a press release. Here we go.
National Organizing Committee announcement of the re-establishment of the Black Panther Party, revival of the survival programs, and the push to combine and unite the new African cultural revolution.
Okay. Comrades, children of the African nation, citizens of the People's Republic of New Africa, for the last 5 years, the party's been quietly developing a unique program for the people's survival pending revolution. Nice! For the 15 months. John Boner. Love your face. It's gonna do the walk-on sound next. Thank you, homie. Thanks for the 15. Alright. Thanks for riding the Jeep Rubicon with me. This reads, secrecy was required for reasons that should be obvious, but now the cat's out of the bag. We had developed a clear and common interest in, vision of, and crucially a step-by-step plan of action for the immediate survival and future liberation of the new African people. Calm like a Tom with a 5-bomb. You love to see it. Thank you, homie, for the 5-bomb. 5 bomb. Thank you. Close to a hype train. Okay. Reading on. We've developed a clear and common interest in vision. We have already read.
Hey guys.
Vision of and crucially a step-by-step plan of action for the immediate survival and future liberation of the new African people. A plan to transform the new African cultural revolution into a real political machine. This is interesting. I don't know what I think about this. And now, after word has spread about our work, hundreds of you are interested in joining or supporting the party and getting into good trouble for the future peace and security of the nation. Good trouble references John Lewis, does it not? We look ahead to our party and coalition building efforts and rejoice knowing that people are all ready to be done with this wicked semi-colonial situation. All right, speaking our language here. Hi, keyboards, love your face. From the beginning, we vowed never to take dwindling... Yeah. We vowed never to take dwindling recycled funds from the people and set out to prove our devotion to the cause and earn the people's trust through hard manual labor, upright dedication to the physical causes of liberation, and absolute unquestioning loyalty to the revolutionary interests of the oppressed nations, end quote. We intend to keep this promise. However, the work of the National Organizing Committee has officially become unsustainable. We're no longer able to give personal funds. Therefore, we must begin public fundraising efforts immediately. Tom with another gift subby. Thank you, homie. I love the dialectic.
I love the dialectic.
Therefore, we must begin the fundraising. Otherwise, our organization simply won't be able to do the work necessary to push the revolution forward. We're asking wealthy comrades to help us begin the next phase of the process. That took a second to come through. Wealthy comrades. Wealthy comrades. Check this out. We need, what is this? Approximately 25K. That's 100 comrades. 100 comrades donating $250 each for a team of 7 that will travel around the country and elsewhere to continue building relationships with comrades and other organizations, hold rallies, etc. We've already initiated this process. We have a robust proposal for your consideration, and an open vault policy will allow backers to track all funds, where they come from and where they go, and download detailed reports of our spending habits independently without need for prior consent, a system as transparent as transparency can get. The last couple of months have proven that the unfortunate reality of our situation is, since we won't and ought not charge dues, if we cannot get this preliminary funding from wealthy comrades, we'll have to get it on our own. This course of action would require us to postpone our party work simply because we would have no other choice. The financial strain on our families is becoming too much. With such little time for preparation, facing the inevitability of ecological and societal collapse under threat by overt fascist acceleration of the capitalist state, the new African nation is weak and out of position to confront the mounting social barbarities being committed against us on the eve of conflict. There's no time to waste. More information is available upon request. Help us rebuild the Black Panther Party, it says. District 1 occupied New Africa. Huh? Where's that? Alright. Optimistic, yeah. Oh, it's all the information here. Huh. All right. Yeah. I mean, sounds cool. Seems cool, right? I don't know. We'll see.
Buongiorno.
There it is, Nace. What's up, homie? What relation does this organization have to the original Black Panther Party? I wonder if his son is involved with it. Isn't his son involved with it? There it is. What? National Organizing Committee. Yeah, there it is. Of the reestablished Black Panther Party. Is this the same? Is this different? You got Assata Shakur, Kwame Nkrumah, Huey P. Newton, Toni Morrison up here. They got Fred Hampton quotes. The legacies of the new cultural revolution. Let me zoom in here. The new African cultural revolution, the National Organizing Committee of the movement to reestablish the Black Panther Party, were a scientific, socialist, non-sectarian coalition of mass autonomous organizations upholding the foundational theories of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, but extending our intellectual frame of reference to those socialist and anti-imperialist traditions which have produced victories against capitalism and something much more. We believe the time has come for the oppressed masses of New Africa to forge themselves into a real political machine, and so have answered the cries for social justice and liberation with the revival of the survival programs and a call for independence for the new African people. What we do, we're building a network of mass autonomous organizations in all 50 states dedicated to serving the people and organizing the unorganized masses into the new survival programs. He's not great at it. That's social media. Having come to the realization of ourselves as a nation, we organize the whole people to overturn the violent institutions which inflict our suffering. We organize, educate, and agitate the masses so that they may be able to pick up political power. We engage in mass economic struggle against industry by landlordism, by designing and deploying alternative living systems that decommodify the people's survival, unchain them from the barbarism of the capitalist system, and give them self-sufficient lives. We are the vanguard of the new African people and seek to give them peace, bread, and land. Yo, is this son involved or not? I don't know. Don't follow this rabbit hole? What do you mean? Does this pass your smell meter? Tell me what to do. I do what I want. Huh. I'm not noticing him being involved at all. So it's hard to say what's going on here, huh? Tatiana, welcome, man. You've never heard a chiller rendition of La Cucaracha? Is that what that was? I could barely hear it. Well, I don't know what to say. I can't get a read on this. We'll track it. We'll track it. It doesn't appear to be related to Fred Hampton Jr., and that makes me sus. Does that make you sus? Who are these people? The movement was an idea of the grandchildren of the original BPP. Panther anarchists, etc. We are literally the grandchildren, cousins, nieces, and nephews, the family of multiple founding OG. Which ones? Uh-oh. The Black Panther Party belongs to the new African people, not Huey P. Newton and a small clique of revolutionary ancestors. Uh-oh. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. This is my my sussy meter going. Boop, 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 boop. Getting weird here. Is it an op? I don't know, man. This is hard. This is hard. This is a wait and see kind of thing, huh? Are you separatists? We reject the vulgar cultural nationalism of our ancestors. Wait, what? Boofed!
Hey guys.
Jesus Christ. Scare the shit out of me. Was that especially loud today? Boof, love your face. Thank you for the 1312 biddies, homie.
I'm a billionaire. I'm a multi-millionaire.
What's with the delay? Less than two, you. Love your face. How you been, homie? Holy shit, that scared the shit out of me. What is going on here? It's hard to tell, you know? I'm just gonna wait on this. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm also suspicious. I'd like to know whether or not Fred Hampton Jr. is involved, what his thoughts are about this organization, or what. I just don't know what to believe about this. The basic litmus test for any group asking for $25K a month is what programs they were running previously. Could be a grift. It could be an op. Huh. Just don't know. I'll be honest, I just don't know. Like, who the fuck are these people? The party couldn't possibly vet every potential member. To address this, well, we have designed an election process which by all personnel decisions are made by lottery? What the fuck? The able, politically advanced, and willing, politically courageous, put their names in a pot, leadership selected at random. No. With the lottery elected leaders undergoing a proprietary vetting process called a fidelity test. Just hold these two metal rods and this meter will tell you. Yeah.
Don't get cheap on me, Dodson.
The site is registered to Namecheap Inc. What? What is going on here? What is this vetting process? Here.
Beyond a comprehensive background check, the member candidate, under certain conditions, is asked a series of very simple questions that escalate in invasiveness to determine truthfulness, unconscious biases, and undisclosed political affiliations. What? Candidate members may answer questions however they like. All that matters is that they answer truthfully. Omissions will be considered lies and may negatively affect the vetting process.
What the fuck?
This organization does not tolerate infiltration or obstruction. Therefore, candidate members who fail this vetting process are dismissed from their roles and face the possibility of being purged from the party as a matter of operational security. Party members may refer to our internal security culture curriculum for more information.
I just don't know, man. This one's really weird. This one's really weird. Oh, they got my email. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna defer to more knowledgeable people. This is not what I would say maybe is my forte, but this is not passing the smell test. So fun. What a weird thing. Yo, what is this?
This is not fine.
It's Scientology with extra steps. What the fuck? Give me one name of one person involved in this. This is so fucking vague, and it could be anything. This could literally be anything. It could be good. I don't know. Like, they could really be trying their best. The fuck is this? Project Sekhmet? Is this website? What is this? I am so weirded out. Endpoint program. I don't know. I don't think so. But I'm not going to shit on it yet, you know? I just seriously don't know. I'm sussy, though. Sussy. Wait, are all these people dead? Are any of these people able to be reached for comment? Who the fuck are these people? Who are they? Is anyone like, yes, this is me, I'm in this party? Alright, let's come back to this later, huh? If you see anything else about this, let me know. Uh-oh. So this is a Twitter account, Malcolm X Movement, saying, we checked with some of the original leadership and they said this appropriation happens often and is wrong. Uh-oh. If you could show you have some connection and endorsement from significant original Black Panther Party membership, maybe okay. It's asking for 25K? Raises more and more questions, points to a grift and corruption. It could absolutely be that. We've worked with, since 2008, the original leadership of the original BPP, including even predecessor Black Panther Party orgs led by Stokely, KT, and Bob Brown. I'm not sure who this... All of which is documented and in the public realm accessible to all. I don't know, y'all. This makes it even more sussy. I just don't know. That jacketing. Asada Shakur's in Cuba. Okay. Was she the only one on the list? Toni Morrison? George Jackson? Dead. It's a little weird. I mean, a lot of them are dead, but still, they couldn't find... Can we confirm whether or not Asada Shakur consents to having her quoted like this? Because that would be nail in the coffin shit right there, right? You're saying this is a scam. Where's the proof? Proof! It's an op wrapped in a grift encased in an enigma. It's truly the turducken of grifts. Is the Malcolm X movement legit? I can't tell. It's hard to say anything going on. It's hard to tell, but you know, so many alarm bells here. I'm willing to be wrong. Let's be honest. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Seems like an op. My initial... I feel like it's an op. Could be wrong. Don't worry. Don't jump down my throat here. We can disagree here. You could literally be like, Dan, I don't think it's an op, and that's fine. I'm not going to be upset. Sloan Drexel. Ops criticizing ops, maybe. We are new Africans. Hey guys. Liking their own tweets over here. All right, I'm gonna dip out of here. I don't know about this. Did they pay for verification? No, not a verified account. All right. This sounds sus. I don't know. I thought it looked cool. What was that? It gave me a weird feeling. Super op vibes. How you doing, chat? How you feeling out there? Thinking about dipping out and reading Black Shirts and Reds. I don't know. What are you up to? Who's playing Fortnite these days? I haven't played in a long time. I haven't touched it. Oh, God. Went to create a membership on their website and it just says it's closed. That is so weird. You play Apex? During the 2020 protests, there were 2 or 3 new Black Panther parties trying to take the limelight, and they were all just grifts and... Oh, my God. Oh, bitch, dude. It's such a waste. People waste their money and energy on these fake-ass revolutionary grifts. Drives me nuts. It makes it harder for people like me to do that. Yeah. You listen to Black Shirts and Reds, good stuff. That's the one that's not a robot is further down the YouTube list. There's another one to listen to, huh? There is another one to listen to. Squatch! Thanks for the 8 months, homie. Appreciate your support. Back to work. Judas, thanks for being with me today. Yeah. Hopefully you're able to get some smokes, homie. Yeah, okay. Alright, have we covered most everything on my list? This Boke group? Alright, do we gotta talk about this? How important is this group? Because we got... Here's the deal. We got people that are sort of cool. Lee Carter. He hasn't deleted the tweet yet. This is disappointing. You know, I guess he's got some bad takes sometimes because he's responding to this Popular Front tweet. Popular Front led by Jake Hanrahan. Jake Hanrahan raised money for the Azov Kids summer camp. He raised about $5,500 for them at the beginning of the war. Think about that.
Hashtag Russia. The anarchist group Glaz Okta has reportedly firebombed a Russian army recruiting station in the Bashkortostan Republic. The group appears to have also engaged in sabotage against railway lines supplying Russian troops in Ukraine.
So Lee Carter says,
Rare anarchist W.
That's stupid. Because it's an NED-funded outlet. What the fuck? This tweet saying, this past summer, Jake Hanrahan and I discussed Terrorgram in detail on Popular Front. It's currently the most potent source of accelerationist materials. Aside from the October assailant, 2 other Slovaks have been arrested for disseminating Terrorgram materials. Have you ever heard of Terrorgram? This is my first time. Do we? It's NED funded? Telegram? Telegram? Are you sure they mean Telegram? Hold on. Is Popular Front NED funded? I didn't know that. I don't know. Eddie Grams. Hold up. What's Esha saying here? I don't know if I can co-sign this. An NED funded outlet? You don't have a line on this? What does this mean? I don't want to be like up in her mentions, be like, well, do you have a source for this? And make it sound like I'm being disagreeable. I just want to come to that same conclusion. How did you reach that conclusion? I trust you, I just don't know how you reached the conclusion. But apparently, they do Contra-like acts in Myanmar, like bomb schools. Is this true? So I think we got to dig into this. I think I got a link from Ross. Thanks, Ross. All right. So the group that Lee Carter's talking about is Glaz Okta, allegedly associated with BOAK. And I don't know what any of this means. So if you're on that same level, we're starting in the same place. So let's see what we can find, huh?
Russia. The Anarcho-Communist Combat Organization. An interview with a clandestine anarchist group. When the Russian military invaded Ukraine at the end of February 2022, anarchists and other anti-war demonstrators defied draconian anti-protest measures to take the streets to express opposition. Over the months since those protests were crushed, resistance to the invasion has assumed new forms. Clandestine attacks across Russia have targeted railroads, military recruiting centers, vehicles belonging to pro-war zealots, and Russian state propaganda messaging in favor of the war.
What was that last bit? Vehicles? Alright, I don't see myself reading the whole thing. Do you? Looks like a lot. I'm lazy. Oh! Brain. Shit. Is there a TLDR? Yo, AK. I can't see myself reading this entire thing right now. It's too far down the rabbit hole for me. But, yeah, it appears they're sussy as well. Alright. Gonna dip out of there. We talked about it, but we didn't. I think I'm gonna skip on this intelligence agency thing too. Okay. Thanks y'all for keeping me afloat above 300 subbies. Love your face. I might have to do a subathon sometime soon, huh? What can we do in that regard? I should have another birthday. That always helps. Folks, I know I had a birthday in August, but I'm gonna have another birthday here coming up. Just before the end of November. Yeah, don't do too much math. All right, so on my plate, I'm still working on my project. Chotley Trap House. I think Karem and I are going to be meeting tonight, so that's another reason for me to log off a little earlier than normal. And I want to read Black Shirts and Reds, so I got a lot of reading to do, and some like work to do. Yeah. So, you know, this becomes that this is that part of the stream where I'm like, well, what do I do? Do I end the stream and go do this off stream? Is this boring for stream content? Or do I just keep streaming and do my homework right here on stream? I don't know. Do we have any votes? Let's take a poll. A question. Homework on stream? Should we do it right now? Or should I do it off stream? Should I end the stream and do it later? Should I show my work? You got a minute. Let me know what you think, chat. There's a poll in the chat. Should I do my homework? Should I just go right into it? Do some of my reading? Some of my editing, writing mode stuff? If I could show you my editing. I can't show you the writing of the Chotley Trap House. I don't want to give too much away. But we could do like deep dive stuff. We could do research related stuff. I'm an investigative journalist. No, I'm not. I like to read Wikipedia and try to feel smarter. It's working. But I'm obviously having to find many more resources. That's why this project's fun. Going down the rabbit hole is a lot of fun. It's fun to take a topic and go all the way down the rabbit hole. Oh, it's so fun for me. You saw this? I don't know. Inside you, there are two wolves. Wow. One is racist, and the other one is racist. Wait, what's going on here? Why is this one racist? I can see the fucking... This one's... Are there flags I don't recognize? Is it time for me to learn about some flags? Hold my hand through this. And it seems like three people voted for on-stream, 2 said off-stream. So, yeah, not really many votes here. Folks, I thought you liked democracy. I just feel like 3-2 is not much. Stop Ukrainian Polish? What does that mean? They don't want Ukrainians coming into Poland? No poll? You didn't see the poll? What would you have said? I can add the tally in my head. Stop Ukrainization of Poland. Wow. Wow. Lots of Ukrainians work in Poland and take low-paying jobs. And Polish-Ukrainian relations are pretty bad. I bet. Tons of racism in Poland. Oh, Dakadoon. Thanks for the prime subby, homie. I don't know why there's a delay on this today. Weird. See if I can refresh that or something. Alert box. Alright, whatever. I can't fix it. Spoiler alert, yeah. Irony, that's what the British say about the Polish. Seeing NAFO accounts defending this march was wild, especially considering the sign on the right. I guess so, yeah, now that we know about it. Why bother raising awareness to the sign to the right? To be honest, it's Nazi flags on top of Nazi flags. It's Nazis all the way down. Every time, dude. I scroll on Twitter here for. All right, again, back to this Popular Front. Is any defunded? All right, I don't know. Listening to the British. Let's go ahead. I'm going to take another break so that I can smoke and step outside and smoke for a second. I have to step outside today. I'm not allowed to smoke inside. And we'll come back in a couple minutes. I think. Oh God, I'm on the fence. I should read Black Shirts and Reds. I should do it. You think we could read the whole thing? It'll give me something to do for the rest of the stream. But I also gotta wrap my head around... No, fuck it. Me and Karem are meeting tonight for the series, I think. We're gonna talk about it. I want to make sure I'm not unprepared. Okay. So, question. does shrooms? Who's well versed with shrooms? Are some just like much stronger than others? Because I just was rocked last night, and I was so surprised. I felt like I ate less than I've done in the previously. I just got zooted. I was in a funny place. Especially when I closed my eyes. I was like, whoa! Holy shit, dude. You do the non-psychoactive kind, no actives. Well, today has been an interesting stream so far. We've had Holodomor believers. I had one guy come over from Reddit gloating that they got me banned on Reddit. You're gonna get banned here on Twitter and Twitch next. Fucking losers. I bet these are the same people that are like, I believe in free speech. The same people. Or literal Nazis, who knows? One of the two. Got a lot of Ukraine defenders on Reddit. That's just a really terrible place right now. A free speech absolutist? Oof. Yikes, homie. So like when China kicks out, like, oh, you're kidding. I thought you were serious. Okay. Taking a short break right now. Oh, I can't run the ad right now. I cannot do it. Hey, guys. So, got a Ray back. What's up, homie? Love your face. Let's go ahead and take a short break. I'm going to need a few minutes because I'll be outside. So, just going to play the Yellow Perenni. You're mocking him. Thank gosh. I was honestly worried. I'm like, I don't want to have to ban another weirdo.
Who, as we all know, is Ronald Reagan in drag.
His worst joke, by the way. All right, be back in a couple minutes. Don't go
anywhere. The Soviets have signed a no first use pledge, a pledge that we will not be the first to ever use nuclear weapons. And the only reason they signed that is because they cannot imagine any time when it would be in their interest ever to be the first to use nuclear weapons. They haven't ruled out the possible use of them, and they keep building too. That no first use pledge, the U.S. has refused to sign it. Well, so what? That means less hypocrisy, because when push comes to shove and the missiles are going to fly, they're going to fly, right? No. What nations say is an indication of their interests and their strategies to some degree. Sometimes there's lies and deception. The U.S. cannot sign a no first use pledge because no first use, because they have threatened, every administration has threatened the use of nuclear weapons. It's part of U.S. foreign policy. That's what Star Wars, that's what First Strike, that's what Cruising Pershings are. It's to gain dominance again over the socialist countries, over the third world, by having nuclear superiority. The U.S. threatened first use and thought of using nuclear weapons at Khe-Sanh during the Korean War. Eisenhower did. Nixon thought of using nuclear weapons at what was that battle during the Tet Offensive? But was that Khe-Sanh? I'm getting my wars mixed up. During Khe-Sanh in Vietnam, and I forget what the other battle, the Reservoir Battle in Korea, was Eisenhower. The Eisenhower administration not only deliberated using them, but actually decided to at Dien Bien Phu. and said yes, and offered nuclear weapons to the French. It said, "Do you want to use some of these tactical nuclear weapons at Dien Bien Phu?" And the French refused. They took the defeat instead. So they were quite ready to use them then. And any number of occasions, by the way, the use of nuclear weapons, the Kennedy administration and the Cuban Missile Crisis seriously considered the use of nuclear weapons against the Soviet Union, as I mentioned before. So it is a part of policy. It is one of the weapons that are to be used to maintain imperial hegemony, to keep history from happening, to keep people under the gun. So if they signed a no first pledge, they could no longer threaten using the weapons. It would show them to be hypocrites and liars. They signed the pledge, and here they are threatening to use the weapon. And if they signed the pledge and threatened to use the weapon, this would undercut the credibility of the use of the weapon. Or if they signed the no first pledge, this would undercut the credibility of the threat of nuclear weapons. And the value of those weapons is the threat. And by the way, it may not be that the U.S. is ready to destroy the USSR. Their ultimate plan is really to get such a superiority with Star Wars, cruise, Pershing, and all that, forward attack, planes and submarines and everything else, that they will just be able to dictate terms, as I was saying. And first use pledge would certainly not fit into that scheme of things at all. Therefore, the policies are not really totally symmetrical between Moscow and Washington. The Soviet Union, this is one of the best kept secrets in the United States. The Supreme Soviet in February of 1981 voted unanimously to endorse a mutual, bilateral, verifiable nuclear freeze that was virtually identical to the ones which were passed in those 20 Vermont townships and voted in 9 states and endorsed in hundreds of towns and cities in America. And its wording was almost word for word the same pledged. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union that same month voted unanimously to endorse a nuclear freeze. The U.S. has, in fact, ignored any proposal for nuclear freeze despite a massive movement involving millions of people in this country, probably the biggest mass movement in such a short time in our history was the nuclear freeze movement. You don't realize, some of you are too young to realize what history you're making, Okay. You don't realize, but it's incredible. It dwarfed, in its numbers, it dwarfed the anti-war movement, at least for the first 5 years. It dwarfed the civil rights movement. It dwarfed the union movements and struggles in the 30s. And the sheer numbers of people who signed up, who marched, who demonstrated, who wrote letters, who pledged for nuclear freeze. It was a mass movement. And the Reagan administration simply ignored the whole thing. Didn't exist. Wouldn't hear of it. Wouldn't consider it. It didn't fit into their very...
Okay. Doing good. I want to remind you, trying to get my patrons up over there on Patreon, where you can support the work that I do here in a monthly way if you prefer. And then hit the button. Right here on Twitch, they take about 50% of every subscription. On Patreon is about 15. PayPal is about, 3? So that's sort of the split there. And I know there's lots of different ways to support the stream. Whatever's most convenient for you, obviously, is good. But your support really does mean a lot. It means that I get to keep coming back here just about every day. I've taken about 5 days off in the past month. So, I guess 1 day off a week I've been averaging. That's about 180 hours of streaming. So, you get a lot of content, ad-free, and that's a great thing. Now, do we read this? Are we going to do black shirts and reds? We have much excitement for this.
Do it!
Just do it. Maybe. Just want to gauge the excitement around here. Around these parts. All right. One person is excited. One. Awesome. Shia LaBeouf.
Are you not entertained?
Little commie.
Are you not entertained?
Okay. I'm gonna give it a shot. See how long I can hang. And we'll go from there. Go full screen over here or what? Better over there. I hate it, you know? That. Can I do it again? Okay. Control H. Ugh, closer. No. View. Control L. Alright. Okay. Here we go. We need some good music. You're not going to hear this in the replay. There's no music in the replays. If I do it right. It's not great. We've been doing too much Radiohead. How about this lounge playlist? There we go. All right, here we go. Are you ready? Hold on to your butts. I'm getting a lot of excitement from chat right now. You know, I'm an entertainer. Okay? I feed off your energy. What is your energy right now? That's going to guide me. That's the tricky part about not being able to see your audience. Like, are they vibing? Are they laughing at my jokes? Do they like me? Do they really like me? Extreme Doomer energy. I'm sorry to hear that. Because of black shirts and reds? What do you think about black shirts and reds? How excited are you? On a scale of 69 to 420. Slow day at work, Sunday energy. That's your energy right now? Okay. Do you think black shirts and reds will improve it? Here we go. Hold on to your buttholes. By Michael Perenni. Black Shirts and Reds. 1933. Black Shirts and Reds. Alright. He's got other books. My first Michael Perenni book. Black Shirts and Reds. Rational Fascism and the Overthrow of Communism. Wait, hold on. That sounds bad. All right. What? When did he write it? Did he write it in 97 or 33? That doesn't make sense. All right. I just don't get it. I guess 97. He wrote it back when he was negative 25 years old. How old is he? He's describing the capitalist world reaction to communism. Of course that's bad. Acknowledgements. All right. To the Reds and others, nameless heroes many, who resisted yesterday's black shirts and who continue to fight today's ruthless corporate stuffed shirts. And to the memory of Sean Gervasi, Max Gundy, valued friends and warriors for social justice. For him who knows only your color, red flag, you must really exist so he may exist. You who already have achieved many bourgeois and working class glories, you became a rag again, and the poorest wave you. By Pier Paolo Pasolini. All right. Organized as such. Section 1. Rational fascism. Fascism historically has been used to secure the interests of large capitalist interests against the demands of popular democracy. Then and now, fascism has made irrational mass appeals in order to secure the rational ends of class domination. It's true. Okay, I'm going to skip this part. Section 2. Let us now praise revolution. Revolutions are democratic developments that demand the freedoms of people who enjoyed no freedom under oppressive pre-revolutionary regimes. Revolutions are a mass empowerment against the forces of exploitative privilege. They bring a dramatic reduction in political and economic oppression. Okay. 3. Left anti-communism. Likely where the quote that we'd pulled up earlier today, where that was from. Like conservatives and reactionaries, most of the U.S. left greeted communism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe with fear and loathing, and with idealized expectations that took no account for Western encirclement and the survival necessities of socialism under siege. It's the same thing that we're fighting today. They don't have a material analysis. And they want to browbeat you with it. Number 4, communism in Wonderland. The internal irrationalities and weaknesses of past communist economies and the systemic reasons why productivity stagnated and reforms were so difficult to effect. 6, the free market paradise goes east. Part 1. Repression by conservative forces in the former communist states in the name of democratic reform. Privileges from pre-communist days restored to the old owning classes. Western investors plundered the public sector at great profit to themselves, reducing the former communist countries to third world levels. Reject modernity, embrace tradition. What? What? I don't know about this comment, homie. I'm just going to time that out. That makes me feel uncomfortable. Alright. Moving on, though. It's hard to have a material analysis in a capitalist society that has historically snuffed the left, but it can be done. Alright, number 7. The free market paradise goes east, part 2. The emergence of free market rapacity and growing inequality. Widespread crime, social maladies, and victimization, especially of women, children, the elderly, and the poor. The third worldization and cultural decay of formerly collectivist societies. The way he describes the fallout from the fall of Soviet Union is amazing. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know, but yeah. Number 8, the end of Marxism? understanding the fundamental concepts and discoveries of a view of society and politics that today is more relevant than ever, helping us to overcome truncated modes of thought, teaching us to ask why things are as they are. Number 9, anything but class, avoiding the C word. Wait. Come on. What am I doing here? Everything's down. I can't click up. Fuck. Come on. Anything but the C word. Avoiding the C word, rather. Anything but class. Class is more than a demographic category. Anything but class explanations of social realities invite us to deny the obvious links between wealth and power and the collision of ecology with capitalism. Okay. Alright, here's the preface. Let's go. Let's get ready. Here we go. Alright. This book invites those immersed in the prevailing orthodoxy of democratic capitalism to entertain iconoclastic views, to question the shibboleths of free market mythology, and the persistence of both right and left anti-communism, and to consider anew, with a receptive but not uncritical mind, the historic effects of the much maligned Reds and other revolutionaries. Still today, we're reading it in Jacobin. Heroic Skeleton, welcome in. Left is best. Hey, homie. Having a splendid Sunday. We're right back at you. We're reading, we're fucking reading some shit. Oh, no, I want that on. I just want aux. Yeah. Awesome. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Why do you like that? Alright, something weird's going on here. Alright, reading on. Oh, God, I did it again. How can I go fucking back? Preface. Second paragraph. The political orthodoxy that demonizes communism permeates the entire political perspective. Yeah, it's everything. Is everyone against us? Even people on the left have internalized the liberal/conservative ideology equates fascism and communism as equally evil totalitarian twins. Two major mass movements of the 20th century. Oh, that's what no theory does to a motherfucker. This book attempts to show the enormous differences between fascism and communism, both past and present, both in theory and practice, especially in regards to questions of social equality, private capital accumulation, and class interest. Would help it if I did this. The orthodox mythology would also have us believe that the Western democracies, with the U.S. leading the way, have opposed both totalitarian systems with equal vigor. In fact, the U.S. leaders have been dedicated above all to making the world safe for global corporate investment and the private profit system. That sounds like a perennial line. Pursuant to this goal, they've used fascism to promote capitalism while claiming to be saving democracy from communism. In the pages ahead, I discuss how capitalism propagates and profits from fascism, the value of revolution in the advancement of human condition, the causes and effects of the destruction of communism, the continuing relevance of Marxism and class analysis, and the heartless nature of corporate class power. Over a century ago, in his great work, Les Miserables, Victor Hugo asked, "Will the future arrive?" He was thinking of a future of social justice, free from the terrible shadows of oppression imposed by the few upon the great mass of humankind. Of late, some scribes have announced the end of history. With the overthrow of communism, the monumental struggle between alternative systems has ended, they say. They say. Capitalism's victory is total. No great transformations are in the offing. The global free market is here to stay. What you see is what you're going to get, now and always. This time, the class struggle is definitely over. So Hugo's questions answered. The future has indeed arrived, though not the one he had hoped for. But this intellectually anemic and end-of-history theory was hailed as a brilliant exegesis. Exegesis. Not too familiar with that one. And accorded a generous reception by commentators and reviewers of the corporate-controlled media. It served the official worldview perfectly well, saying what the higher circles had been telling us for generations. That the struggle between classes is not an everyday reality, but an outdated notion. That an untrammeled capitalism is here to stay now and forever. That the future belongs to those who control the present. But the question we really should be asking is, do we have a future at all? More than ever, with the planet itself at stake, it becomes necessary to impose a reality check on those who would plunder our limited ecological resources in the pursuit of limited profits. Those who would squander away our birthright and extinguish our liberties in their uncompromising pursuit of self-gain. History teaches us that all ruling elites try to portray themselves as the natural and durable social order, even ones that are in serious crisis, that threaten to devour their environmental base in order to continually recreate their hierarchical structure of power and privilege. And all ruling elites are scornful and intolerant of alternative viewpoints. Dimitri Gifted One, thank you, homie. Truth is an uncomfortable venue for those who pretend to serve our society, while in fact serving only themselves at our expense. I hope this effort will chip away at the big lie that the election was stolen. Wait, what? The truth may not set us free, as the Bible claims, but it's an important first step in that direction. I'm going to grab some water, and we're going to continue right after this. Sorry. No. I just did a smoke time a minute ago. A little while ago. It's snack time. Starved. I think I skipped lunch. I did have breakfast. Alright. I got some ginger snaps. Oh, they be snapping. Oh, shit. It's great. Okay. Huh. It slides. Here we go. Chapter 1 is called Rational Fascism. While walking through New York's Little Italy, I passed a novelty shop displayed posters and t-shirts of Benito Mussolini, giving the fascist salute. When I entered the shop, I asked the clerk why such items were being offered. He replied, "Well, some people like them. And maybe we need someone like Mussolini in this country." Wow. His comment was a reminder that fascism survives as something more than a historical curiosity. Worse than posters or t-shirts are the works by various writers bent on explaining Hitler or re-evaluating Franco, or in the other way, sanitizing fascist history. In Italy, during the 1970s, there emerged a veritable cottage industry of books and articles claiming that Mussolini not only made the trains run on time, but also made Italy work well. All these publications, along with many conventional academic studies, have one thing in common. They say little, if anything, about the class policies of fascist Italy and Nazi Germany. How do these regimes deal with social services, taxes, businesses, and conditions of labor? For whose benefit and at whose expense? Most the literature on fascism and Nazism does not tell us. I'm curious. Isn't it? Isn't it? Let us begin with a look at fascism's founder. Born in 1883, the son of a blacksmith, Benito Mussolini's early manhood marked by street brawls, arrests, jailings, and violent radical political activities. Before World War I, Mussolini was a socialist, a brilliant organizer, agitator, gifted journalist, became the editor of the Socialist Party's official newspaper. Many of his comrades suspected him of being less interested in advancing socialism than advancing himself. Indeed, when the Italian upper class tempted him with recognition, financial support, and the promise of power, he did not hesitate to switch sides. Oh my God. Socialists. Am I right? Just be a communist. At the end of World War I, grifters, Mussolini, the socialist, who had organized strikes for workers and peasants, had become Mussolini, the fascist, who broke strikes on behalf of financiers and landowners. Using the huge sums he received from wealthy interests, he projected himself onto the national scene as the acknowledged leader of I Fasci di Combattimento, a movement composed of black-shirted ex-army officers and sundry toughs who were guided by no clear political doctrine other than a militaristic patriotism and conservative dislike for anything associated with socialism and organized labor. Mike Mussolini. What? Oh yeah, heroic. None of this has to make sense. Mussolini. The fascist blackshirts spent their time attacking trade unionists, socialites, communists, and farm cooperatives. All right, am I going to read this? I'm going to skip the comments or whatever. All right, sorry. I'm eating cookies. After World War I, Italy had settled into a pattern of parliamentary democracy. The low pay scales were improving, and the trains were already running on time. But the capitalist economy was in a post-war recession. Investment stagnated. Heavy industry operated far below capacity. Corporate profits and agribusiness exports were declining. To maintain profit levels, the large landowners and industrialists would have to slash wages and raise prices. The state, in turn, would have to provide them with massive subsidies and tax exemptions. Pickle, with your 24 months tier 3, homie, thank you. It's going to take a second here. There it is. All right. I don't know what the deal is with that. I don't know. I can't seem to reset that source. Can I? I don't know. Okay. Where am I? I've got so much ADD. It's so hard for me to read things. The state would in turn have to provide them with massive subsidies and tax exemptions to finance its corporate welfareism. The populace would have to be taxed more heavily, and social services and welfare expenditures would have to be drastically cut. Measures that might sound familiar to us today. But the government was not completely free to pursue this course. By 1921, many Italian workers and peasants were unionized, had their own political organizations. With the demonstrations, strikes, boycotts, factory takeovers, and the forcible occupation of farmlands, they'd won the right to organize, along with concessions in wages and work conditions. To impose a full measure of austerity upon workers and peasants, the ruling economic interests would have to abolish the democratic rights that helped the masses defend their modest living standards. The solution was to smash their unions, their political organizations, and civil liberties. Industrialists and big landowners wanted someone at the helm who could break the power of organized workers and farm laborers and impose a stern order on the masses. For this task, Benito Mussolini, armed with his gangs of black shirts, seemed the likely candidate. I'll read this. Or I'll let you read this. Wow. Wow. Okay. 1922. The Federazione Industriale, composed of the leaders of the industry, along with reps from the banking and agribusiness associations, met with Mussolini to plan the March on Rome, contributing 20 million lira to the undertaking. With the additional backing of Italy's top military officers and police chiefs, the fascist revolution, really a coup d'etat, took place. Coup d'etat after coup d'etat after coup d'etat. Within 2 years after seizing state power, Mussolini had shut down all opposition newspapers and crushed the socialist, liberal, Catholic, Democratic, and Republican parties. Together, commanded some 80% of the vote. Oh, that's pretty fashy. Labor leaders, peasant leaders, parliamentary delegates, and others critical of the new regime were beaten, exiled, or murdered by fascist terror squadristi. Squadristi! The Italian Communist Party endured the severest repression of all, managed to maintain a courageous underground resistance, eventually evolved into armed struggle against the black shirts and the German occupation force. Pretty bad. Pretty rad. Pretty rad. In Germany, a similar pattern of complicity between fascists and capitalists emerged. German workers and farm laborers had won the right to unionize.
Hey guys.
An 8-hour day and unemployment insurance. But to revive profit levels, heavy industry and big finance wanted wage cuts for their workers and massive state subsidies and tax cuts for themselves. During the 20s, Nazi Sturmabteilung, or the SA, the brown-shirted stormtroopers, subsidized by business, were used mostly as anti-labor paramilitary force, whose function was to terrorize workers and farm laborers. By 1930, most of the tycoons had concluded the Weimar Republic could no longer serve their needs, was too accommodating to the working class. They greatly increased their subsidies to Hitler, propelling the Nazi Party onto the national stage. Sounds about right sector, am I right? Business tycoons supply the Nazis with generous funds for fleets of motor cars and loudspeakers to saturate the cities and villages of Germany, along with funds for Nazi Party orgs, youth groups, paramilitary forces. In the July 1932 campaign, Hitler had sufficient funds to fly to 50 cities in the last 2 weeks alone. What the fuck? In the same campaign, the Nazis received 37.3% of the vote, the highest they'd ever won in a Democratic national election. 1932. They never had a majority of the people on their side. To the extent that they had any kind of reliable base, it generally was among the more affluent members of society. In addition, elements of the petty bourgeoisie and many lumpen proletariats served as strong-arm party thugs organized into the SA stormtroopers. But the great majority of the organized working class supported the communists or social democrats to the very end. In the yeah, we're having a good time. In the December 1932 election, 3 candidates ran for president. The conservative incumbent, Field Marshal von Hindenburg, ja, the Nazi candidate, Adolf Hitler, and the Communist Party candidate, Ernst Thälmann. We were learning about him the other day. The Nazis murdered him. Oh, sorry, spoiler alert. It's really sad, actually. Yeah. Oh, by the way, you see the 3 arrows? Make sure you ask what the 3rd arrow stands for. Sorry, it goes this way. What does the 3rd arrow stand for? It stood for this guy. Anyways. Ernst. They spelled it without an umlaut. Anyways, Thälmann argued that a vote for Hindenburg amounted to a vote for Hitler, and that Hitler would lead Germany into war. The bourgeois press, including the Social Democrats, denounced this view as Moscow-inspired. Oh my god, dude, that's the same fucking move they do today. They haven't learned a new move in 90 years. We're hearing the same argument today. Hindenburg was re-elected while the Nazis dropped approximately 2 million votes in the Reichstag election compared to their peak of over 13.7. Wow. True to form. Social Democrat leaders refused the Communist Party's proposals to form an 11th-hour coalition against Nazism. As in many other countries, past and present, so in Germany, the Social Democrats would sooner ally themselves with the reactionary right than make common cause with the Reds. Tale as old as time. A tale as old as fascism itself. Time is a flat circle. Meanwhile, a number of right-wing parties coalesced behind the Nazis, and in January 33, weeks after the election, Hindenburg invited Hitler to become chancellor. Yeah, it's so different now. Earlier in 1924, Social Democratic officials in the Ministry of Interior used Reichswehr and Free Corps fascist paramilitary troops to attack left-wing demonstrators. They imprisoned 7,000 workers and suppressed Communist Party newspapers. Upon assuming state power, Hitler and his Nazis pursued a politico-economic agenda not unlike Mussolini's. They crushed organized labor and eradicated all elections, opposition parties, and independent publications. Hundreds of thousands of opponents were imprisoned, tortured, or murdered. In Germany, as in Italy, the communists endured the severest political repression of all groups. Here were 2 peoples, the Italians and Germans, with different histories, cultures, and languages, supposedly different temperaments, who ended up with the same repressive solutions because of the compelling similarities of economic power and class conflict that prevailed in their respective countries. In such diverse countries as Lithuania, Croatia, Romania, Hungary, and Spain, a similar fascist pattern emerged to do its utmost to save big capital from the impositions of democracy. From whom did the fascists support? Whom did the fascists support, rather? There's a vast literature on who supported the Nazis, but relatively is known on whom the Nazis supported after they came to power. This is in keeping with the tendency of conventional scholarship to avoid the entire subject of capitalism whenever something unfavorable might be said about it. Whose interests did Mussolini and Hitler support? in both Italy in the 20s and Germany in the 30s. Old industrial evils thought to have passed permanently into history reemerged as the conditions of labor deteriorated precipitously. In the name of saving society from the Red Menace, unions and strikes were outlawed. Union property and farm cooperatives were confiscated and handed over to rich private owners. Minimum wage laws, overtime pay, and factory safety regulations were abolished. I need a cookie. Cookie break. It's a really good cookie. Speed-ups became commonplace. Dismissals or imprisonment awaited those workers who complained about unsafe or inhumane work conditions. Where's my water? Okay, good. So workers toiled longer hours for less pay. Right. Austerity. The already modest wages were severely cut. In Germany by 25 to 40%, in Italy 50%. Hello. In Italy, child labor was reintroduced. Whoops. There's a deregulation for you. It's just sounding like neoliberalism. To be sure, a few crumbs were thrown to the populace. Free concerts, sporting events, some meager social programs, a dole for the unemployed financed mostly by contributions from working people, and showy public works projects designed to evoke civic pride. Lame. Mussolini and Hitler showed their gratitude to their big business patrons by privatizing many perfectly solvent state-owned steel mills, power plants, banks, and steamship companies. That's true, Russ. Both regimes dipped heavily into public treasury or to refloat or subsidize heavy industry. Agribusiness farming was expanded, heavily subsidized. Both state guaranteed a return on the capital investment invested by giant corporations, while assuming most of the risks and losses on investments. As is often the case with reactionary regimes, public capital was raided by private capital. Sounds familiar. At the same time, taxes increased for the general populace, lowered or eliminated for the rich and big business. Inheritance taxes on the wealthy greatly reduced or abolished altogether. Greetings from Turkey. Oh my gosh. Welcome in. Did the Armenian genocide happen or no? These cookies are great. The result of all this. In Italy, during the 30s, the economy was gripped by a recession. You don't have an opinion? Explosion in Istanbul today. Really? Yeah, that's sus, homie. All right. Industrial profits rose. The armaments factories busily rolled out weapons in preparation for the war to come. In Germany, unemployment was cut in half, with considerable expansion in armaments jobs, but overall property increased because of the drastic wage cuts. From 35 to 43, industrial profits increased substantially, while the net income of corporate leaders climbed 46%. During the radical 1930s, the U.S., Great Britain, Scandinavia, upper-income groups experienced a modest decline in their share of national income, but in Germany, the top 5% enjoyed a 15% gain. Despite this record, most writers have ignored fascism's close collaboration with big business. Some even argue that businesses business was not a beneficiary, but a victim of fascism. Get the fuck out of here. Angelo Codevilla, a Hoover Institute conservative scribe, blithely announced, "If fascism means anything, it means government ownership and control of business." What? Thus, fascism is misrepresented as a mutant form of socialism. In fact, if fascism means anything, it means all-out government support for business and severe repression of anti-business, pro-labor forces. Yeah, if anything, it's the opposite of what they said. Is fascism merely a dictatorial force in the service of capitalism? That may not be all it is, but that certainly is an important part of fascism's how do you say this? Raison d'être? The function Hitler himself kept referring to when he talked about saving the industrialists and bankers from Bolshevism. It is a subject that deserves far more attention than it has received. While the fascists might have believed they were saving the plutocrats from the Reds, in fact, the revolutionary left was never strong enough to take state power in either Italy or Germany. D'être, thank you. Popular forces, however, were strong enough to cut into profit rates and interfere with the capital accumulation process. This frustrated capitalism's attempts to resolve its internal contradictions by shifting more and more of its costs onto the backs of the working populace. Revolution or no revolution, this democratic working class resistance was troublesome to the moneyed interests. Along with serving the capitalists, fascist leaders served themselves, getting in on the money at every opportunity. Their personal greed and their class loyalties were two sides of the same coin. Mussolini and his cohorts lived lavishly, cavorting within the higher circles of wealth and aristocracy. Nazi officials and SS commanders amassed personal fortunes by plundering conquered territories and stealing from concentration camp inmates and other political victims. Huge amounts were made from secretly owned, well-connected businesses and from contracting out camp slave labor to industrial firms like IG Farben and Krupp. What the fuck? What the Krupp? Hitler, usually portrayed as an ideological fanatic, uninterested in crass material things. In fact, he accumulated an immense fortune, much of it in questionable ways. He expropriated artworks from the public domain, stole enormous sums from Nazi party coffers. He invented a new concept, the personality right, that enabled him to charge a small fee for every postage stamp with his picture on it. A venture made him hundreds of millions of marks. The greatest source of Hitler's wealth was a secret slush fund to which leading German industrialists regularly donated. Crowdfunded, huh? Hitler knew that as long as German industry was making money, his private money sources would be inexhaustible. Thus, he'd see to it that German industry was never better off than under his rule by launching, for one thing, gigantic armament projects, what we would call fat defense contracts. Oh my God. Far from being the ascetic, Hitler lived self-indulgently. During his entire tenure in office, he got special rulings from the German tax office allowed him to avoid paying income or property taxes. He had a motor pool of limousines, private apartments, country homes, a vast staff of servants, and a majestic estate in the Alps. His happiest times were spent entertaining European royalty, including the Duke and Duchess of Windsor. Yep. Italian fascism and German Nazism had their admirers within the U.S. business community and the corporate-owned press. Bankers, publishers, industrialists, including the likes of Henry Ford, traveled to Rome and Berlin to pay homage, receive medals, and strike profitable deals. Many did their utmost to advance the Nazi war effort, sharing military-industrial secrets and engaging in secret transactions with Nazi government, even after the U.S. entered the war. Yeah. During the 20s, early 30s, major publications like Fortune, the Wall Street Journal, go dig a hole, the Wall Street Journal, Saturday Evening Post, New York Times, Chicago Tribune, and the Christian Science Monitor hailed Mussolini as the man who rescued Italy from anarchy and radicalism. They spun rhapsodic fantasies of a resurrected Italy where poverty and exploitation had suddenly disappeared, where Reds had been vanquished, harmony reigned, and black shirts protected a new democracy. The Italian-language press in the U.S. eagerly joined the chorus. The two main influential newspapers, L'Italia of San Francisco, financed largely by A.P. Gianni's Bank of America, and Il Progresso of New York, owned by multi-millionaire Generoso Pope, looked favorably on the fascist regime and suggested that the U.S. could benefit from a similar social order. Cookie break. This isn't your typical audiobook reading. And need snacks. All right. Some dissenters refused to join the We Adore Benito chorus. The Nation reminded its readers Mussolini was not saving democracy, but destroying it. Progressives of all stripes and various labor leaders denounced fascism, but their critical sentiments received little exposure in the U.S. corporate media. As with Mussolini, so with Hitler. The press did not look too unkindly upon hearing their Führer's Nazi dictatorship. There was a strong Gid Adolf a chance contingent, some of it greased by Nazi money. In exchange for more positive coverage in the Hearst newspapers, for instance, the Nazis paid almost 10 times the standard subscription rate for Hearst's INS wire service. In return, William Randolph Hearst instructed his correspondents in Germany to file friendly reports about Hitler's regime. Those who refused were transferred or fired. Hearst newspapers even opened their pages to occasional guest columns by prominent Nazi leaders like Alfred Rosenberg and Hermann Goering. Analyze the business plot. What's up? By the mid to late 30s, Italy and Germany, allied with Japan, another industrial latecomer, were aggressively seeking a share of the world's markets and colonial booty. And expansionism brought them increasingly into conflict with more established Western capitalist nations like Great Britain, France, and the U.S. As the clouds of war gathered, U.S. press opinion about the Axis powers took on a decisively critical tone. Some writers stress the irrational features of fascism. By doing so, they overlook the rational politico-economic functions that fascism performed. Much of politics is the rational manipulation of irrational symbols. Certainly this is true of fascist ideology, whose emotive appeals have served a class control function. First, there was the cult of the leader. In Italy, Il Duce. In Germany, der Führerprinzip. With leader worship, there came the idolatry of the state. As Mussolini wrote, the fascist conception of life stresses the importance of the state, accepts the individual only insofar as his interests coincide with those of the state. Fascism preaches the authoritarian rule of an all-encompassing state and a supreme leader. It extols harsher human impulses of conquest and domination. Excuse me. While rejecting egalitarianism, democracy, collectivism, and pacifism as doctrines of weakness and decadence. dedication to peace, Mussolini wrote, is hostile to fascism. Huh? Perpetual peace, he claimed in 34, is a depressing doctrine. Only in cruel struggle and conquest do men or nations achieve their highest realization. Though words are beautiful things, he asserted, rifles, machine guns, planes, and cannons are still more beautiful. Sounds fashy. On another occasion, he wrote, war alone puts the stamp of nobility on the peoples who have the courage to meet it. Ironically, most Italian army conscripts have no stomach for Mussolini's wars, tending to remove themselves from battle once they discovered that the other side was using live ammo. Cookie break. What? What do they think? All right. Fascistic doctrine stresses monistic values. Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. One people, one rule, one leader. The people are no longer to be concerned with class divisions, but must see themselves as part of a harmonious whole, rich and poor as one. A view that supports the economic status quo by cloaking the ongoing system of class exploitation. This is in contrast to a left agenda that advocates the articulation of popular demands and sharpened awareness of social injustice and class struggle. This monism is buttressed by atavistic appeals to the mythical roots of the people. For Mussolini, it was a grandeur that was Rome. For Hitler, the ancient Volk. A play written by a pro-Nazi, Hans Jost, entitled Schlagetter, and performed widely throughout Germany soon after the Nazis seized power, and Hitler attended the opening night in Berlin, pits Volk mysticism against class politics. The enthusiastic August is talking to his father, Schneider. August says, "You won't believe it, Papa, but the young people don't pay much attention to these old slogans anymore. The class struggle is dying out." Schneider says, "So? And what do you have then?" Sorry, I won't do that. To which August replies, "The Volk community." Schneider says, "And that's a slogan?" August says, "No, it's an experience." How's my acting? Schneider says, "My God! Our class struggle, our strikes, they weren't an experience, eh? Socialism, the International, were they fantasies, maybe?" I don't know. "They were necessary. But they're historical experiences," says August. Schneider, "So, in the future, therefore, we'll have your Volk community. Tell me, how do you actually envision it? Poor, rich, healthy, upper, lower? All this ceases with you, eh?" "Look, Papa, upper, lower, poor, rich, that always exists. It's only the importance one places on that question that's decisive. To us, life is not chopped up into working hours and furnished with price charts. Rather, we believe in human existence as a whole. None of us regards making money as the most important thing. We want to serve. The individual is a corpuscle on the bloodstream of his people." What the fuck? The fuck, man? Back break. All right. The son's comments are revealing. The class struggle is dying out. Papa's concerned about the abuses of class power and class injustice that's facilely dismissed as just a frame of mind with no objective reality. It's even falsely equated with a crass concern for money. Presumably, matters of wealth are able to be left to those who have it. Give something better. August is saying a totalistic, monistic experience as people, all of us, rich and poor, working together for some greater glory. That's sicko shit. Conveniently overlooked is how the glorious sacrifices are borne by the poor for the benefit of the rich. The position enunciated in that play and in other Nazi propaganda does not reveal an indifference to class. Quite contrary, represents a keen awareness of class interests. A well-engineered effort to mask and mute the strong class consciousness that existed among workers in Germany. In the crafty denial, we often find the hidden admission. That's pretty fucked. Yeah. Patriarchy and pseudo-revolution. Fascism's national chauvinism, racism, sexism, and patriarchal values also serve a conservative class interest. Fascist doctrine, especially the Nazi variety, makes an explicit commitment to racial supremacy. Human attributes, including class status, are said to be inherited through blood. One's position in the social structure is taken as a measure of one's innate nature. Genetics and biology are marshaled to justify the existing class structure, not unlike what academic racists today are doing with their bell curve theories and warmed over eugenics claptrap. Nice. Along with race and class inequality, fascism supports homophobia and sexual inequality, gender inequality, transgender inequality. Among Nazism's earliest victims were a group of Nazi homosexuals, leaders of the SA stormtroopers. When complaints about the openly homosexual behavior of SA leader Ernst Röhm and some of his brown-shirted stormtroopers continued to reach Hitler after he seized power, he issued an official statement contending that the issue belonged purely to the private domain, and that an SA officer's private life cannot be an object of scrutiny unless it conflicts with basic principles of National Socialist ideology. The paramilitary SA had been used to win the battle of the streets against trade unionists and Reds. The stormtroopers acted as a pseudo-revolutionary force that appealed to mass grievances with a rhetorical condemnation for finance capital. When SA membership skyrocketed to 3 million in 1933, this was too discomforting to the industrial barons and military patricians. SA street brawlers who denounced bourgeois decadence and called for sharing the wealth and completing the Nazi revolution would have to be dealt with. Having used the SA to take state power, Hitler then used the state to neutralize the SA. Now suddenly Röhm's homosexuality did conflict with the National Socialist ideology. In truth, the SA had to be decapitated not because its leaders were homosexual, though that was the given reason, but because it threatened to turn into a serious problem. Röhm and about 300 other SA members were executed, not all of whom were gay. Among the victims was veteran Nazi propagandist Gregor Strasser, who was suspected of leftist leanings. Of course, many Nazis were virulently homophobic. One of the most powerful of all, SS leader Heinrich Himmler, saw homosexuals as a threat to German manhood and the moral fiber of Teutonic peoples. For a homosexual sissy would not procreate or make a good soldier. Himmler's homophobia and sexism came together when he announced, if a man just looks at a girl in America, he could be forced to marry her or pay damages. Therefore, men protect themselves in the USA by turning to homosexuals. Women in the USA are like battle axes. They hack away at males. Whoa, dude. These men are totally scared of American women? What is the deal with this? Thus spoke one of the great minds of Nazism. In time, Himmler succeeded in extending the oppression of gays beyond the SA leadership. Thousands of gay civilians perished in SS concentration camps. OG incels, yeah. Maybe. I don't know, Rose. I'm not quite sure. In societies, the Sonnenrada... It's a goatsy. Yeah, it sounds like a quote from someone in the Manosphere today. Yeah, that's accurate. Fuck. In societies throughout the ages, if able to find the opportunity, women have attempted to limit the number of children they bear. Poses a potential problem for fascist patriarchy that needs vast numbers of soldiers and armament workers. Women are less able to assert their procreative rights if kept subservient and dependent. So fascist ideology extolled patriarchal authority. Every man must be a husband, a father, and a soldier, Il Duce said. Woman's greatest calling was to cultivate her domestic virtues, devotedly tending to the needs of her family while bearing as many offspring for the state as she could. Patriarchal ideology was linked to a conservative class ideology that saw all forms of social equality as a threat to hierarchical control and privilege. Slobba my granny. You just said a Nazi slogan in my chat, you fucking loser. You just literally did a Nazi war cry as I'm talking about Nazis. How fucking pathetic are you? I think you know how pathetic you are. That's why you came in and did it. Alright, reading on. So if women get out of line, what will happen to the family? And if the family goes, the entire social structure's threatened. What then will happen to the state and to the dominant class's authority, privileges, and wealth? The fascists were big on what today is called family values, though most of the top Nazi leaders could hardly be described as devoted family men. Yeah, the Nazis cannot read the room. In Nazi Germany, racism and anti-Semitism served to misdirect legitimate grievances toward convenient scapegoats. Anti-Semitic propaganda was cleverly tailored to appeal to different audiences. Super patriots were told that the Jew was an alien internationalist. Unemployed workers were told that their nemesis was the Jewish capitalist and the Jewish banker. For debtor farmers, it was the Jewish usurer. And then for the middle classes, it was the Jewish union leader and Jewish communist. Here again, we have a consciously rational use of irrational images. The Nazis might have been crazy, but they were not stupid. Not to say they were right, of course. You could be sort of clever and an evil person. Let's put it like that. What distinguishes fascism from ordinary right-wing patriarchal authorities is the way it attempts to cultivate a revolutionary aura. Fascism offers a beguiling mix of revolutionary-sounding mass appeals and reactionary class politics. The Nazi Party's full name was the Nationalist Socialist German Workers' Party, a left-sounding name. As already noted, this SA stormtroopers had a militant share-the-wealth strain in their ranks and was suppressed by Hitler after he took state power. Well, so much Nazi belief stems from individual insecurities. Yep. Get out of here with this Justin Timberlake stuff. Both the Italian fascists and the Nazis made a conscious effort to steal the left's thunder. There were mass mobilizations, youth organizations, work brigades, rallies, parades, banners, symbols, and slogans. There was much talk about a Nazi revolution. Is that like an Elvis bit? Yeah. There was much talk about a Nazi revolution would revitalize society, sweeping away the old order and building the new. For this reason, mainstream writers feel free to treat fascism and communism as totalitarian twins. God damn, dude. It's a case of reducing essence to form. The similarity in form is taken as reason enough to blur the vast difference in actual class content. Writers like A. James Gregor and William Ebenstein, countless Western political leaders, and others who supposedly are on the Democratic left regularly lump fascism with communism. Thus, Noam Chomsky claims, the rise of corporations was in fact a manifestation of the same phenomena that led to fascism and Bolshevism, which sprang out of the same totalitarian soil. What the fuck? But in the Italy and Germany of that day, most workers and peasants made a firm distinction between fascism and communism, as did industrialists and bankers who supported fascism out of a fear and hatred of communism. A judgment based largely on class realities. Yeah, big miss. What in the fuck did he just say? Cookie break. Wow. Oh, way. What the fuck? I'm numb. Wow. I guess so. What, a reactionary in that sense? Years ago, I used to say that fascism never succeeded in solving the irrational contradictions of capitalism. Today, I'm of the opinion that it did accomplish that goal. But only for the capitalists, not for the populace. Fascism never intended to offer a social solution that would serve the general populace, only a reactionary one, forcing all the burdens and losses onto the working public. Divested of its ideological and organizational paraphernalia, fascism is nothing more than a final solution to the class struggle. The totalistic submergence and exploitation of democratic forces for the benefit and profit of the higher financial circles. Fascism is a false revolution. It cultivates the appearance of popular politics and a revolutionary aura without offering a genuine revolutionary class content. It promotes a new order while serving the same old moneyed interests. Its leaders are not guilty of confusion but of deception. That they work hard to mislead the public does not mean they themselves are misled. Friendly to fascism. One of the things conveniently overlooked by mainstream writers is the way Western capitalist states have cooperated with fascism. In his collaborationist efforts, British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain was positively cozy with the Nazis. He and many of his class saw Hitler as a bulwark against communism in Germany, and Nazi Germany as a bulwark against communism in Europe. After World War II, the Western capitalist allies did little to eradicate fascism from Italy or Germany, except for putting some of the top leaders on trial at Nuremberg. In 1947, German conservatives began to depict the Nuremberg prosecutors as dupes of the Jews and communists. In Italy, the strong partisan movement that had waged armed struggle against fascism was soon treated as suspect and unpatriotic. Within a year after the war, almost all Italian fascists were released from prison, while hundreds of communists and other left partisans who had been fighting in the Nazi occupation were jailed. History was turned on its head, transforming the black shirts into victims and the reds into criminals. Allied authorities assisted in these measures. Under the protection of U.S. occupation and authorities, the police, courts, military, security agencies, and bureaucracy remained largely staffed by those who had served the former fascist regimes or by their ideological recruits, as is true to this day. The perpetrators of the Holocaust murdered 6 million Jews, 500,000 gypsies, thousands of homosexuals, several million Ukrainians, Russians, Poles, and others, and got away with it. Thousands of trans. In good part because the very people who were supposed to investigate these crimes were themselves complicit. Let's skip this. In comparison, when the communists took over in East Germany, they removed some 80% of the judges, teachers, and officials for their Nazi collaboration. They imprisoned thousands, and they executed 600 Nazi party leaders for war crimes. They would have shot more of the war criminals had not so many fled to the protective embrace of the West. What happened to the U.S. businesses that collaborated with fascism? The Rockefellers' family's Chase National Bank used its Paris office in Vichy, France, to help launder German money to facilitate Nazi international trade during the war. Did so with complete impunity. Corporations like DuPont, Ford, General Motors, and ITT owned factories in enemy countries, produced fuel, tanks, and planes that wreaked havoc on Allied forces. After the war, instead of being prosecuted for treason, ITT collected $27 million from the U.S. government for war damages inflicted on its German plants by Allied bombings. General Motors collected over $33 million. Pilots were given instructions not to hit factories in Germany that were owned by U.S. firms. Thus, Cologne was almost leveled by Allied bombing, but its Ford plant, providing military equipment for Nazi Germany, was untouched. Indeed, German civilians began using the plant as an air raid shelter. No way. For decades, U.S. leaders have done their part in keeping Italian fascism alive. From 45 to 75, U.S. government agencies gave an estimated $75 million to right-wing organizations in Italy, including some with close ties to the neo-fascist Movimento Sociale Italiano, MSI. In 75, then Secretary of State Henry Kissinger met with MSI leader Giorgio Almirante in Washington to discuss what alternatives might be considered should the Italian communists win the election and take control of the government. Cookie break. All right. So hundreds of Nazi war criminals found a haven in the U.S., either living in comfortable anonymity or actively employed by U.S. intelligence agencies during the Cold War, and otherwise enjoying the protection of high-placed individuals. Some found their way on the Republican presidential campaign committees of Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, and George Bush. Are you kidding? In Italy, from 69 to 74, high-ranking elements in Italian military intelligence and civilian intelligence agencies, members of P2, a secret lodge of upper-class reactionaries, pro-fascist Vatican officials and top military brass, and Gladio, good, a NATO-inspired anti-communist mercenary force embarked upon a concerted campaign of terror and sabotage known as the Strategy of Tension. Is this the Years of Lead? Other participants included a secret neo-fascist group called the Ordine Nuovo, NATO officials, members of the Carabinieri, mafia bosses, 30 generals, 8 admirals, a partridge in a pear tree, and influential Freemasons like Licio Gelli, a fascist war criminal recruited by U.S. intelligence in 1944. Terrorism was aided and abetted by the international security apparatus, including the CIA. In 1995, the CIA refused to cooperate with an Italian paramilitary commission investigating the strategy of tension. The CIA in 1995 refused to cooperate with an Italian paramilitary commission investigating the strategy of tension. The terrorist conspirators carried out a series of kidnappings, assassinations, and bombing massacres, including the explosion killed 85 and injured some 200, many seriously, in the Bologna train station in 1980. Subsequent judicial investigations concluded the strategy of tension was not a simple product of neo-fascism, but the consequences of a larger campaign conducted by state security forces against the growing popularity of the democratic parliamentary left. The objective was to combat by any means necessary the electoral gains of the Italian Communist Party and create enough fear and terror in the population as to undermine the multiplinary social democracy and replace it with an authoritarian presidential republic. What's up, Sarah? Wants a cookie? or in any case, a stronger and more stable executive. In the 80s, scores of people were murdered in Germany, Belgium, and elsewhere in Western Europe by extreme rightists in service of state security agencies. These acts of terrorism went mostly unreported in the U.S. corporate-owned media. As with the earlier strategy of tension in Italy, the attacks were designed to create enough popular fear and uncertainty so as to undermine the existing social democracies. Authorities in these Western European countries and the United States have done little to expose neo-Nazi networks. As the whiffs of fascism develop into undeniable stench, we are reminded that Hitler's progeny is still with us, and they have dangerous links with each other and within the security agencies of various Western capitalist nations. This is all very true. In Italy, 94, the national elections won by the National Alliance, a broadened version of the neo-fascist MSI, in coalition with a League of Northern Separatists and Forza Italia, a quasi-fascist movement headed by the industrialist and media tycoon Silvio Berlusconi. Yep. The National Alliance played... So when did he write this? I guess I'm confused. The National Alliance played on resentments regarding unemployment, taxes, and immigration. It called for a single tax rate for poor, rich and poor alike, school vouchers, stripping away of the social benefits and the privatization of most services. The Italian neo-fascists were learning from U.S. reactionaries how to achieve fascism class goals within the confines of quasi-democratic reforms. Use an upbeat Reagan-esque optimism. Replace the jackbooted militarists with media-hyped crowd pleasers. Convince people that government is the enemy, especially its social service sector, while strengthening the repressive capacities of the state. Yeah, interesting how they do that. What the fuck? Oh my god. Hey, Rathbone, what's up, homie? Come in. Everyone follow Rathbone. Alright, conservatives, then, in the Western nations utilized diluted forms of the fascist mass appeal. In the USA, they propagate populist-sounding appeals to the ordinary middle American while quietly pressing for measures to serve the interests of the wealthiest individuals and corporations. In 96, a right-wing Speaker of the House, Rep. Newt Gingrich, while proffering a new rollback agenda supposedly would revitalize all of society, announced, "I am a genuine revolutionary." Whether in Italy, Germany, the U.S., or any other country, when the right offers a new revolution or a new order, it's in the service of the same old moneyed interest, leading down that well-trodden road of reaction and repression that so many third-world countries have been forced to take, the road that those at the top want us all to travel. Yet, and still today. It's as relevant as now as ever. That's chapter 1. Chapter 2. Let us now praise revolution. In the late 90s, it's starting to make sense. In the aughts, early aughts, for most of this century, U.S. foreign policy has been devoted to the suppression of revolutionary governments and radical movements around the world. The turn of the 20th century found the McKinley administration in a war of attrition against the people of the Philippines lasting from 1898 to 1902, with pockets of resistance continuing for years after. In that conflict, U.S. forces slaughtered some 200,000 Filipino women, men, and children. At about the same time, in conjunction with various European colonial powers, the U.S. invaded China to help suppress the Boxer Rebellion at substantial loss of life to the Chinese rebels. U.S. forces took over Hawaii, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Guam. In the following decades, invaded Mexico, Soviet Union, Nicaragua, Honduras, and the Dominican Republic and other countries, actions that usually inflicted serious losses upon the populations of these countries. U.S. beat Kuhn. Holocausts of Counter-Revolution. From grade school through grad school, few of us are taught anything about these events except to be told the U.S. forces must intervene in this or that country in order to protect U.S. interests, thwart aggression, and defend our national security. U.S. leaders fashioned other convenient rationales for their interventions abroad. The public was told that the peoples of various countries were in need of our civilizing guidance. Oh my god. That is so fucked. And desired the blessings of democracy, peace, and prosperity. To accomplish this, of course, it might be necessary to kill off considerable numbers of the more recalcitrant among them. Such were the measures of our policy makers were willing to pursue in order to uplift lesser peoples. The emergence of major communist powers like the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China lent another dimension to U.S. global counter-revolutionary policy. The communists were depicted as evil incarnate, demonized conspirators who sought power for power's sake. It's projection every single time. Every accusation is an admission with empire. U.S. had to be everywhere to counteract the spreading cancer, we're told. In the name of democracy, U.S. leaders waged a merciless war against revolutionaries in Indochina for the better part of 20 years. They dropped many times more tons of explosives on Vietnam than they were used throughout World War II by all combatants combined. Testifying before a congressional committee, former CIA Director William Colby admitted, under his direction, U.S. forces and their South Vietnam collaborators carried out the selective assassination of 24,000 Vietnamese dissidents in what was known as the Phoenix Program. His associate, the South Vietnamese Minister of Information, maintained that 40,000 was a more accurate estimate. U.S. policymakers and their media mouthpieces judged the war a mistake because the Vietnamese proved incapable of being properly instructed by B-52 bomber raids and death squads. By prevailing against this onslaught, the Vietnamese supposedly demonstrated that they were unprepared for our democratic institutions. Yeah, exactly. Alright. In pursuit of counter-revolution, and in the name of freedom, U.S. forces and U.S.-supported surrogate forces slaughtered 2 million North Koreans in a 3-year war. 3 million Vietnamese. Over 500,000 in aerial wars over Laos and Cambodia. Over 1.5 million in Angola. Over 1 million in Mozambique. Over 500,000 in Afghanistan. 5,000 to 1 million in Indonesia. 200,000 in East Timor. 100,000 in Nicaragua, combining the Somoza and Reagan eras. Over 100,000 in Guatemala, plus an additional 40,000 disappeared. Over 700,000 in Iraq. Over 60,000 in El Salvador. 30,000 in the dirty war of Argentina, though the government admits to only 9,000. 35,000 in Taiwan when the Kuomintang military arrived from China. 20,000 in Chile.
Kenzo Shibata once said, poverty shouldn't be.
And many thousands in Haiti, Panama, Grenada, Brazil, South Africa, Western Sahara, Zaire, Turkey, and dozens of other countries, in what amounts to be a free market world holocaust. Official sources either deny these U.S.-sponsored mass murders or justify them as necessary measures had to be taken against an implacable communist foe. Anti-communist propaganda saturated our airwaves, schools, and political discourse. Despite repeated, often fictitious references to the tyranny of the Red Menace, the anti-communist opinion makers never spelled out what communists actually did in the way of socio-economic policy. This might explain why, despite decades of red-bashing propaganda, most Americans, including many who number themselves among the political cognoscenti, still cannot offer an informed statement about the social policies of communist societies. The anti-red propagandists uttered nary a word about how revolutionaries in Russia, China, Cuba, Vietnam, Nicaragua, and other countries nationalized the lands held by rich exploitative landlords and initiated mass programs for education, health, housing, and jobs. They only use this evidence when it suits their imperial narratives. Oh, well, they're building housing. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Okay. Well, what about when Russia, China, Cuba, and Vietnam, and Nicaragua does it? Oh, well, I guess we're not going to mention that. Not a word about how their efforts advance the living standards and life chances of hundreds of millions in countries that had long suffered under the yoke of feudal oppression and Western colonial pillage. An improvement in mass well-being never before witnessed in history. No matter what the revolutionaries in various Asian, African, and Latin American countries enjoyed popular supports, no matter that they did, and were willing to pursue a neutralist course in East-West relations other than place themselves under the hegemony of either Moscow or Peking, they still were targeted for a counter-revolutionary battering. From opposing communists because they might be revolutionaries, it was a short step to opposing revolutionaries because they might be communists. The real sin of revolutionaries, communist or not, was that they championed the laboring classes against the wealthy few. They advocated changes in the distribution of class power and the way wealth was produced and used. They wanted less individualistic advancement at the expense of the many and collective betterment for the entire working populace. Presumptions of power. Ruling classes throughout the world would hate and fear communism not for its lack of political democracy, but because it attempts to establish economic democracy by building an egalitarian, collectivist social system. Though they rarely come right out and say as much. This counter-revolutionary interventionist policy rests on several dubious assumptions that might be stated and rebutted as follows. 1. U.S. leaders have the right to define the limits of socio-economic development within other nations. Not true. Under no canon of international law or any other legal structure do the leaders of this country have the right to ordain what kind of economic system or mode of social development another country may adopt. No more right than do the leaders of other countries have to dictate such things to the U.S. In practice, the option to dictate is either exercised by the strong over the weak, a policy of might, not right. That's true. It's just literally central to U.S. foreign policy. So, U.S. must play a counter-revolutionary containment role in order to protect our national interests. This is only true only if we equate our national interests with the investment interests of high finance. U.S. interventionism has been very effective in building neo-imperialism, keeping the land, labor, natural resources, and markets of third world countries available at bargain prices to multinational corporations. But these corporate interests do not represent the interests of the U.S. people. The public pays for the huge military budgets and endures the export of its jobs to foreign labor markets. The inflow of thousands of impoverished immigrants who compete for scarce employment and housing and various other costs of empire. Furthermore, revolutionary governments like Cuba, Libya, Vietnam, and North Korea were, and still are, eager to trade and maintain peaceful relations with this country. This is before we bombed Gaddafi. Yo, it's like Hillary Clinton read this book on like the wrong side, you know? It's like, oh, okay. I'll go after Libya. I hate that Michael Peretti. These countries do not threaten the national security of the U.S. or its people, but the overseas interests of global capitalism. If allowed to multiply its numbers, countries with an alternative social system, an alternative socialist system, one that uses the land, labor, capital, and natural resources in collectivist ways, placing people before profits, would eventually undermine global capitalism. Yup. That's why it pisses them off so much. Quote, number 3, quote, the U.S. has a moral obligation to guarantee the stability of nations that are undergoing democratic development but are threatened by revolutionaries and terrorists. Oh, fuck that. Why don't they care about democratic development right here in the United States. Most U.S. interventions are on behalf of corrupt and self-serving oligarchs and anti-democratic militarists. Yeah. Third world oligarchs are frequently educated at elite U.S. universities or end up on the CIA payroll. Oh, yeah. As do their police chiefs and military officers, many of whom receive training in torture and assassination at U.S. counterinsurgency institutions. School of the Americas, anybody? U.S. policymakers maintain that they favor eliminating mass poverty in poorer countries, and that they're not opposed to the laudatory objectives of social revolution, but to its violent methods. They say that transformations must be effected gradually and peacefully, preferably through private investment and the benign workings of the free market. In fact, corporate investments more likely to deter rather than encourage reform by preempting markets and restructuring the local economy to fit foreign capital extraction needs. International finance capital has no interest in bettering the life chances of third world peoples. Generally, as Western investments have increased in the third world, life conditions for the ordinary peasants and workers have grown steadily more desperate. People throughout the world do not need more corporate investments. They need the opportunity to wrest back their land, labor, natural resources, and markets in order to serve their own social needs. Such a revolutionary development invites fierce opposition from apostles of the free market, whose violent resistance to social change makes peaceful transformation impossible to contemplate. Even in countries like the U.S., where reforms of limited scope have been achieved without revolution, the peaceful means employed have entailed popular struggle and turmoil, and a considerable amount of violence and bloodshed, almost all of it inflicted by police and security forces. Yeah, they got a monopoly on violence. That last point frequently goes unmentioned in discussions about the ethics of revolutionary violence. The very concept of revolutionary violence is somewhat false cast, since most of the violence comes from those who attempt to prevent reform, not from those struggling for reform. By focusing on the violent rebellions of the downtrodden, we overlook the much greater repressive force and violence utilized by the ruling oligarchs to maintain the status quo, including armed attacks against peaceful demonstrations, mass arrests, torture, destruction of opposition organizations, suppression of dissident publications, death squad assassinations, the extermination of whole villages, and the like. Most social revolutions begin peaceably. Why would it be otherwise? Who would not prefer to assemble and demonstrate rather than engage in mortal combat against pitiless forces that enjoy every advantage in mobility and firepower? Revolutions in Russia, China, Vietnam, and El Salvador all began peacefully, with crowds of peasants and workers launching non-violent protests only to be met with violent oppression from their authorities. Peaceful protests and reform are exactly what the people are denied by the ruling oligarchs. The dissidents who continue to fight back, who try to defend themselves from the oligarchs' repressive fury, are then called violent revolutionaries and terrorists. Those local and international elites who maintain control over most of the world's wealth, social revolution is an abomination. Whether it be peaceful or violent, it's a question of no great moment to them. Peaceful reforms that infringe upon the profitable accumulations and threaten their class privileges are as unacceptable to them as a social upheaval imposed by revolution. Reforms that advance the conditions of life for the general public are not as materially intractable or as dependent on capital resources as we've been led to believe. Hey guys. Hey. Carb stomped. Is that when you eat too much pasta? What's up, Elron? Welcome in, homie. Yeah. There you go. There's no great mystery to building a health clinic, carrying out programs for food rationing, land distribution, literacy, jobs, and housing. Such tasks are well within the capacity of any state, if there's a political will and a mobilization of popular class power. Consider Kerala, a state in India where the actions of popular organizations and mass movements have won important victories over the last 40 years against political, economic oppression, generating a level of social development considerably better than that found in most of the third world, and accomplished without outside investment. Kerala has mass literacy, a lower birth rate, and lower death rate than the rest of India, better public health services, fewer child workers, higher nutritional levels, more enlightened legal support, and educational programs for women, and some social security protections for working people, and for the destitute and physically handicapped. In addition, the people of Kerala radically altered a complex and exploitative system of agrarian relations and won important victories against the more horrific forms of caste oppression.
Nope.
Though Kerala has no special sources of wealth, it has had decades of communist organization and political struggle that reached and moved large numbers of people and breathed life into the state's democracy. Despite its relatively short periods in the leadership of government, it's the Communist Party that set the basic legislative agenda of the people of Kerala, notes scholar V.K. Ramachandran. All this is not only to deny that many people in Kerala endure unacceptable conditions of poverty, still, despite a low level of income and limited resources, the achievements wrought by democratic government intervention and propelled the mass action have been substantial, representing the difference between a modestly supportive existence and utter misery. Many third world peoples produced dedicated and capable popular organizations, as did the communists in Kerala, but they're usually destroyed by repressive state forces. In Kerala, popular agitation and input took advantage of democratic openings and in turn gave more social substance to the democracy. What's needed for social betterment is not international monetary fund loans or corporate investments, but political organization and democratic opportunity and freedom from U.S.-sponsored state terrorism. Yep. U.S. foreign aid programs offer another example how imperialist policy masquerades as social reform within third world nations. Aid programs are not intended to effect serious social betterment. At best, they finance piecemeal projects of limited impact. More often, they're used to undermine local markets, drive small farmers off their land, build transportation and office facilities needed by outside investors, increase a country's debt and economic dependency, and further open its economic activity, economy to multinational corporate penetration. That's hot. All right. Free market for the few. Third world revolutionaries are branded as the enemies of stability. Stability is a code word for a society in which privileged social relations are securely entrenched. When popular forces mobilize against privilege and wealth, this causes instability, which is judged to be undesirable by U.S. policymakers and their faithful flacks in the U.S. corporate media. Here we have a deceptive state of affairs. What poses as a U.S. commitment to peaceful, nonviolent change is really a commitment to the violent defense of an unjust, undemocratic global capitalism. The U.S. national security state uses coercion and violence not in support of social reform, but against it. All in the name of stability, counterterrorism, democracy, and of late and more honestly, the free market. Oh, there's a whole bunch of imperial dog whistles. When he was head of the State Department policy planning staff during the early years of the Cold War, noted author George Kennan revealed the ruthless realpolitik mentality of those dedicated to social inequality within and between nations. Kennan maintained that a wealthy U.S. facing an impoverished world could not afford the luxury of altruism and world benefaction, and should cease talking about vague and unreal objectives such as human rights, the raising of the living standards, and democratization. The less we're hampered by idealistic slogans, the better. Speaking in a briefing for U.S. ambassadors to Latin America, Kennan remarked, "The final answer might be an unpleasant one, but we should not hesitate before police repression by the local government. This is not shameful, since communists are essentially traitors. It's better to have a strong, repressive regime in power than a liberal government if it's indulgent, relaxed, and penetrated by communists." In 1949, State Department intelligence officer Kennan wrote that communists were people who are committed to the belief that the government has direct responsibility for the welfare of the people. So they had to be dealt with harshly without regard for such niceties as democratization and human rights. It said that U.S. cannot renege on its commitments to other peoples and must continue as world leader. The rest of the world expects that of us, but the ordinary peoples of the world have never called for U.S. world leadership. Quite contrary, they usually want the U.S. to go home and leave them to their own affairs. This is because U.S. commitments are not to the ordinary people of other lands, but to the privileged reactionary factions that are most accommodating to Western investors. As Kennan's remarks indicate, the U.S. policymaking establishment has been concerned not with the advancing of the welfare of impoverished peoples around the world, but with defeating whoever allies themselves with the common people, be them Reds or nuts, or not. Whatever their grave shortcomings, do not U.S.-supported third world rulers represent something better than the kind of tyranny that communists and revolutionary totalitarians bring? Academic cheerleaders for U.S. interventionism, like Samuel P. Huntington of Harvard University, think so. Quote, however bad a given evil may be, a worse one is always possible and often likely. Huntington concludes, going on to defend as lesser evils the murderous regimes in Chile under Pinochet and South Africa under apartheid. Yeeks! You might recall John Kirkpatrick's distinction between benign authoritarian right-wing governments that supposedly are not all that brutal and allow gradual change, and horrid totalitarianism, left-wing ones that suppress everyone. The real distinction is that the right-wing government maintains existing privileged order of the free market, keeping the world safe for the empowered hierarchies and wealthy classes of the world. In contrast, the left-wing totalitarians want to abolish exploitative property relations and create a more egalitarian economic system. They're favoring the have-nots over the haves is what makes them so despicable in the eyes of the latter. Billionaires can cope. They can go cry. U.S. leaders claim to be offended by certain features of social revolutionary governments, such as one-party rule and the coercive implementation of revolutionary change. But one-party autocracy is acceptable if the government is rightist, that is friendly towards private corporate investments, as in Turkey, Zaire, Guatemala, Indonesia, and dozens of other countries, including even communist countries that are sliding down the free market path, like China. You might recall that unforgettable moment when President George Bush, whose invasions of Panama and Iraq brought death and destruction to those nations who presided over a U.S. military empire that is the single greatest purveyor of violence in the world, lectured revolutionary leader Nelson Mandela on the virtues of nonviolence, even going so far as to quote Martin Luther King during Mandela's visit. I lost my spot. Mandela's real sin in Bush's eyes was that he was part of a revolutionary movement that engaged in armed struggle against a violently repressive apartheid regime in South Africa. Bush's capacity for selective perception had all the unexamined audacity of a dominant ideology that condemns only those who act against an unjust status quo, not those who use violence to preserve it. It would have come as a great relief to people around the world if the president of the U.S. had adopted a policy of nonviolence for his own government. In fact, he'd done no such thing. U.S. political and economic leaders may find revolutionary reforms undesirable, but most people who live in revolutionary societies find them preferable to the old regimes and worth defending. Yeah. The Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba was a fiasco not because of insufficient air coverage, but because the Cuban people closed ranks behind their government and threw back the invaders. Another captive people, North Vietnamese, acted in similar fashion in the earlier 70s. Instead of treating the severe destruction and disruptions caused by the U.S. aerial war against their country as a golden opportunity to overthrow Hanoi's yoke, they continued to support their beleaguered government at great sacrifice to themselves. In South Vietnam, the National Liberation Front enjoyed tactical opportunities for supply and surprise, largely because it was supported by people in the countryside and cities. During the Vietnam era, explanations as to why people sided with the communist revolutionaries came from some unexpected sources. U.S. Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge admitted, "The only people who have been doing anything for the little man to lift him up have been the communists." In a similar vein, one faithful propagator of the official line, columnist James Reston, wrote with surprising candor. Even Premier Key, U.S.-sponsored dictator of South Vietnam, told his reporter today that the communists were closer to the people's yearnings for social justice and an independent life than his own government. What Lodge and Reston left unsaid was that little man and the people's yearnings for social justice were the very things that U.S. leaders were bent on suppressing. Some people conclude that anyone who utters a good word about leftist one-party revolutions must harbor anti-democratic or Stalinist sentiments. But to applaud social revolutions is not to oppose political freedom. To the extent that revolutionary governments construct substantive alternatives for their people, they increase human options and freedom. There's no such thing as freedom in the abstract. There is freedom to speak openly and iconoclastically. Freedom to organize a political opposition. Freedom of opportunity to get an education and pursue a livelihood. Freedom to worship as one chooses, or not worship at all. Freedom to live in healthful conditions. Freedom to enjoy various social benefits, and so on. Most of what's called freedom gets its definition within a social context. Revolutionary governments extend a number of popular freedoms without destroying those freedoms that never existed in the previous regimes. They foster conditions necessary for national self-determination, economic betterment, preservation of health and human life, and the end of many of the worst forms of ethnic, patriarchal, and class oppression. Regarding patriarchal oppression, consider the vast improved condition of women in revolutionary Afghanistan and South Vietnam before the counter-revolutionary repression in the 90s, or in Cuba after the '59 revolution as compared to before. Cookie break. I think I got lost. Fuck. Here, maybe here. All right. U.S. policymakers argue that social revolutionary victory anywhere represents a diminution of freedom in the world. The assertion is false. The Chinese Revolution did not crush democracy. There was none to crush in that oppressively feudal regime. The Cuban Revolution did not destroy freedom, it destroyed a hateful U.S.-sponsored police state.
We are a fascist police state.
The Algerian Revolution did not abolish national liberties, precious few existed under French colonialism. The Vietnamese revolutionaries did not abrogate individual rights, no such rights were available under the U.S.-supported puppet government of Bao Dai, Diem, and Ky. Of course, revolutions do limit the freedoms of the corporate property class and other privileged interests. The freedom to invest privately without regard to human and environmental costs. The freedom to live in obscene opulence while paying workers starvation wages. The freedom to treat the state as a private agency in the service of a privileged coterie. The freedom to employ child labor, child prostitutes. The freedom to treat women as chattel, and so on. Today, no one in U.S. policy circles worries about the politico-economic oppression suffered in dozens of right-wing client states. Their professed desire to bring Western political democracy to nations that have had revolutions rarely extends to free market autocracies. And the grudging moves towards political democracy occasionally made in these autocracies come only through popular pressure and rebellion, and only with the unspoken understanding that democratic governance will not infringe substantially upon the interests of the moneyed class. Is the pain of revolution worth the gain? Cost-benefit accounting is a complicated business when applied to social transitions. But have we ever bothered to compare the violence of revolution, the violence of revolution against the violence that preceded it? Quote, I do not know how one measures the price of historical victories, said Robert Heilbronner. I only know that the way in which we ordinarily keep the books of history is wrong. We make no tally of the generations claimed by that combination of economic exploitation and political suppression, so characteristic of the ancient regimes. The hapless victims of flood and famine in the Yangtze Valley of yesterday, the child prostitutes found dead in the back alleys of old Shanghai, the muziks stricken by cold and starvation across the frozen steppes of Russia. What of today? No one is tallying the thousands of nameless victims who succumbed to U.S.-trained torturers in Latin America, the hundreds of villages burned by counterinsurgency forces, the millions who were driven from their ancestral lands and sentenced to permanently stunted and malnourished lives, the millions more who perish in the desperate misery and congestion of shanty slums and internment camps. Their sufferings go unrecorded and not figured into the balance when revolution metes out justice to erstwhile oligarchs and oppressors or commits excesses and abuses of its own. How do we measure the pain of the tens of millions of children throughout the world, many as young as 6 and 7, forced to work 70 hours a week, confined in an ill-lit, poorly ventilated workshops under conditions reminiscent of the most horrific days of the Industrial Revolution? The General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, a sweeping multinational free trade act that amounts to a carte blanche for global capitalism, offers no protection for children who are exploited, abused, overworked, and underpaid. During GATT negotiations, leaders of third world countries successfully argued that placing any restrictions on child labor, arguing that children have always worked in their cultures and such traditional practices should be respected. To prohibit child labor would limit the free market and affect severe hardship on those poor families in which a child is often the only wage earner. Even in the long-standing practice of children helping out on farms is acceptable, if it is, assuming they're not overworked and allowed to go to school. The practice of locking them into a hotbox or factory for 14 hours a day, that's something else. Furthermore, they may be the only wage earner because adult workers have been laid off in favor of the children, who are infinitely more exploitable and provide bigger profits for prosperous factory owners. How about that? Traveling across Cuba in '59 immediately after the overthrow of U.S.-supported right-wing Batista government, a dictatorship, Mike Faulkner witnessed a spectacle of almost unrelieved poverty. The rural population lived in makeshift shacks without minimal sanitation. Malnourished children went barefoot in the dirt and suffered the familiar plague of parasites common to the third world. There were almost no doctors or schools. Through much of the year, families that depended solely on the seasonal sugar harvest lived close to starvation. How does that victimization in pre-revolutionary Cuba measure against the much more widely publicized repression that came after the revolution, when Castro's communists executed a few hundred of the previous regime's political assassins and torturers, drove assorted upper-class moneybags into exile and intimidated various other opponents of radical reforms into silence? Today, Cuba is a different place. For all its mistakes and abuses, the Cuban Revolution brought sanitation, schools, health clinics, jobs, housing, and human services to a level not found throughout most of the Third World and in many parts of the First World. Infant mortality in Cuba dropped from 60 per thousand in 1960 to 9.7 in 91. While life expectancy rose from 55 to 75 in that same period. Woo! Wow. Smallpox, malaria, tuberculosis, typhoid, polio, and numerous other diseases have been wiped out by improved living standards and public health programs. Cuba has enjoyed a level of literacy higher than the U.S. and a life expectancy that compares well with advanced industrial nations. Other peoples beside the Cubans have benefited, as Fidel Castro tells it. The Cuban Revolution sent teachers, doctors, and workers to dozens of third world countries without charging a penny. It shed its own blood fighting colonialism, fighting apartheid and fascism. At one point, we had 25,000 third world students studying on scholarships. We still have many scholarship students from Africa and other countries. In addition, our countries treated more children, 13,000, who were victims of the Chernobyl tragedy than all other countries put together. They don't talk about that. That's why they blockade us. The country with the most teachers per capita of all countries in the world, including developed countries. The country with the most doctors per capita of all countries, one for every 214 inhabitants. The country with the most art instructors per capita of all countries in the world. Country with the most sports instructors in the world. That gives you an idea of the effort involved. A country where life expectancy is more than 75 years. Why are they blockading Cuba? Because no other country has done more for its people. It's the hatred of the ideas that Cuba represents. Cuba's sin in the eyes of global capitalists is not its lack of democracy. Most third world capitalist regimes are far more repressive. Cuba's real sin is that it's tried to develop an alternative to the global capitalist system, an egalitarian socio-economic order that placed corporate property under public ownership, abolished capitalist investors as a class entity, and put people before profits and national independence before IMF servitude. That's fucking right. That's right. So a conservative think tank like the Heritage Foundation rated Cuba along with Laos, Iraq, and North Korea as countries with the lowest level of economic freedom. Yeah. For who? Countries with a high level of economic freedom were those that imposed little or no taxes or regulations on business and did without wage protections, price controls, environmental safeguards, and benefits for the poor. Economic freedom is the real concern of conservatives and plutocrats. The freedom to utilize vast sums of money to accumulate still vaster sums regardless of the human and environmental costs. Mass productivity, coupled with elitist distribution, results in more wealth for the few. Oh God, what am I doing? Yeah. Where was I? Whatever. Mass productivity coupled with elitist distribution results in more wealth for the few and greater poverty for the many. After 2 centuries of incredible technological development and unprecedented economic expansion, the number of people living in poverty in the capitalist world has grown more quickly than any other demographic cohort. The world's slum population increased at a far greater rate than the total global population. Amazing growth in industrial productivity has been accompanied by increasingly desperate want, misery, and repression. In short, there's a causal link between vast concentrations of wealth and widespread poverty. The next time someone preaches the free market gospel of economic freedom and productivity, we need to ask for whose benefit and whose cost. Those who show concern for the elites overthrown in the whirl of revolution should also keep in mind the hundreds of millions more who are obliterated by economic reactionism. If all rebellions were to be successfully repressed today and forever, free market autocracy's violence against humanity would be with us more unrestrained than ever, as is indeed happening. And I believe now more than when he wrote it. For these reasons, those of us who are genuinely concerned about democracy, social justice, and the survival of our planet should support rather than oppose these popular revolutions. That brings us to chapter 3, and I think I need to dip out. I think I'm tired of reading and shit, you know? Cookie break. These are great. They're from Trader Joe's. Ginger snaps. Triple ginger snaps. It appears as though I'm like a third of the way through the book. I gotta stop. There you go. Lost my spot. All right, good shit. I'll have to come back. I can't do anymore. But that's some fucking great perenni, huh? Awesome. That's gonna be it for me today. Please support the stream. Love your face. Consider doing a one-time dono. I appreciate it a ton. Please help me keep this independent communist content alive. I can't do it without you. And I have a lot of fun doing it. Wow. If you had this book sitting on your nightstand, I beat you to reading it. Yeah. There's a lot of books I gotta get to. Yeah. All right. Explosion in Istanbul. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? It made me shit my pants. Alright, let me see if I can show this. There's people on the ground. Oh god. Scared the shit out of me. Oh, there's people everywhere. I'd say 5-10 people. Oh, fuck, dude. What the fuck? 11 wounded? Here, I can't show you anything Grey Wolves related. I mean, I'm sorry, blood related. Grey Wolves? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. What was it? There were a bunch of people marching. Maybe they weren't marching, it was just pedestrians. Explosion occurred in the pedestrian tourist street in Istanbul. Looks a little westernized. It's got a Starbucks right there. What is it? What is what? There was a bombing. I can't show you stuff. Oh god. Oh god. People got fucked up. I'm sorry, I have to protect my channel. This is TOS stuff I can't show you. They're calling it a terrorist act. Turkish authorities banned TV channels from broadcasting from the scene of the explosion. The fuck? 4 died, 38 injured. Number of victims increased to 6. 6 died. Erdogan saying it's a terrorist attack. They published a photo of a woman maybe involved. Oh. Alright, here's the unblurred version. Whoa. 81 victims. Oh, what's going on? Fuck, dude. Alright, yeah, I don't know. Fuck. I'm gonna wrap up. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Come hang out again with us tomorrow. I think towards the end of the stream, I'll pull up black shirts and reds again. Tonight, I think I got a meeting with Karem. I think we're going to be talking about our project. That's slowly coming together, I believe. Really excited to have something like that to work on. Let's see who we're going to raid. Good shit, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Darling Sierra.
That's a lot of noise.
Raid Darling Sierra here. Thanks again for hanging out. Be good to yourself. Be good to each other, folks. Chat, safety first. And repeat after me. I am a revolutionary. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Peace out. We'll see you tomorrow. Come hang out with me again tomorrow. Let's try to raise our awareness and class consciousness and material analysis. Love your face. See you next time. Bye. Have a nice night.